Chapter 3, Part 2.
What parallel courses did Bloom and Stephen follow returning? Starting united both at normal walking pace from Beresford Place, they followed in the order named Lower and Middle Gardiner Streets and Mount J Square, west. Then, at reduced pace, each bearing left Gardiner S Place by an inadvertence as far as the farther corner of Temple Street. Then, at reduced pace with interruptions of halt, bearing right, Temple Street, north as far as Hardwick Place. Approaching, disparate, at relaxed walking pace, they crossed both the circus before George S. Church diametrically, the chord in any circle being less than the arc which it subtends. Of what did the duumvirate deliberate during their itinerary? Music, literature, Ireland, Dublin, Paris, friendship, woman, prostitution, diet, the influence of gaslight or the light of arc and glow lamps on the growth of adjoining paraheliotropic trees, exposed corporation emergency dust buckets, the Roman Catholic Church, ecclesiastical celibacy, the Irish nation, Jesuit education, careers, the study of medicine, the past day, the maleficent influence of the pre-Sabbath, Stephen S. collapse. Did Bloom discover common factors of similarity between their respective like and unlike reactions to experience? Both were sensitive to artistic impressions, musical in preference to plastic or pictorial. Both preferred a continental to an insular manner of life, a cisatlantic to a transatlantic place of residence. Both indurated by early domestic training and an inherited tenacity of heterodox resistance professed their disbelief in many orthodox religious, national, social, and ethical doctrines. Both admitted the alternately stimulating and obtunding influence of heterosexual magnetism, were their views on some points divergent. Stephen dissented openly from Bloom's views on the importance of dietary and civic self-help, while Bloom dissented tacitly from Stephen's views on the eternal affirmation of the spirit of man in literature. Bloom assented covertly to Stephen's rectification of the anachronism involved in assigning the date of the conversion of the Irish nation to Christianity from Druidism by Patrick, son of Calpurnius, son of Potitus, son of Odysseus, sent by Pope Celestine I in the year 432 in the reign of Leary to the year 260, or thereabouts in the reign of Cormac MacArt, 266 A.D. Suffocated by imperfect deglutition of aliment at Sletty, and interred at Rossnary. The collapse which Bloom ascribed to gastric inanition and certain chemical compounds of varying degrees of adulteration and alcoholic strength, accelerated by mental exertion and the velocity of rapid circular motion in a relaxing atmosphere, Stephen attributed to the reapparition of a matutinal cloud, perceived by both from two different points of observation, Sandycove and Dublin, at first no bigger than a woman's hand. Was there one point on which their views were equal and negative? The influence of gaslight or electric light on the growth of adjoining paraheliotropic trees. Had Bloom discussed similar subjects during nocturnal perambulations in the past? In 1884 with Owen Goldberg and Cecil Turnbull at night on public thoroughfares between Longwood Avenue and Leonard S. Corner, and Leonard S. Corner and Synge Street, and Synge Street and Bloomfield Avenue. In 1885 with Percy Upjohn in the evenings, reclined against the wall between Gibraltar Villa and Bloomfield House in Crumlin, barony of Uppercross. In 1886, occasionally with casual acquaintances and prospective purchasers on doorsteps, in front parlors, in third-class railway carriages of suburban lines. In 1888 frequently with Major Brian Tweedy and his daughter Miss Marion Tweedy, together, and separately on the lounge in Matthew Dillon's house in Roundtown. Once in 1892, and once in 1893 with Julius Judah Mastiansky, on both occasions in the parlor of his Bloom's house in Lombard Street, West. What reflection concerning the irregular sequence of dates 1884, 1885, 1886, 1888, 1892, 1893, 1904, did Bloom make before their arrival at their destination? He reflected that the progressive extension of the field of individual development and experience was regressively accompanied by a restriction of the converse domain of interindividual relations. As in what ways? From inexistence to existence, he came to many and was as one received. Existence with existence, he was with any as any with any. From existence to non-existence gone, he would be by all as none perceived. What act did Bloom make on their arrival at their destination? At the house steps of the fourth of the equidifferent uneven numbers, number 7 Eccles Street, he inserted his hand mechanically into the back pocket of his trousers to obtain his latchkey. Was it there? It was in the corresponding pocket of the trousers which he had worn on the day but one preceding. Why was he doubly irritated? Because he had forgotten and because he remembered that he had reminded himself twice not to forget. What were then the alternatives before the premeditatedly, respectively, and inadvertently keyless couple? To enter or not to enter, to knock or not to knock, Bloom's decision. A stratagem. Resting his feet on the dwarf wall, he climbed over the area railings, compressed his hat on his head, grasped 2 points at the lower union of rails and stiles, lowered his body gradually by its length of 5 feet 9 inches and a half to within 2 feet 10 inches of the area pavement, and allowed his body to move freely in space by separating himself from the railings and crouching in preparation for the impact of the fall. Did he fall? By his body's known weight of 11 stone and 4 pounds in avoirdupois measure, as certified by the graduated machine for periodical self-weighing in the premises of Francis Frodman, pharmaceutical chemist of 19 Frederick Street, North, on the last feast of the Ascension, to wit, the 12th day of May of the bisextile year 1904 of the Christian era, Jewish era 5664, Mohammedan era 1322. Golden number 5, Epoch 13, Solar Cycle 9, Dominical letters CB, Roman indiction 2, Julian period 6617, MCMIV. Did he rise uninjured by concussion? Regaining new stable equilibrium, he rose uninjured though concussed by the impact, raised the latch of the area door by the exertion of force at its freely moving flange and by leverage of the first kind applied at its fulcrum, gained retarded access to the kitchen through the subadjacent scullery, ignited a lucifer match by friction, set free inflammable coal gas by turning on the vent cock, lit a high flame which, by regulating, he reduced to quiescent candescence and lit finally a portable candle. What discrete succession of images did Stephen meanwhile perceive? Reclined against the area railings, he perceived through the transparent kitchen panes a man regulating a gas flame of 14 cp, a man lighting a candle of 1 cp, a man removing in turn each of his 2 boots, a man leaving the kitchen holding a candle. Did the man reappear elsewhere? After a lapse of 4 minutes, the glimmer of his candle was discernible through the semi-transparent, semicircular glass fanlight over the hall door. The hall door turned gradually on its hinges. In the open space of the doorway, the man reappeared without his hat, with his candle. Did Stephen obey his sign? Yes, entering softly, he helped to close and chain the door and followed softly along the hallway the man's back and listed feet and lighted candle, past a lighted crevice of doorway on the left, and carefully down a turning staircase of more than 5 steps into the kitchen of Bloom's house. What did Bloom do? He extinguished the candle by a sharp expiration of breath upon its flame, drew 2 spoonseat deal chairs to the hearthstone, one for Stephen with its back to the area window, the other for himself when necessary, knelt on one knee, composed in the great pyre of cross-laid recintip sticks, and various colored papers and irregular polygons of best Abram coal at 21 shillings a ton from the yard of Messrs. Flower, and M. Donald of 14D Ollier Street. Kindled it at 3 projecting points of paper with 1 ignited lucifer match, thereby releasing the potential energy contained in the fuel, by allowing its carbon and hydrogen elements to enter into free union with the oxygen of the air. Of what similar apparitions did Stephen think? Of others elsewhere in other times who, kneeling on one knee or on two, had kindled fires for him. Of Brother Michael in the infirmary of the College of the Society of Jesus at Clongowes Wood, Sallins, in the county of Kildare. Of his father, Simon Dedellis, in an unfurnished room of his first residence in Dublin, number 13 Fitzgibbon Street. Of his godmother, Miss Kate Morkan, in the house of her dying sister, Miss Julia Morkan, at 15 Usher S. Island. Of his Aunt Sarah, wife of Richard Gooding, in the kitchen of their lodgings at 62 Clambrassel Street. Of his mother Mary, wife of Simon Dedellis, in the kitchen of number 12 North Richmond Street on the morning of the feast of St. Francis Xavier 1898. Of the Dean of Studies, Father Butt, in the Physics Theatre of University College, 16 Stephen S. Green, North. Of his sister Delia in his Father S. house in Cabra. What did Stephen see on raising his gaze to the height of a yard from the fire towards the opposite wall? Under a row of 5 coiled spring house bells, a curvilinear rope, stretched between 2 holdfasts athwart across the recess beside the chimney pier, from which hung 4 small-sized square handkerchiefs folded unattached consecutively in adjacent rectangles, and 1 pair of ladies' gray hose with lisle suspender tops and feet in their habitual position, clamped by 3 erect wooden pegs, 2 at their outer extremities, and the 3rd at their point of junction. What did Bloom see on the range? On the right, smaller, hob a blue enameled saucepan. On the left, larger, hob a black iron kettle. What did Bloom do at the range? He removed the saucepan to the left hob, rose and carried the iron kettle to the sink in order to tap the current by turning the faucet to let it flow. Did it flow? Yes. From Roundwood Reservoir in County Wicklow of a cubic capacity of 2,400 million gallons, percolating through a subterranean aqueduct of filter mains of single and double pipage, constructed at an initial plant cost of 5 per linear yard by way of the Dargle, Rathdom, Glen of the Downs and Callowhill, to the 26-acre reservoir at Stillorgan, a distance of 22 statute miles, and thence through a system of relieving tanks, by a gradient of 250 feet to the city boundary at Eustace Bridge, Upper Leeson Street, though from prolonged summer drought and daily supply of 12.12 million gallons, the water had fallen below the sill of the overflow weir, for which reason the borough surveyor and waterworks engineer, Mr. Spencer Hardy, C.E., on the instructions of the Waterworks Committee, had prohibited the use of municipal water for purposes other than those of consumption, envisaging the possibility of recourse being had to the impotable water of the Grand and Royal Canals, as in 1893, particularly as the South Dublin Guardians, notwithstanding their ration of 15 gallons per day per pauper supplied through a 6-inch meter, had been convicted of a wastage of 20,000 gallons per night by a reading of their meter on the affirmation of the law agent of the corporation, Mr. Ignatius Rice, solicitor, thereby acting to the detriment of another section of the public, self-supporting taxpayers, solvent, sound. What in water did Bloom, waterlover, drawer of water, water carrier, returning to the range, admire? Its universality, its democratic equality and constancy to its nature in seeking its own level, its vastness in the ocean of Mercator's projection, its unplumbed profundity in the Sundom Trench of the Pacific exceeding 8,000 fathoms, the restlessness of its waves and surface particles visiting in turn all points of its seaboard, the independence of its units, the variability of states of sea, its hydrostatic quiescence in calm, its hydrokinetic turgidity in neap and spring tides, its subsidence after devastation, its sterility in the circumpolar ice caps, Arctic and Antarctic, its climatic and commercial significance, its preponderance of 3-to-1 over the dry land of the globe, its indisputable hegemony extending in square leagues over all the region below the subequatorial Tropic of Capricorn, the multisecular stability of its primeval basin, its lutea fulvis bed, its capacity to dissolve and hold in solution all soluble substances, including millions of tons of the most precious metals, its slow erosions of peninsulas and islands, its persistent formation of homothetic islands, peninsulas and downward-tending promontories, its alluvial deposits, its weight and volume and density, its imperturbability in lagoons and highland tarns, its gradation of colors in the torrid and temperate and frigid zones, its vehicular ramifications in continental lake-contained streams and confluent ocean-flowing rivers with their tributaries and transoceanic currents, Gulf Stream, north and south equatorial courses, its violence in seaquakes, waterspouts, artesian wells, eruptions, torrents, eddies, freshets, spates, groundswells, watersheds, waterpartings, geysers, cataracts, whirlpools, maelstroms, inundations, deluges, cloudbursts, its vast circumterrestrial ahorizontal curve, its secrecy in springs and latent humidity, revealed by rhabdomantic or hygrometric instruments and exemplified by the well by the hole in the wall at Ashton Gate, saturation of air, distillation of dew, the simplicity of its composition, 2 constituent parts of hydrogen with 1 constituent part of oxygen, its healing virtues, its buoyancy in the waters of the Dead Sea, its persevering penetrativeness in runnels, gullies, inadequate dams, leaks on shipboard, its properties for cleansing, quenching thirst and fire, nourishing vegetation, its infallibility as paradigm and paragon, its metamorphoses as vapor, mist, cloud, rain, sleet, snow, hail, its strength in rigid hydrants, its variety of forms in locks and bays and gulfs and bights and guts and lagoons and atolls and archipelagos and sounds and fjords and minches and tidal estuaries and arms of sea, its solidity in glaciers, icebergs, ice flows, its docility in working hydraulic mill wheels, turbines, dynamos, electric power stations, bleachworks, tanneries, scutch mills, its utility in canals, rivers, if navigable, floating and graving docks, its potentiality derivable from harnessed tides or watercourses falling from level to level, its submarine fauna and flora, anacoustic, photophobe, numerically, if not literally, the inhabitants of the globe, its ubiquity as constituting 90% of the human body, the noxiousness of its effluvia in lacustrine percent marshes, pestilential fens, faded flower waiter, stagnant pools in the waning moon. Having set the half-filled kettle on the now burning coals, why did he return to the still-flowing tap? To wash his soiled hands with a partially consumed tablet of Barrington's lemon-flavored soap, to which paper still adhered, bought 13 hours previously for 4pence, and still unpaid for, in fresh, cold, never-changing, ever-changing water, and dry them, face and hands, in a long, red-bordered Holland cloth passed over a wooden revolving roller. What reason did Stephen give for declining Bloom's offer? That he was hydrophobe, having partial contact by immersion or total by submersion in cold water, his last bath having taken place in the month of October of the preceding year, disliking the aqueous substances of glass and crystal, distrusting aquacities of thought and language. What impeded Bloom from giving Stephen counsels of hygiene and prophylactic, to which should be added suggestions concerning a preliminary wetting of the head and contraction of the muscles, with rapid splashing of the face and neck and thoracic and epigastric region, in case of sea or river bathing, the parts of the human anatomy most sensitive to cold being the nape, stomach and thenar, or sole of foot? The incompatibility of aquacity with the erratic originality of genius. What additional didactic counsels did he similarly repress? Dietary, concerning the respective percentage of protein and caloric energy in bacon, salt ling and butter, the absence of the former in the last named, and the abundance of the latter in the first named, which seemed to the host to be the predominant qualities of his guest. Confidence in himself, an equal and opposite power of abandonment and recuperation. What concomitant phenomenon took place in the vessel of liquid by the agency of fire, the phenomenon of ebullition? Fanned by a constant updraft of ventilation between the kitchen and the chimney flue, ignition was communicated from the faggots of precombustible fuel, to polyhedral masses of bituminous coal, containing in compressed mineral form the foliated fossilized decidua of primeval forests, which had in turn derived their vegetative existence from the sun, primal source of heat, radiant, transmitted through omnipresent luminiferous diathermanous ether. Heat convected, a mode of motion developed by such combustion, was constantly and increasingly conveyed from the source of calorification to the liquid contained in the vessel, being radiated through the uneven, unpolished dark surface of the metal iron, in part reflected, in part absorbed, in part transmitted, gradually raising the temperature of the water from normal to boiling point. A rise in temperature expressible as the result of an expenditure of 72 thermal units needed to raise 1 pound of water from 50 to 212 Fahrenheit. What announced the accomplishment of this rise in temperature? A double falciform ejection of water vapor from under the kettle lid at both sides simultaneously. For what personal purpose could Bloom have applied the water so boiled? To shave himself. What advantages attended shaving by night? A softer beard. A softer brush if intentionally allowed to remain from shave to shave in its agglutinated lather. A softer skin if unexpectedly encountering female acquaintances in remote places at uncustomary hours. Quiet reflections upon the course of the day. A cleaner sensation when awaking after a fresher sleep since matutinal noises, premonitions and perturbations, a clattered milk can, a postman's double knock, a paper read, reread while lathering, relathering the same spot, a shock, a shoot, with thought of aught he sought though fraught with naught might cause a faster rate of shaving and a nick on which incision plaster with precision cut and humected and applied adhered, which was to be done. Why did absence of light disturb him less than presence of noise? Because of the surety of the sense of touch in his firm, full masculine, feminine, passive, active hand. What quality did it, his hand, possess, but with what counteracting influence? The operative surgical quality, but that he was reluctant to shed human blood even when the end justified the means, preferring, in their natural order, heliotherapy, psychophysicotherapeutics, osteopathic surgery. What lay under exposure on the lower, middle and upper shelves of the kitchen dresser, opened by Bloom? On the lower shelf 5 vertical breakfast plates, 6 horizontal breakfast saucers on which rested inverted breakfast cups, a moustache cup uninverted and saucer of Crown Derby, 4 white gold-rimmed egg cups, an open chamois purse displaying coins, mostly copper, and a phial of aromatic violet comfits. On the middle shelf a chipped egg cup containing pepper, a drum of table salt, 4 conglomerated black olives in oleaginous paper, an empty pot of Plumtree's potted meat, an oval wicker basket bedded with fiber and containing 1 Jersey pear, a half-empty bottle of William Gilby & Co.'s white invalid port, half disrobed of its swathe of coral pink tissue paper, a packet of Epps' soluble cocoa, 5 ounces of Anne Lynch's choice tea at 2 per lb in a crinkled lead paper bag, a cylindrical canister containing the best crystallized lump sugar, 2 onions, 1, the larger, Spanish, entire, the other, smaller, Irish, bisected with augmented surface and more redolent, a jar of Irish model dairy cream, a jug of brown crockery containing a naggin and a quarter of soured adulterated milk, converted by heat into water, acidulous serum and semi-solidified curds, which added to the quantity subtracted from Mr. Bloom's and Mrs. Fleming's breakfasts, made 1 imperial pint, the total quantity originally delivered, 2 cloves, a halfpenny and a small dish containing a slice of fresh rib steak. On the upper shelf a battery of jam jars empty, of various sizes and proveniences. What attracted his attention lying on the apron of the dresser? 4 polygonal fragments of 2 lacerated scarlet betting tickets, numbered 887, 886. What reminiscences temporarily corrugated his brow? Reminiscences of coincidences, truth stranger than fiction, pre-indicative of the result of the gold cup flat handicap, the official and definitive result of which he had read in the Evening Telegraph, late pink edition, in the cabman's shelter at Butt Bridge, where had previous intimations of the result, affected or projected, been received by him. In Bernard Kiernan's licensed premises 8, 9 and 10 Little Britain Street, in David Byon's licensed premises 14 Duke Street, in O'Connell Street Lower, outside Graham Lemon's when a dark man had placed in his hand a throwaway, subsequently thrown away, advertising Elijah, restorer of the church in Zion, in Lincoln Place outside the premises of F. W. Swenny & Co. Limited, dispensing chemists when Frederick M. Bantam, Leon had rapidly and successively requested, perused and restituted the copy of the current issue of the Freeman's Journal and National Press which he had been about to throw away, subsequently thrown away. He had proceeded towards the oriental edifice of the Turkish and Warm Baths, 11 Leinster Street, with the light of inspiration shining in his countenance and bearing in his arms the secret of the race, graven in the language of prediction. What qualifying considerations allayed his perturbations? The difficulties of interpretation, since the significance of any event followed its occurrence as variably as the acoustic report followed the electrical discharge, and of counterestimating against an actual loss by failure to interpret the total sum of possible losses proceeding originally from a successful interpretation. His mood: he had not risked, he did not expect, he had not been disappointed, he was satisfied. What satisfied him? To have sustained no positive loss, to have brought a positive gain to others, light to the Gentiles. How did Bloom prepare a collation for a Gentile? He poured into 2 teacups 2 level spoonfuls, 4 in all, of Epps' soluble cocoa, and proceeded according to the directions for use printed on the label, to each adding, after sufficient time for infusion, the prescribed ingredients for diffusion in the manner and in the quantity prescribed. What supererogatory marks of special hospitality did the host show his guest? Relinquishing his symposiarchal right to the mustache cup of imitation Crown Derby presented to him by his only daughter, Millicent Millie, he substituted a cup identical with that of his guest, and served extraordinarily to his guest, and in reduced measure to himself, the viscous cream ordinarily reserved for the breakfast of his wife Marion, Molly. Was the guest conscious of, and did he acknowledge these marks of hospitality? His attention was directed to them by his host jocosely, and he accepted them seriously as they drank in jocoserious silence Epps' mass product, the creature cocoa. Were there marks of hospitality which he contemplated but suppressed, reserving them for another, and for himself on future occasions to complete the act begun? The reparation of a fissure of the length of 112 inches in the right side of his guest's jacket. A gift to his guest of one of the 4 ladies' handkerchiefs, if and when ascertained to be in a presentable condition, who drank more quickly. Bloom having the advantage of 10 seconds at the initiation and taking, from the concave surface of a spoon along the handle of which a steady flow of heat was conducted, 3 sips to his opponent's 1, 6-2, 9-3. What cerebration accompanied his frequentative act? Concluding by inspection, but erroneously, that his silent companion was engaged in mental composition, he reflected on the pleasures derived from literature of instruction, rather than of amusement, as he himself had applied to the works of William Shakespeare, more than once for the solution of difficult problems in imaginary or real life. Had he found their solution? In spite of careful and repeated reading of certain classical passages, aided by a glossary, he had derived imperfect conviction from the text, the answers not bearing in all points. What lines concluded his first piece of original verse written by him, potential poet, at the age of 11 in 1877, on the occasion of the offering of 3 prizes of 10, 5 and 2/6, respectively for competition by the Shamrock, a weekly newspaper. An ambition to squint at my verses in print makes me hope that, for these ull find room. If you so condescend, then please place at the end the name of yours truly, L. Bloom. Did he find four separating forces between his temporary guest and him? Name, age, race, creed. What anagrams had he made on his name in youth? Leopold Bloom Elpidbamel Maldoplu Balopdum Old Alibo. MP. What acrostic upon the abbreviation of his first name had he, kinetic poet, sent to Miss Marion, Molly, Tweedy on the 14 February 1888. Poets oft have sung in rhyme of music sweet their praise divine. Let them hymn it 9 times 9. Dearer far than song or wine, you are mine, the world is mine. What had prevented him from completing a topical song, music by R.G. Johnston on the events of the past, or fixtures for the actual years, entitled If Brian Boru Could But Come Back and See Old Dublin Now, commissioned by Michael Gunn, lessee of the Gaiety Theatre, 46, 47, 48, 49 South King Street, and to be introduced into the sixth scene, the Valley of Diamonds of the second edition, 30 January 1893, of the grand annual Christmas pantomime Sinbad the Sailor, produced by R. Shelton, 26 December 1892, written by Greenleaf Whittier, scenery by George A. Jackson and Cecil Hicks, costumes by Mrs. and Miss Wellen under the personal supervision of Mrs. Michael Gunn, ballets by Jessie Noir, harlequinade by Thomas Otto, and sung by Nellie Bouverist, principal girl. Firstly, oscillation between events of imperial and of local interest, the anticipated Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria, born 1820, acceded 1837, and the posticipated opening of the new municipal fish market. Secondly, apprehension of opposition from extreme circles on the questions of the respective visits of their Royal Highnesses the Duke and Duchess of York real, and of His Majesty King Brian Boru imaginary. Thirdly, a conflict between professional etiquette and professional emulation concerning the recent erections of the Grand Lyric Hall on Burgh Quay and the Theatre Royal in Hawkins Street. Fourthly, distraction resultant from compassion for Nellie Bouverist's non-intellectual, non-political, non-topical expression of countenance and concupiscence, caused by Nellie Bouverist's revelations of white articles of non-intellectual, non-political, non-topical underclothing, while she, Nellie Bouverist, was in the articles. Fifthly, the difficulties of the selection of appropriate music and humorous allusions from Everybody's Book of Jokes, 1,000 pages and a laugh in every one. Sixthly, the rhymes, homophonous and cacophonous, associated with the names of the new Lord Mayor, Daniel Tallon, the new High Sheriff, Thomas Pyle and the new Solicitor General, Dunbar Plunkett Barton. What relation existed between their ages? 16 years before, in 1888, when Bloom was of Stephen's present age, Stephen was 16 years after in 1920, when Stephen would be of Bloom's present age, Bloom would be 54. In 1936, when Bloom would be 70, and Stephen 54, their ages, initially in the ratio of 16:0, would be as 17:12 to 13:12, the proportion increasing and the disparity diminishing according as arbitrary future years were added. For if the proportion existing in 1883 had continued immutable, conceiving that to be possible, till then 1904, when Stephen was 22, Bloom would be 374, and in 1920, when Stephen would be 38, as Bloom then was, Bloom would be 646, while in 1952, when Stephen would have attained the maximum post-Diluvian age of 70, Bloom, being 1190 years alive, having been born in the year 714, would have surpassed by 221 years the maximum antediluvian age, that of Methuselah, 969 years, while, if Stephen would continue to live until he would attain that age in the year 3072 A.D., Bloom would have been obliged to have been alive 83,300 years, having been obliged to have been born in the year 1396 B.C. What events might nullify these calculations? The cessation of existence of both or either, the inauguration of a new era or calendar, the annihilation of the world and consequent extermination of the human species, inevitable but unpredictable. How many previous encounters proved their pre-existing acquaintance? 2. The first in the lilac garden of Matthew Dillon's house, Medina Villa, Kimmage Road, Roundtown, in 1887, in the company of Stephen's mother, Stephen being then of the age of 5 and reluctant to give his hand in salutation. The second in the coffee room of Breslin's Hotel on a rainy Sunday in the January of 1892, in the company of Stephen's father and Stephen's granduncle, Stephen being then 5 years older. Did Bloom accept the invitation to dinner given then by the son and afterwards seconded by the father? Very gratefully, with grateful appreciation, with sincere appreciative gratitude, in appreciatively grateful sincerity of regret, he declined. Did their conversation on the subject of these reminiscences reveal a third connecting link between them? Mrs. Riordan Dante, a widow of independent means, had resided in the house of Stephen's parents from 1 September 1888 to 29 December 1891, and had also resided during the years 1892, 1893, and 1894 in the City Arms Hotel, owned by Elizabeth O'Dowd of 54 Prussia Street, where, during parts of the years 1893 and 1894, she had been a constant informant of Bloom, who resided also in the same hotel, being at that time a clerk in the employment of Joseph Cuff of 5 Smithfield, for the superintendence of sales in the adjacent Dublin cattle market on the North Circular Road. Had he performed any special corporal work of mercy for her? He had sometimes propelled her on warm summer evenings, an infirm widow of independent, if limited, means, in her convalescent bath chair with slow revolutions of its wheels, as far as the corner of the North Circular Road opposite Mr. Gavin Lowe's place of business, where she had remained for a certain time scanning through his one-lensed binocular field-glasses unrecognizable citizens on tramcars, roadster bicycles equipped with inflated pneumatic tires, hackney carriages, tandems, private and hired landaus, dog carts, pony traps and brakes passing from the city to the Phoenix Park and vice versa. Why could he then support that his vigil with the greater equanimity? Because in middle youth he had often sat observing through a rondel of bossed glass of a multicolored pane, the spectacle offered with continual changes of the thoroughfare without, pedestrians, quadrupeds, velocipedes, vehicles, passing slowly, quickly, evenly, round and round the rim of a round and round precipitous globe. What distinct different memories had each of her now 8 years deceased. The older, her bezique cards and counters, her Skye Terrier, her supposititious wealth, her lapses of responsiveness and incipient catarrhal deafness. The younger, her lamp of colza oil before the statue of the Immaculate Conception, her green and maroon brushes for Charles Stewart Parnell and for Michael Davitt, her tissue papers. Were there no means still remaining to him to achieve the rejuvenation which these reminiscences divulged to a younger companion, rendered the more desirable? The indoor exercises, formerly intermittently practiced, subsequently abandoned, prescribed in Eugen Sando's Physical Strength, and How to Obtain It, which, designed particularly for commercial men engaged in sedentary occupations, were to be made with mental concentration in front of a mirror so as to bring into play the various families of muscles, and produce successively a pleasant rigidity, a more pleasant relaxation, and the most pleasant repristination of juvenile agility. Had any special agility been his in earlier youth? Though ring-weight lifting had been beyond his strength, and the full circle gyration beyond his courage, yet as a high school scholar, he had excelled in his stable and protracted execution of the half-lever movement on the parallel bars, in consequence of his abnormally developed abdominal muscles. Did either openly allude to their racial difference? Neither. What, reduced to their simplest reciprocal form, were Bloom's thoughts about Stephen's thoughts about Bloom, and about Stephen's thoughts about Bloom's thoughts about Stephen. He thought that he was a Jew, whereas he knew that he knew that he knew that he was not. What the enclosures of reticence removed were their respective parentages. Bloom, only born male transubstantial heir of Rudolf Virag, subsequently Rudolf Bloom of Szombathely, Vienna, Budapest, Milan, London, and Dublin, and of Ellen Higgins, second daughter of Julius Higgins, born Caroli, and Fanny Higgins, born Hegarty. Stephen, eldest surviving male consubstantial heir of Simon Dedalus of Cork and Dublin, and of Mary, daughter of Richard and Christina Gooding, born Grier. Had Bloom and Stephen been baptized, and where and by whom, cleric or layman? Bloom 3 times, by the Reverend Mr. Gilmer Johnston, M.A. alone in the Protestant Church of St. Nicholas Without, Coombe by James O'Connor, Philip Gilligan and James Fitzpatrick together, under a pump in the village of Swords, and by the Reverend Charles Malone C.C. in the Church of the Three Patrons, Rathgar. Stephen once, by the Reverend Charles Malone C.C., alone in the Church of the Three Patrons, Rathgar. Did they find their educational careers similar? Substituting Stephen for Bloomsdoom would have passed successively through a Dame S. school and the high school. Substituting Bloom for Stephen Bleffin would have passed successively through the preparatory, junior, middle, and senior grades of the intermediate, and through the matriculation, first arts, second arts, and arts degree courses of the Royal University. Why did Bloom refrain from stating that he had frequented the University of Life? Because of his fluctuating incertitude as to whether this observation had or had not been already made by him to Stephen or by Stephen to him. What two temperaments did they individually represent? The scientific, the artistic. What proofs did Bloom adduce to prove that his tendency was towards applied rather than towards pure science? Certain possible inventions of which he had cogitated when reclining in a state of supine repletion to aid digestion, stimulated by his appreciation of the importance of inventions now common, but once revolutionary, for example, the aeronautic parachute, the reflecting telescope, the spiral corkscrew, the safety pin, the mineral water siphon, the canal lock with winch and sluice, the suction pump. Were these inventions principally intended for an improved scheme of kindergarten? Yes, rendering obsolete pop guns, elastic air bladders, games of hazard, catapults. They comprised astronomical kaleidoscopes exhibiting the 12 constellations of the zodiac from Aries to Pisces, miniature mechanical orreries, arithmetical gelatine lozenges, geometrical to correspond with zoological biscuits, globe map playing balls, historically costumed dolls. What also stimulated him in his cogitations? The financial success achieved by Ephraim Marx and Charles A. James, the former by his 1D bazaar at 42 George S. Street, South, the latter at his 612D shop and World S. Fancy Fair and Waxwork Exhibition at 30 Henry Street, admission 2D, children 1D. And the infinite possibilities hitherto unexploited of the modern art of advertisement if condensed in triliteral monoidal symbols, vertically of maximum visibility, divined, horizontally of maximum legibility, deciphered, and of magnetizing efficacy to arrest involuntary attention, to interest, to convince, to decide. Such as K11, Kin OS 11 trousers, House of Keys, Alexander J. Keys such as not, look at this long candle. Calculate when it burns out and you receive gratis 1 pair of our special non-compo boots, guaranteed 1 candle power. Address, Barclay and Cook, 18 Talbot Street. Basilical insect powder. Varibist boot blacking. Uintit combined pocket 2-blade penknife with corkscrew, nail-file and pipe cleaner. Such as never. What is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete, with it an abode of bliss. Manufactured by George Plumtree, 23 Merchants Quay, Dublin, put up in 4 Oz pots, and inserted by Councillor Joseph P. Nanetti, MP, Rotunda Ward, 19 Hardwick Street, under the obituary notices and anniversaries of deceases. The name on the label is Plumtree. A Plumtree in a meat pot, registered trademark. Beware of imitations, Piedmont. Trumpley, Moutpet, Plamtrue. Which example did he adduce to induce Stephen to deduce that originality, though producing its own reward, does not invariably conduce to success? His own ideated and rejected project of an illuminated show cart, drawn by a beast of burden, in which two smartly dressed girls were to be seated engaged in writing. What suggested scene was then constructed by Stephen? Solitary hotel in Mountain Pass. Autumn twilight, fire lit. In dark corner, young man seated. Young woman enters, restless. Solitary she sits, she goes to window. She stands, she sits, twilight. She thinks, on solitary hotel paper she writes, she thinks. She writes, she sighs, wheels and hoofs. She hurries out. He comes from his dark corner. He seizes solitary paper. He holds it towards fire. Twilight he reads. Solitary what? In sloping upright and backhands. Queen S Hotel, Queen S Hotel, Queen S Hotel. Queen S Ho. What suggested scene was then reconstructed by Bloom? The Queen S Hotel, Ennis, County Clare, where Rudolph Bloom, Rudolph Verrag, died on the evening of the 27 June 1886, at some hour unstated, in consequence of an overdose of monkshood aconite, self-administered in the form of a neuralgic liniment composed of 2 parts of aconite liniment to 1 of chloroform liniment, purchased by him at 10:02 a.m. on the morning of 27 June 1886 at the Medical Hall of Francis Denye, 17 Church Street, Ennis, after having, though not in consequence of having, purchased at 3:15 p.m. on the afternoon of 27 June 1886 a new boater straw hat, extra smart, after having, though not in consequence of having, purchased at the hour and in the place aforesaid, the toxin aforesaid, at the general drapery store of James Cullen, 4 Main Street, Ennis. Did he attribute this homonymity to information or coincidence or intuition? Coincidence. Did he depict the scene verbally for his guest to see? He preferred himself to see another S face, and listen to another S words by which potential narration was realized, and kinetic temperament relieved. Did he see only a second coincidence in the second scene narrated to him, described by the narrator as a Pisgah site of Palestine or the parable of the plums? It with the preceding scene and with others unnarrated but existent by implication, to which add essays on various subjects or moral apothegms, e.g. my favorite hero or procrastination is The Thief of Time, composed during school years, seemed to him to contain in itself, and in conjunction with the personal equation, certain possibilities of financial, social, personal, and sexual success, whether specially collected and selected as model pedagogic themes, of cent-per-cent merit, for the use of preparatory and junior grade students, or contributed in printed form, following the precedent of Philip Boeuf, or Dr. Dick, or Heblan S. Studies in Blue, to a publication of certified circulation and solvency, or employed verbally as intellectual stimulation for sympathetic auditors, tacitly appreciative of successful narrative and confidently augurative of successful achievement, during the increasingly longer nights gradually following the summer solstice on the day but 3 following, Videlicet, Tuesday, 21 June, S. Aloysius Gonzaga, sunrise 3:33 a.m., sunset 8:29 p.m., which domestic problem as much as, if not more than, any other frequently engaged his mind. What to do with our wives? What had been his hypothetical singular solutions? Parlor games, dominoes, halma, tiddledoinks, spillikins, cup and ball, nap, spoil 5, bezique, 25, beggar my neighbor, drafts, chess or backgammon, embroidery, darning or knitting for the Police-Aided Clothing Society, musical duets, mandolin and guitar, piano and flute, guitar and piano, legal scrivenery or envelope addressing, Bi-weekly visits to variety entertainments. Commercial activity as pleasantly commanding and pleasingly obeyed mistress proprietress in a cool dairy shop or warm cigar divan. The clandestine satisfaction of erotic irritation in masculine brothels, state-inspected and medically controlled. Social visits, at regular and frequent prevented intervals, and with regular frequent preventive superintendents, to and from female acquaintances of recognized respectability in the vicinity. Courses of evening instruction, specially designed to render liberal instruction agreeable. What instances of deficient mental development in his wife inclined him in favor of the last-mentioned ninth solution. In disoccupied moments, she had more than once covered a sheet of paper with signs and hieroglyphics which she stated were Greek and Irish and Hebrew characters. She had interrogated constantly at varying intervals as to the correct method of writing the capital initial of the name of a city in Canada, Quebec. She understood little of political complications, internal or balance of power, external. In calculating the addenda of bills, she frequently had recourse to digital aid. After completion of laconic epistolary compositions, she abandoned the implement of calligraphy in the encaustic pigment, exposed to the corrosive action of copperas, green vitriol, and nutgall. Unusual polysyllables of foreign origin she interpreted phonetically or by false analogy or by both. Metempsychosis, metempsychoses, alias, a mendacious person mentioned in sacred scripture. What compensated in the false balance of her intelligence for these and such deficiencies of judgment regarding persons, places, and things? The false apparent parallelism of all perpendicular arms of all balances proved true by construction. The counterbalance of her proficiency of judgment regarding one person proved true by experiment. How had he attempted to remedy this state of comparative ignorance? Variously. By leaving in a conspicuous place a certain book open at a certain page, by assuming in her, when alluding explanatorily, latent knowledge, by open ridicule in her presence of some absent other ignorant lapse. With what success had he attempted direct instruction? She followed not all, a part of the whole, gave attention with interest comprehended with surprise, with care repeated, with greater difficulty remembered, forgot with ease, with misgiving re-remembered, re-repiated with error. What system had proved more effective? Indirect suggestion implicating self-interest. Example: she disliked umbrella with rain, he liked woman with umbrella. She disliked new hat with rain, he liked woman with new hat. He bought new hat with rain. She carried umbrella with new hat. Accepting the analogy implied in his guest's parable, which examples of post-exilic eminence did he adduce? 3 seekers of the pure truth: Moses of Egypt, Moses Maimonides, author of More Nebuchim, Guide of the Perplexed, and Moses Mendelssohn, of such eminence that from Moses of Egypt to Moses Mendelssohn there arose none like Moses Maimonides. What statement was made under correction by Bloom concerning a 4th seeker of pure truth, by name Aristotle, mentioned with permission by Stephen? That the seeker mentioned had been a pupil of a rabbinical philosopher, name uncertain. Were other anapocryphal illustrious sons of the law and children of a selected or rejected race mentioned? Felix Bartholdy Mendelssohn, composer; Baruch Spinoza, philosopher; Mendoza, pugilist; Ferdinand Lassalle, reformer, dualist. What fragments of verse from the ancient Hebrew and ancient Irish languages were cited with modulations of voice and translation of texts, by guest to host and by host to guest? By Stephen: Suil, Suil, Suil Aaron, Suil go siakir agus Suil go Qin, walk, walk, walk your way, walk in safety, walk with care. By Bloom: Kaiflach, Haraman Rakach Embad El Zamach, thy temple amid thy hair is as a slice of pomegranate. How was a glyphic comparison of the phonic symbols of both languages made in substantiation of the oral comparison? By juxtaposition. on the penultimate blank page of a book of inferior literary style, entitled Sweets of Sin, produced by Bloom and so manipulated that its front cover came in contact with the surface of the table, with a pencil, supplied by Stephen. Stephen wrote the Irish characters for G, A, D, M, simple and modified, and Bloom in turn wrote the Hebrew characters Gimel, Aleph, Daleth, and in the absence of Mem, a substituted Kaf, explaining their arithmetical values as ordinal and cardinal numbers, videlicet 3, 1, 4, and 100. Was the knowledge possessed by both of each of these languages, the extinct and the revived, theoretical or practical? Theoretical, being confined to certain grammatical rules of accidence and syntax, and practically excluding vocabulary. What points of contact existed between these languages and between the peoples who spoke them? The presence of guttural sounds, diacritic aspirations, epenthetic and serval letters in both languages. Their antiquity, both having been taught on the plain of Shinar 242 years after the deluge in the seminary instituted by Phineas Farseg, descendant of Noah, progenitor of Israel, and ascendant of Heber and Heman, progenitors of Ireland. Their archaeological, genealogical, hagiographical, exegetical, homiletic, toponomastic, historical and religious literatures comprising the works of rabbis and Chaldees, Torah, Talmud, Mishnah, and Gemara, Maser, Pentateuch, Book of the Dun Cow, Book of Balamot, Garland of Houth, Book of Kells, their dispersal, persecution, survival, and revival, the isolation of their synagogical and ecclesiastical rites in Ghetto S. Mary S. Abbey and Mass House, Adam and Eve S. Tavern, the proscription of their national costumes in penal laws and Jewish dress acts, the restoration in Chana David of Zion, and the possibility of Irish political autonomy or devolution. What anthem did Bloom chant partially in anticipation of that multiple, ethnically irreducible consummation? Kolod Baal Jwapinima Nefesh, Jehudi, Hamaja. Why was the chant arrested at the conclusion of this first distich? In consequence of defective mnemotechnic. How did the chanter compensate for this deficiency? By a paraphrastic version of the general text. In what common study did their mutual reflections merge? The increasing simplification traceable from the Egyptian epigraphic hieroglyphs to the Greek and Roman alphabets, and the anticipation of modern stenography and telegraphic code in the cuneiform inscriptions, Semitic, and the virgular quinquecostate Ogham writing, Celtic. Did the guest comply with his host's request, doubly, by appending his signature in Irish and Roman characters? What was Stephen's auditive sensation? He heard in a profound, ancient male unfamiliar melody the accumulation of the past. What was Bloom's visual sensation? He saw in a quick young male familiar form the predestination of a future. What were Stephen's and Bloom's quasi-simultaneous volitional quasi-sensations of concealed identities? Visually, Stephen's, the traditional figure of hypostasis, depicted by Johannes Damascenus, Lentulus Romanus and Epiphanius Monachus as Leucodermic, sesquipedalian with wine-dark hair. Auditively Bloom's, the traditional accent of the ecstasy of catastrophe. What future careers had been possible for Bloom in the past, and with what exemplars, in the Church, Roman, Anglican, or Nonconformist? Exemplars: the very Reverend John Conmee S.J., the Reverend T. Salmon D.D., Provost of Trinity College, Dr. Alexander J. Dowie. At the bar, English or Irish. Exemplars: Seymour Bush K.C., Rufus Isaacs K.C. On the stage, modern or Shakespearean. Exemplars: Charles Wyndham, high comedian, Osmond Tyrrell 1901, exponent of Shakespeare. Did the host encourage his guest to chant in a modulated voice a strange legend on an allied theme? Reassuringly, their place, where none could hear them talk, being secluded, reassured, the decocted beverages, allowing for subsolid residual sediment of a mechanical mixture, water plus sugar plus cream plus cocoa, having been consumed. Recite the first major part of this chanted legend. Little Harry Hughes and his schoolfellows all went out for to play ball. And the very first ball little Harry Hughes played he drove it o'er the Jew's garden wall. And the very second ball little Harry Hughes played he broke the Jew's windows all. How did the son of Rudolph receive this first part? With unmixed feeling. Smiling, a Jew, he heard with pleasure and saw the unbroken kitchen window. Recite the second part minor of the legend. Then out there came the Jew's daughter, and she all dressed in green. Come back, you pretty little boy, and play your ball again. I can come back, and I one come back without my schoolfellows all. For if my master he did hear, he de make it a sorry ball. She took him by the lily-white hand, and led him along the hall until she led him to a room where none could hear him call. She took a penknife out of her pocket and cut off his little head. And now he'll play his ball no more, for he lies among the dead. How did the father of Millicent receive this second part? With mixed feelings. Unsmiling, he heard and saw with wonder a Jew's daughter, all dressed in green. Condensed Stephen's commentary. One of all, the least of all, is the victim predestined. Once by inadvertence, twice by design, he challenges his destiny. It comes when he is abandoned and challenges him reluctant, and as an apparition of hope and youth, holds him unresisting. It leads him to a strange habitation, to a secret infidel apartment, and there, implacable, immolates him, consenting. Why was the host, victim predestined, sad? He wished that a tale of a deed should be told of a deed not by him, should by him not be told. Why was the host reluctant, unresisting still, in accordance with the law of the conservation of energy? Why was the host, secret infidel, silent? He weighed the possible evidences for and against ritual murder, the incitations of the hierarchy, the superstition of the populace, the propagation of rumor and continued fraction of veridicity, the envy of opulence, the influence of retaliation, the sporadic reappearance of atavistic delinquency, the mitigating circumstances of fanaticism, hypnotic suggestion and somnambulism. From which, if any, of these mental or physical disorders was he not totally immune? From hypnotic suggestion. Once, waking, he had not recognized his sleeping apartment. More than once, waking, he had been for an indefinite time incapable of moving or uttering sounds. From somnambulism. Once, sleeping, his body had risen, crouched and crawled in the direction of a heatless fire, and having attained its destination, there, curled, unheeded, in night attire had lain, sleeping. Had this latter or any cognate phenomenon declared itself in any member of his family? Twice, in Hall Street and in Ontario Terrace, his daughter Millicent, Millie, at the ages of 6 and 8 years, had uttered in sleep an exclamation of terror, and had replied to the interrogations of two figures in night attire with a vacant, mute expression. What other infantile memories had he of her? 15 June 1889. A querulous newborn female infant crying to cause and lessen congestion. A child renamed Padney Socks, she shook with shocks her money box. Counted his 3 free moneypenny buttons, 1 T-Loo T-Lee. A doll, a boy, a sailor she cast away. Blonde, born of too dark, she had blonde ancestry, remote, a violation, Herr Hauptmann Haynau, Austrian Army, proximate, a hallucination, Lieutenant Mulvey, British Navy. What endemic characteristics were present? Conversely, the nasal and frontal formation was derived in a direct line of lineage which, though interrupted, would continue at distant intervals to more distant intervals to its most distant intervals. What memories had he of her adolescence? She relegated her hoop and skipping grope to a recess. On the Duke's lawn, entreated by an English visitor, she declined to permit him to make and take away her photographic image, objection not stated. On the South Circular Road, in the company of Elsa Potter, followed by an individual of sinister aspect, she went halfway down Stamer Street and turned abruptly back, reason of change not stated. On the vigil of the 15th anniversary of her birth, she wrote a letter from Mullingar, County Westmeath, making a brief allusion to a local student, faculty and year not stated. Did that first division, portending a second division, afflict him? Less than he had imagined, more than he had hoped. What second departure was contemporaneously perceived by him similarly, if differently? A temporary departure of his cat. Why similarly? Why differently? Similarly, because actuated by a secret purpose, the quest of a new male Mullingar student, or of a healing herb valerian. Differently, because of different possible returns to the inhabitants or to the habitation. In other respects were their differences similar. In passivity, in economy, in the instinct of tradition, in unexpectedness. Inasmuch as leaning she sustained her blonde hair for him to ribbon it for her, cf. Neckarking cat. Moreover, on the free surface of the lake in Stephen S. Green, amid inverted reflections of trees, her uncommented spit, describing concentric circles of waterings, indicated by the constancy of its permanence the locus of a somnolent prostrate fish, cf. mouse-watching cat. Again, in order to remember the date, combatants, issue and consequences of a famous military engagement, she pulled a plait of her hair, cf. ear-washing cat. Furthermore, silly Millie, she dreamed of having had an unspoken, unremembered conversation with a horse whose name had been Joseph, to whom, which, she had offered a tumblerful of lemonade which he had appeared to have accepted, cf. hearth-dreaming cat. Hence, in passivity, in economy, in the instinct of tradition, in unexpectedness, their differences were similar. In what way had he utilized gifts? 1. An owl. 2. A clock, given as matrimonial auguries to interest and to instruct her. As object lessons to explain. 1. The nature and habits of oviparous animals, the possibility of aerial flight, certain abnormalities of vision, the secular process of embalsamation. 2. The principle of the pendulum, exemplified in bob, wheelgear and regulator, the translation in terms of human or social regulation of the various positions of clockwise movable indicators on an unmoving dial, the exactitude of the recurrence per hour of an instant in each hour, when the longer and the shorter indicator were at the same angle of inclination, videlicet, 11 minutes past each hour per hour in arithmetical progression. In what manners did she reciprocate? She remembered. On the 27th anniversary of his birth, she presented to him a breakfast moustache-up of imitation Crown Derby porcelain ware. She provided, at quarter day or thereabouts, if or when purchases had been made by him not for her, she showed herself attentive to his necessities, anticipating his desires. She admired. A natural phenomenon having been explained by him to her, she expressed the immediate desire to possess without gradual acquisition a fraction of his science, the moiety, the quarter, 1,000th part. What proposal did Bloom, diambulist, father of Millie, somnambulist, make to Stephen, noctambulist? To pass in repose the hours intervening between Thursday proper and Friday normal, on an extemporized cubicle in the apartment immediately above the kitchen and immediately adjacent to the sleeping apartment of his host and hostess. What various advantages would or might have resulted from a prolongation of such an extemporization? For the guest, security of domicile and seclusion of study. For the host, rejuvenation of intelligence, vicarious satisfaction. For the hostess, disintegration of obsession, acquisition of correct Italian pronunciation. Why might these several provisional contingencies between a guest and a hostess not necessarily preclude, or be precluded by a permanent eventuality of reconciliatory union between a schoolfellow and a Jewess daughter? Because the way to daughter led through mother, the way to mother through daughter. To what inconsequent polysyllabic question of his host did the guest return a monosyllabic negative answer? If he had known the late Mrs. Emily Sinico, accidentally killed at Sydney Parade Railway Station, 14 October 1903, What inchoate corollary statement was consequently suppressed by the host? A statement explanatory of his absence on the occasion of the interment of Mrs. Mary Dedalus, born Gooding, 26 June 1903, vigil of the anniversary of the decease of Rudolph Bloom, born Verag. Was the proposal of asylum accepted? Promptly, inexplicably, with amicability, gratefully it was declined. What exchange of money took place between host and guest? The former returned to the latter without interest a sum of money, 170, £1 7 shillings sterling, advanced by the latter to the former. What counterproposals were alternately advanced, accepted, modified, declined, restated in other terms, reaccepted, ratified, reconfirmed? To inaugurate a prearranged course of Italian instruction, place the residence of the instructed. To inaugurate a course of vocal instruction, place the residence of the instructress. To inaugurate a series of static, semistatic, and peripatetic intellectual dialogues, places the residence of both speakers, if both speakers were resident in the same place. The Ship Hotel and Tavern, 6 Lower Abbey Street, W and E. Canary Proprietors. The National Library of Ireland, 10 Kildare Street, the National Maternity Hospital, 29, 30 and 31 Hall Street, a public garden, the vicinity of a place of worship, a conjunction of 2 or more public thoroughfares, the point of bisection of a right line drawn between their residences, if both speakers were resident in different places. What rendered problematic for Bloom the realization of these mutually self-excluding propositions? The irreparability of the past. Once at a performance of Albert Hingler's circus in the Rotunda, Rutland Square, Dublin, an intuitive parti-colored clown in quest of paternity had penetrated from the ring to a place in the auditorium where Bloom, solitary, was seated, and had publicly declared to an exhilarated audience that he, Bloom, was the clown's papa. The imprevedibility of the future. Once in the summer of 1898 he, Bloom, had marked a florin 2 with 3 notches on the milled edge, and tendered it in payment of an account due to and received by J&T. Davy, Family Grocers, 1 Charlemont Mall, Grand Canal, for circulation on the waters of civic finance, for possible, circuitous, or direct return. Was the clown Bloom's son? No. Had Bloom's coin returned? Never. Why would a recurrent frustration the more depress him? Because at the critical turning point of human existence, he desired to amend many social conditions, the product of inequality and avarice and international animosity. He believed then that human life was infinitely perfectible, eliminating these conditions. There remain the generic conditions imposed by natural, as distinct from human law, as integral parts of the human whole, the necessity of destruction to procure alimentary sustenance, the painful character of the ultimate functions of separate existence, the agonies of birth and death, the monotonous menstruation of simian and particularly human females extending from the age of puberty to the menopause, inevitable accidents at sea, in mines and factories, certain very painful maladies and their resultant surgical operations, innate lunacy and congenital criminality, decimating epidemics, catastrophic cataclysms which make terror the basis of human mentality, seismic upheavals the epicenters of which are located in densely populated regions, the fact of vital growth through convulsions of metamorphosis, from infancy through maturity to decay. Why did he desist from speculation? Because it was a task for a superior intelligence to substitute other more acceptable phenomena in the place of the less acceptable phenomena to be removed. Did Stephen participate in his dejection? He affirmed his significance as a conscious, rational animal, proceeding syllogistically from the known to the unknown, and a conscious, rational reagent between a micro and a macrocosm ineluctably constructed upon the incertitude of the void. Was this affirmation apprehended by Bloom? Not verbally. Substantially. What comforted his misapprehension? That as a competent keyless citizen, he had proceeded energetically from the unknown to the known through the incertitude of the void. In what order of precedence, with what attendant ceremony was the exodus from the house of bondage to the wilderness of inhabitation effected? Lighted candle and stick borne by Bloom, diaconal hat on ashplant borne by Stephen, with what intonation secreto of what commemorative psalm? The 113th modus peregrinus, in exitu Israel de Egypto, domus Jacob de populo barbaro. What did each do at the door of egress? Bloom set the candlestick on the floor. Stephen put the hat on his head. For what creature was the door of egress a door of ingress? For a cat. What spectacle confronted them when they, first the host, then the guest, emerged silently, doubly dark, from obscurity by a passage from the rear of the house into the penumbra of the garden? The heaven tree of stars hung with humid night-blue fruit. With what meditations did Bloom accompany his demonstration to his companion of various constellations? Meditations of evolution increasingly vaster, of the moon invisible in incipient lunation, approaching perigee, of the infinite latiginous scintillating uncondensed Milky Way, discernible by daylight by an observer placed at the lower end of a cylindrical vertical shaft 5,000 ft deep sunk from the surface towards the center of the Earth, of Sirius Alpha in Canis Major, 10 light-years, 57 trillion miles, distant, and in volume 900 times the dimension of our planet, of Arcturus, of the precession of equinoxes, of Orion with belt and sextuple sun Theta and nebula in which 100 of our solar systems could be contained, of moribund and of nascent new stars such as Nova in 1901, of our system plunging towards the constellation of Hercules, of the parallax or parallactic drift of so-called fixed stars, in reality ever-moving wanderers from immeasurably remote eons to infinitely remote futures in comparison with which the years, 70, of allotted human life formed a parenthesis of infinitesimal brevity. Were there obverse meditations of involution increasingly less vast, of the eons of geological periods recorded in the stratifications of the Earth, of the myriad-minute entomological organic existences concealed in cavities of the Earth, beneath removable stones, in hives and mounds, of microbes, germs, bacteria, bacilli, spermatozoa, of the incalculable trillions of billions of millions of imperceptible molecules contained by cohesion of molecular affinity in a single pinhead, of the universe of human serum constellated with red and white bodies, themselves universes of void space constellated with other bodies, each in continuity, its universe of divisible component bodies of which each was again divisible in divisions of redivisible component bodies, dividends and divisors ever diminishing without actual division, till, if the progress were carried far enough, naught nowhere was never reached. Why did he not elaborate these calculations to a more precise result? Because some years previously, in 1886, when occupied with the problem of the quadrature of the circle, he had learned of the existence of a number computed to a relative degree of accuracy to be of such magnitude and of so many places, e.g., the ninth power of the ninth power of 9, that, the result having been obtained, 33 closely printed volumes of 1,000 pages, each of innumerable quires and reams of India paper, would have to be requisitioned in order to contain the complete tale of its printed integers of units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. The nucleus of the nebula of every digit of every series, containing succinctly the potentiality of being raised to the utmost kinetic elaboration of any power of any of its powers. Did he find the problems of the inhabitability of the planets and their satellites by a race, given in species, and of the possible social and moral redemption of said race by a redeemer, easier of solution, of a different order of difficulty? Conscious that the human organism, normally capable of sustaining an atmospheric pressure of 19 tons, when elevated to a considerable altitude in the terrestrial atmosphere, suffered with arithmetical progression of intensity, according as the line of demarcation between troposphere and stratosphere was approximated from nasal hemorrhage, impeded respiration and vertigo. When proposing this problem for solution, he had conjectured as a working hypothesis, which could not be proved impossible, that a more adaptable and differently anatomically constructed race of beings might subsist otherwise under Martian, Mercurial, Veneral, Jovian, Saturnian, Neptunian, or Uranian sufficient and equivalent conditions. Though an apogean humanity of beings created in varying forms with finite differences resulting similar to the whole, and to one another would probably there, as here remain inalterably and inalienably attached to vanities of vanities, and to all that is vanity. And the problem of possible redemption, the minor was proved by the major, which various features of the constellations were in turn considered. Various colors significant of various degrees of vitality, white, yellow, crimson, vermilion, cinnabar, their degrees of brilliancy, their magnitudes revealed up to and including the seventh, their position, the Wagoner S star, Walsingham Way, the Chariot of David, the annular cinctures of Saturn, the condensation of spiral nebulae into suns, the interdependent gyrations of double suns, the independent synchronous discoveries of Galileo, Simon Marius, Piazzi, Leverrier, Herschel, Gala, the systematizations attempted by Bode and Kepler of cubes of distances and squares of times of revolution, the almost infinite compressibility of hirsute comets and their vast elliptical aggressive and reentrant orbits from perihelion to aphelion, the sidereal origin of meteoric stones, the Libyan floods on Mars about the period of the birth of the younger astroscopist, the annual recurrence of meteoric showers about the period of the feast of S. Lawrence Martyr, 10 August, the monthly recurrence known as the new moon with the old moon in her arms, the posited influence of celestial on human bodies, the appearance of a star, first magnitude, of exceeding brilliancy dominating by night and day, a new luminous sun generated by the collision and amalgamation in incandescence of two non-luminous X-suns, about the period of the birth of William Shakespeare over Delta in the recumbent never-sitting constellation of Cassiopeia, and of a star, second magnitude, of similar origin, but of lesser brilliancy which had appeared in and disappeared from the constellation of the Corona Septentrionalis about the period of the birth of Leopold Bloom and of other stars of, presumably, similar origin which had, effectively or presumably, appeared in and disappeared from the constellation of Andromeda about the period of the birth of Stephen Dedalus, and in and from the constellation of Auriga some years after the birth and death of Rudolph Bloom, Jr., and in and from other constellations some years before or after the birth or death of other persons. The attendant phenomena of eclipses, solar and lunar from immersion to immersion, abatement of wind, transit of shadow, taciturnity of winged creatures, emergence of nocturnal or crepuscular animals, persistence of infernal light, obscurity of terrestrial waters, pallor of human beings. His Bloom-s logical conclusion having weighed the matter and allowing for possible error, that it was not a heaven tree, not a heaven grot, not a heaven beast, not a heavenman, that it was a utopia, there being no known method from the known to the unknown, an infinity renderable equally finite by the supposititious apposition of one or more bodies equally of the same and of different magnitudes, a mobility of illusory forms immobilized in space, remobilized in air, a past which possibly had ceased to exist as a present before its probable spectators had entered actual present existence. Was he more convinced of the aesthetic value of the spectacle? Indubitably in consequence of the reiterated examples of poets in the delirium of the frenzy of attachment, or in the abasement of rejection, invoking ardent sympathetic constellations, or the frigidity of the satellite of their planet. Did he then accept as an article of belief the theory of astrological influences upon sublunary disasters? It seemed to him as possible of proof as of confutation, and the nomenclature employed in its selenographical charts as attributable to verifiable intuition, as to fallacious analogy. The lake of dreams, the sea of rains, the gulf of dews, the ocean of fecundity. What special affinities appeared to him to exist between the moon and woman? Her antiquity in preceding and surviving successive Tellurian generations, her nocturnal predominance, her satellitic dependence, her luminary reflection, her constancy under all her phases, rising and setting by her appointed times, waxing and waning, the forced invariability of her aspect, her indeterminate response to inaffirmative interrogation, her potency over effluent and refluent waters, her power to enamor, to mortify, to invest with beauty, to render insane, to incite to and aid delinquency, the tranquil inscrutability of her visage, the terribility of her isolated, dominant, implacable, resplendent propinquity, her omens of tempest and of calm, the stimulation of her light, her motion, and her presence, the admonition of her craters, her arid seas, her silence, her splendor when visible, her attraction when invisible. What visible luminous sign attracted Bloom S., who attracted Stephen S. gaze? In the second story rear of his Bloom S. house, the light of a paraffin oil lamp with oblique shade projected on a screen of roller blinds supplied by Frank O'Hara, window blind, curtain pole, and revolving shutter manufacturer, 16 Angier Street. How did he elucidate the mystery of an invisible attractive person, his wife Marion Molly Bloom, denoted by a visible splendid sign, a lamp, with indirect and direct verbal allusions or affirmations, with subdued affection and admiration, with description, with impediment, with suggestion? Both then were silent, each contemplating the other in both mirrors of the reciprocal flesh of Therhisnatha's fellow faces. Were they indefinitely inactive? At Stephen S. suggestion, at Bloom S. instigation, both, first Stephen, then Bloom, in penumbra urinated, their sides contiguous, their organs of mixturation reciprocally rendered invisible by manual circumposition, their gazes, first Bloom S., then Stephen S., elevated to the projected luminous and semiluminous shadow. Similarly, the trajectories of their first sequent, then simultaneous, urinations were dissimilar, Bloom S. longer, less errant, in the incomplete form of the bifurcated penultimate alphabetical letter, who in his ultimate year at high school, 1880, had been capable of attaining the point of greatest altitude against the whole concurrent strength of the institution, 210 scholars. Stephen S. higher, more sibilant, who in the ultimate hours of the previous day had augmented by diuretic consumption and insistent vesical pressure. What different problems presented themselves to each concerning the invisible audible collateral organ of the other? To Bloom, the problems of irritability, tumescence, rigidity, reactivity, dimension, sanitariness, pilosity. To Stephen, the problem of the sacerdotal integrity of Jesus circumcised 1 January, holiday of obligation to hear Mass and abstain from unnecessary servile work, and the problem as to whether the divine prepuce, the carnal bridal ring of the Holy Roman Catholic Apostolic Church, conserved in Calcutta, were deserving of simple hyperduly or of the 4th degree of latria accorded to the abscission of such divine excrescences as hair and toenails. What celestial sign was by both simultaneously observed? A star precipitated with great apparent velocity across the firmament from Vega in the Lyre above the zenith, beyond the star group of the Tress of Berenice, towards the zodiacal sign of Leo. How did the centripetal remainer afford egress to the centrifugal departer? By inserting the barrel of an oruginated male key in the hole of an unstable female lock, obtaining a purchase on the bow of the key, and turning its wards from right to left, withdrawing a bolt from its staple, pulling inward spasmodically an obsolescent unhinged door, and revealing an aperture for free egress and free ingress. How did they take leave, one of the other in separation? standing perpendicular at the same door and on different sides of its base, the lines of their valedictory arms, meeting at any point and forming any angle less than the sum of two right angles. What sound accompanied the union of their tangent, the disunion of their, respectively, centrifugal and centripetal hands? The sound of the peal of the hour of the night by the chime of the bells in the church of St. George. What echoes of that sound were by both and each heard? By Stephen, Liliata rutilantium, terma circumdet, eubulantium te virginum. Chorus excipiat. By Bloom, heyo, 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 heyo. Where were the several members of the company which with Bloom that day at the bidding of that peal had travelled from Sandymount in the south to Glasnevin in the north? Martin Cunningham in bed, Jack Power in bed, Simon Dedalus in bed, End Lambert in bed, Tom Kernan in bed, Joe Hines in bed, John Henry Minton in bed, Bernard Corrigan in bed, Patsy Dignam in bed, Patty Dignam in the grave. Alone, what did Bloom hear? The double reverberation of retreating feet on the heaven-born earth, the double vibration of a Jew-s harp in the resonant lane. Alone, what did Bloom feel? The cold of interstellar space, thousands of degrees below freezing point or the absolute zero of Fahrenheit, centigrade or R-Almer, the incipient intimations of proximate dawn. Of what did bell-chime and hand-touch and footstep and lonchil remind him? Of companions now in various manners in different places defunct. Percy Up John killed in action Modder River, Philip Gilligan Thisis, Jervis Street Hospital, Matthew F. Kane accidental drowning Dublin Bay, Philip Moisel Pyemia Heytesbury Street, Michael Hart Thisis, Mater Misericordiae Hospital, Patrick Dignam apoplexy Sandymount. What prospect of what phenomena inclined him to remain? The disparition of three final stars, the diffusion of daybreak, the apparition of a new solar disk. Had he ever been a spectator of those phenomena? Once in 1887, after a protracted performance of charades in the house of Luke Doyle, Kimmage, he had awaited with patience the apparition of the diurnal phenomenon, seated on a wall, his gaze turned in the direction of Mizrach, the east. He remembered the initial paraphenomena. More active air, a matutinal distant cock, ecclesiastical clocks at various points, aven music, the isolated tread of an early wayfarer, the visible diffusion of the light of an invisible luminous body, the first golden limb of the resurgent sun perceptible low on the horizon. Did he remain? With deep inspiration he returned, retraversing the garden, re-entering the passage, reclosing the door. With brief suspiration he reassumed the candle, reascended the stairs, reapproached the door of the front room, hall floor, and re-entered. What suddenly arrested his ingress? The right temporal lobe of the hollow sphere of his cranium came into contact with a solid timber angle where, an infinitesimal but sensible fraction of a second later, a painful sensation was located in consequence of antecedent sensations transmitted and registered. Describe the alterations effected in the disposition of the articles of furniture. A sofa upholstered in prune plush had been translocated from opposite the door to the ingleside, near the compactly furled Union Jack, an alteration which he had frequently intended to execute. The blue and white checker inlaid Majolica-top table had been placed opposite the door in the place vacated by the prune plush sofa. The walnut sideboard, a projecting angle of which had momentarily arrested his ingress, had been moved from its position beside the door to a more advantageous but more perilous position in front of the door. Two chairs had been moved from right and left of the ingleside to the position originally occupied by the blue and white checker, inlaid Majolica-top table. Describe them. 1. A squat stuffed easy-chair with stout arms extended and back slanted to the rear, which, repelled in recoil, had then upturned an irregular fringe of a rectangular rug, and now displayed on its amply upholstered seat a centralized diffusing and diminishing discoloration. The other, A slender splayfoot chair of glossy cane curves, placed directly opposite the former, its frame from top to seat and from seat to base being varnished dark brown, its seat being a bright circle of white-plated rush. What significances attached to these two chairs? Significances of similitude, of posture, of symbolism, of circumstantial evidence, of testimonial supermanence. What occupied the position originally occupied by the sideboard? A vertical piano Cadby, with exposed keyboard, its closed coffin supporting a pair of long yellow ladies' gloves, and an emerald ashtray containing 4 consumed matches, a partly consumed cigarette, and 2 discolored ends of cigarettes. Its music crest supporting the music in the key of G natural for voice and piano of Love's Old Sweet Song, words by G. Clifton Bingham, composed by J. L. Molly, sung by Madame Antoinette Sterling. Open at the last page with the final indications ad libitum, forte, pedal, animato, sustained pedal, ritorando, close. With what sensations did Bloom contemplate in rotation these objects? With strain, elevating a candlestick. With pain, feeling on his right temple a contused tumescence. With attention, focusing his gaze on a large dull passive and a slender bright active. With solicitation, bending and downturning the upturned rug fringe. With amusement, remembering Dr. Malachi Mulligan's scheme of color containing the gradation of green. With pleasure, repeating the words and antecedent act, and perceiving through various channels of internal sensibility, the consequent and concomitant tepid pleasant diffusion of gradual discoloration. His next proceeding. From an open box on the majolica top table he extracted a black diminutive cone, 1 inch in height, placed it on its circular base on a small tin plate, placed his candlestick on the right corner of the mantelpiece, produced from his waistcoat a folded page of prospectus illustrated, entitled Agendath Nedim, unfolded the same, examined it superficially, rolled it into a thin cylinder, ignited it in the candle flame, applied it when ignited to the apex of the cone, till the latter reached the stage of rudolence, placed the cylinder in the basin of the candlestick, disposing its unconsumed part in such a manner as to facilitate total combustion. What followed this operation? The truncated conical crater summit of the diminutive volcano emitted a vertical and serpentine fume redolent of aromatic oriental incense. What homothetic objects, other than the candlestick, stood on the mantelpiece? A timepiece of striated Connemara marble, stopped at the hour of 4:46 a.m. On the 21 March 1896, matrimonial gift of Matthew Dillon, a dwarf tree of glacial arborescence under a transparent bellshade, matrimonial gift of Luke and Caroline Doyle, an embalmed owl, matrimonial gift of Alderman John Hooper. What interchanges of looks took place between these 3 objects and Bloom? In the mirror of the gilt-bordered pier glass, the undecorated back of the dwarf tree regarded the upright back of the embalmed owl. Before the mirror, the matrimonial gift of Alderman John Hooper, with a clear, melancholy, wise, bright, motionless, compassionate gaze, regarded Bloom, while Bloom, with obscure, tranquil, profound, motionless, compassionate gaze, regarded the matrimonial gift of Luke and Caroline Doyle. What composite asymmetrical image in the mirror then attracted his attention? The image of a solitary ipsorlative, mutable allirelative man. Why solitary ipsorlative? Brothers and sisters had he none, yet that man's father was his grandfather's son. Why mutable allirelative? From infancy to maturity, he had resembled his maternal procreatrix. From maturity to senility, he would increasingly resemble his paternal procreator. What final visual impression was communicated to him by the mirror? The optical reflection of several inverted volumes improperly arranged and not in the order of their common letters, with scintillating titles on the 2 bookshelves opposite. Catalog these books. Tom S. Dublin Post Office Directory, 1886. Denny's Florence M. Carthy S. Poetical Works, copper beechleaf bookmark at P5. Shakespeare-esque works, dark crimson morocco, gold tooled. The useful ready reckoner, brown cloth. The secret history of the court of Charles II, red cloth, tooled binding. The Child's Guide, blue cloth. The Beauties of Killarney, wrappers. When We Were Boys by William O'Brien MP, green cloth. Slightly faded, envelope bookmark at P217. Thoughts from Spinoza, maroon leather. The Story of the Heavens by Sir Robert Ball, blue cloth. Ellis's 3 Trips to Madagascar, brown cloth, title obliterated. The Stark Munro Letters by A. Conan Doyle, property of the City of Dublin Public Library, 106 Capel Street, lent 21 May Whitsun Eve, 1904, due 4 June 1904, 13 days overdue, black cloth binding, bearing white letter number ticket. Voyages in China by Viator, recovered with brown paper, red ink title. Philosophy of the Talmud sewn pamphlet. Lockhart's Life of Napoleon, cover wanting, marginal annotations, minimizing victories, aggrandizing defeats of the protagonist. Saul und Haben by Gustav Freytag, black boards, Gothic characters, cigarette coupon bookmark at P24. Hosier's History of the Russo-Turkish War, brown cloth. 2 volumes with gummed label, Garrison Library, Governor S. Parade, Gibraltar, on verso of cover. Lawrence Bloomfield in Ireland by William Allingham, 2nd edition, green cloth, gilt trefoil design, previous owner S. name on recto of flyleaf erased. A Handbook of Astronomy cover, brown leather detached, 5 plates, antique letterpress long primer, author S. footnotes nonpareil, marginal clues brevier, caption small pica. The Hidden Life of Christ, black boards. In the Track of the Sun, yellow cloth, title page missing, recurrent title intestation. Physical Strength and How to Obtain It by Eugen Sandow, red cloth. Short but yet plain Elements of Geometry written in French by F. Ignat, parties and rendered into English by John Harris D.D. London, printed for R. Knaplock at the By Hop S. Head, MDCCXI, with dedicatory epitle to his worthy friend Charles Cox, Esquire, Member of Parliament for the Burgh of Southwark, and having ink calligraph statement on the flyleaf certifying that the book was the property of Michael Gallagher, dated this 10th day of May 1822, and Richting the per on who should find it, if the book should be low T or go astray, to Ray tore it to Michael Gallagher, carpenter, Duffery Gate, and Ecorthy. County Wicklow, the fine tea place in the world. What reflections occupied his mind during the process of reversion of the inverted volumes? The necessity of order, a place for everything and everything in its place. The deficient appreciation of literature possessed by females. The incongruity of an apple incuneated in a tumbler and of an umbrella inclined in a close-stool. The insecurity of hiding any secret document behind, beneath, or between the pages of a book. Which volume was the largest in bulk? Hosier's History of the Russo-Turkish War. What among other data did the 2nd volume of the work in question contain? The name of a decisive battle forgotten, frequently remembered by a decisive officer, Major Brian Cooper Tweedy, remembered. Why, firstly and secondly, did he not consult the work in question? Firstly, in order to exercise mnemotechnic. Secondly, because after an interval of amnesia, when, seated at the central table, about to consult the work in question, he remembered by mnemotechnic the name of the military engagement, Plevna. What caused him consolation in his sitting posture? The candor, nudity, pose, tranquility, youth, grace, sex, counsel of a statue erect in the center of the table, an image of Narcissus purchased by auction from P.A. Wren, 9 Bachelor S. Walk. What caused him irritation in his sitting posture? Inhibitory pressure of collar, size 17 and waistcoat, 5 buttons. 2 articles of clothing superfluous in the costume of mature males and inelastic to alterations of mass by expansion. How was the irritation allayed? He removed his collar. with contained black necktie and collapsible stud, from his neck to a position on the left of the table. He unbuttoned successively in reverse direction waistcoat, trousers, shirt and vest along the medial line of irregular encrispated black hairs, extending in triangular convergence from the pelvic basin over the circumference of the abdomen and umbilicular fossicle, along the medial line of nodes, to the intersection of the sixth pectoral vertebrae, thence produced both ways at right angles and terminating in circles described about two equidistant points, right and left, on the summits of the mammary prominences. He unbraced successively each of 6-1 braced trouser buttons, arranged in pairs, of which one incomplete. What involuntary actions followed? He compressed between two fingers the flesh circumjacent to a cicatrice in the left infracostal region below the diaphragm resulting from a sting, inflicted 2 weeks and 3 days previously, 23 May 1904, by a bee. He scratched imprecisely with his right hand, though insensible of prurition, various points and surfaces of his partly exposed, wholly abluted skin. He inserted his left hand into the left lower pocket of his waistcoat and extracted and replaced a silver coin, 1 shilling, placed there presumably on the occasion, 17 October 1903, of the interment of Mrs. Emily Sinico, Sydney Parade. Compiled the budget for 16 June 1904. Debit 1 pork kidney 003, 1 copy Freeman, S. Journal 0011 Bath and Gratification. 016 Tramfair 0011, in Memoriam Patrick Dignam 0502, Banbury Cakes 0011 Lunch 0071 Renewal Fee, for Book 0101 Packet Note Paper, and Envelopes 002, 1 Dinner and Gratification 0201 Postal Order, and Stamp 028 Tramfair 0011 Pig S. Foot 0041 Sheep S. Trotter 0031 Cake Fry S. Plain Chocolate 001 1 Square Soda Bread 004 1 Coffee and Bun 004 Loan, Stephen Dedellis. Refunded 170 Balance 016 62 19 3 Credit Cash in Hand 049 Commission Rect. Freeman S. Journal 176 Loan, Stephen Dedellis. 1702 19 3 Did the process of divestiture continue? Did the process of divestiture continue? Sensible of a benignant persistent ache in his foot soles, he extended his foot to one side and observed the creases, protuberances and salient points caused by foot pressure in the course of walking repeatedly in several different directions. Then, inclined, he disnoted the lace knots, unhooked and loosened the laces, took off each of his 2 boots for the second time, detached the partially moistened right sock through the fore part of which the nail of his great toe had again effracted, raised his right foot, and, having unhooked a purple elastic sock suspender, took off his right sock, placed his unclothed right foot on the margin of the seat of his chair, picked at and gently lacerated the protruding part of the great toenail, raised the part lacerated to his nostrils, and inhaled the odor of the quick. Then, with satisfaction, threw away the lacerated ungual fragment. Why with satisfaction? Because the odor inhaled corresponded to other odors inhaled of other ungual fragments, picked and lacerated by Master Bloom, pupil of Mrs. Ellis S. Juvenile School, patiently each night in the act of brief genuflection and nocturnal prayer and ambitious meditation. In what ultimate ambition had all concurrent and consecutive ambitions now coalesced? Not to inherit by right of primogeniture, gavel-kind or borough English, or possess in perpetuity an extensive domain of a sufficient number of acres, roods and perches, statute land measure, valuation 42, of grazing turbary surrounding a baronial hall with gate lodge and carriage drive nor, on the other hand, a terrace house or semi-detached villa described as ruse in herb or cuisie sana, but to purchase by private treaty in fee simple a thatched bungalow-shaped 2-story dwelling house of southerly aspect, surmounted by vane and lightning conductor, connected with the earth, with porch covered by parasitic plants, ivy or Virginia creeper, hall door, olive green with smart carriage finish and neat door brasses, stucco front with gilt tracery at eaves and gable, rising if possible upon a gentle eminence with agreeable prospect from balcony with stone pillar parapet over unoccupied and unoccupiable interjacent pastures, and standing in 5 or 6 acres of its own ground, at such a distance from the nearest public thoroughfare as to render its house lights visible at night above, and through a quickset hornbeam hedge of topiary cutting, situate at a given point not less than 1 statute mile from the periphery of the metropolis, within a time limit of not more than 15 minutes from tram or train line, e.g., Dundrum, south, or Sutton, north, both localities equally reported by trial to resemble the terrestrial poles in being favorable climates for physical subjects. The premises to be held under fee-farm grant, lease 999 years. The message to consist of 1 drawing-room with bay window, 2 lancets, thermometer affixed, 1 sitting-room, 4 bedrooms, 2 servants' rooms, tiled kitchen with close range and scullery, lounge hall fitted with linen wall presses, fumed oak sectional bookcase containing the Encyclopedia Britannica and New Century Dictionary, transverse obsolete medieval and oriental weapons, dinner gong, alabaster lamp, bowl pendant, vulcanite automatic telephone receiver with adjacent directory, hand-tufted Axminster carpet with cream ground and trellis border, loo table with pillar and claw legs, hearth with massive fire brasses and ormolu mantel chronometer clock, guaranteed timekeeper with cathedral chime, barometer with hydrographic chart, comfortable lounge settees and corner fitments, upholstered in ruby plush with good springing and sunk center, 3-banner Japanese screen and cuspidors, club style, rich wine-colored leather, gloss renewable with a minimum of labor by use of linseed oil and vinegar, and pyramidically prismatic central chandelier luster. Bentwood perch with finger-tame parrot expurgated language. Embossed mural paper at 10 per dozen with transverse swags of carmine floral design and top crown frieze. Staircase. 3 continuous flights at successive right angles of varnished clear-grained oak. Treads and risers, newel, balusters and handrail with stepped-up panel dado dressed with camphorated wax. Bathroom, hot and cold supply, reclining and shower. Water closet on mezzanine provided with opaque single-pane oblong window, tip-up seat, bracket lamp, brass T-rod and brace, armrests, footstool and artistic oleograph on inner face of door. Ditto, plain. Servants' apartments with separate sanitary and hygienic necessaries for cook, general and between-maid salary, rising by biennial unearned increments of 2, with comprehensive fidelity insurance, annual bonus 1 and retiring allowance based on the 65 system after 30 years service, pantry, buttery, larder, refrigerator, outoffices, coal and wood cellarage with wine bin still and sparkling vintages for distinguished guests, if entertained to dinner, evening dress. Carbon monoxide gas supply throughout. What additional attractions might the grounds contain? As addenda, a tennis and fives court, a shrubbery, a glass summer house with tropical palms equipped in the best botanical manner, a rockery with water spray, a beehive arranged on humane principles, oval flower beds in rectangular grass plots set with eccentric ellipses of scarlet and chrome tulips, blue scillas, crocuses, polyanthus, sweet william, sweet pea, lily of the valley, bulbs obtainable from Sir James W. Mackey Limited, wholesale and retail seed and bulb merchants and nurserymen, agents for chemical manures, 23 Sackville Street, Upper, an orchard, kitchen garden and vinery, protected against illegal trespassers by glass-topped mural enclosures, a lumber shed with padlock for various inventoried implements, as eel traps, lobster pots, fishing rods, hatchet, steelyard, grindstone, clod crusher, swat hit turner, carriage set, telescope ladder, 10-tooth rake, washing clogs, hay-ditter, tumbling rake, bill hook, paint pot, brush, hoe, and so on. What improvements might be subsequently introduced? A rabbitry and fowl run, a dovecote, a botanical conservatory, 2 hammocks, Lady S and Gentleman S, a sundial shaded and sheltered by laburnum or lilac trees, an exotically harmonically accorded Japanese tinkle gate bell affixed to left lateral gate post, a capacious water butt, a lawnmower with side delivery and grass box, a lawn sprinkler with hydraulic hose. What facilities of transit were desirable? When city-bound, frequent connection by train or tram from their respective intermediate station or terminal. When contrabound velocipedes, a chainless freewheel roadster cycle with side basket car attached, or draft conveyance, a donkey with wicker trap or smart phaeton with good working solidungular cob, roan gelding, 14H. What might be the name of this erigible or erected residence? Bloom Cottage. St. Leopold S. Flowerville. Could Bloom of 7 Eccles Street foresee Bloom of Flowerville? In loose all-wool garments with Harris tweed cap, price 8.6, and useful garden boots with elastic gussets and watering can, planting aligned young fir trees, syringing, pruning, staking, sowing hayseed, trundling a weed-laden wheelbarrow without excessive fatigue at sunset amid the scent of new-mown hay, ameliorating the soil, multiplying wisdom, achieving longevity. What syllabus of intellectual pursuits was simultaneously possible? Snapshot photography, comparative study of religions, folklore relative to various amatory and superstitious practices, contemplation of the celestial constellations. What lighter recreations? Outdoor, garden and field work, cycling on level macadamized causeways, a sense of moderately high hills, natation in secluded fresh water and unmolested river boating in secure wherry or light curricle with kedge anchor on reaches free from weirs and rapids, period of estivation, vespertinal perambulation or equestrian circumprocession, with inspection of sterile landscape, and contrastingly agreeable cottagers' fires of smoking peat turves, period of hibernation. Indoor, discussion in tepid security of unsolved historical and criminal problems, lecture of unexpurgated exotic erotic masterpieces, house carpentry with toolbox containing hammer, awl, nails, screws, tin tacks, gimlet, tweezers, bullnose plane, and turnscrew. Might he become a gentleman farmer of field produce and live stock? Not impossibly with 1 or 2 stripper cows, 1 pike of upland hay and requisite farming implements, e.g., an end-to-end churn, a turnip pulper, etc. What would be his civic functions and social status among the county families and landed gentry? Arranged successively in ascending powers of hierarchical order, that of gardener, groundsman, cultivator, breeder, and at the zenith of his career, resident magistrate or justice of the peace with a family crest and coat of arms and appropriate classical motto, Semper Paratus. Duly recorded in the court directory, Bloom, Leopold P. M. P. PCKPLL. D. Honoris Causa, Bloomville, Dundrum, and mentioned in court and fashionable intelligence. Mr. and Mrs. Leopold Bloom have left Kingstown for England. What course of action did he outline for himself in such capacity? A course that lay between undue clemency and excessive rigor, the dispensation in a heterogeneous society of arbitrary classes, incessantly rearranged in terms of greater and lesser social inequality, of unbiased homogeneous indisputable justice, tempered with mitigants of the widest possible latitude, but exactable to the uttermost farthing with confiscation of estate, real and personal, to the crown. Loyal to the highest constituted power in the land, actuated by an innate love of rectitude, his aims would be the strict maintenance of public order, the repression of many abuses though not of all simultaneously, every measure of reform or retrenchment being a preliminary solution to be contained by fluxion in the final solution, the upholding of the letter of the law common, statute and law merchant, against all traversers in coven and trespassers acting in contravention of bylaws and regulations, all resuscitators, by trespass and petty larceny of kindlings, of venval rights, obsolete by desuetude, all orotund instigators of international persecution, all perpetuators of international animosities, all menial molesters of domestic conviviality, all recalcitrant violators of domestic connubiality, prove that he had loved rectitude from his earliest youth. To Master Percy ap John at high school in 1880, he had divulged his disbelief in the tenets of the Irish Protestant Church, to which his father Rudolf Virag, later Rudolf Bloom, had been converted from the Israelitic faith and communion in 1865 by the Society for Promoting Christianity Among the Jews, subsequently abjured by him in favor of Roman Catholicism at the epoch of, and with a view to his matrimony in 1888. To Daniel Magrin and Francis Wade in 1882 during a juvenile friendship, terminated by the premature emigration of the former. He had advocated during nocturnal perambulations the political theory of colonial, e.g. Canadian, expansion, and the evolutionary theories of Charles Darwin, expounded in The Descent of Man and the Origin of Species. In 1885, he had publicly expressed his adherence to the collective and national economic program advocated by James Finton Lalor, John Fisher Murray, John Mitchell, J.F.X. O'Brien and others, the agrarian policy of Michael Davitt, the constitutional agitation of Charles Stewart Parnell, MP for Cork City, the program of peace, retrenchment and reform of William Ewart Gladstone, MP for Midlothian N.B., and in support of his political convictions, had climbed up into a secure position amid the ramifications of a tree on Northumberland Road to see the entrance to February 1888 into the capital of a demonstrative torchlight procession of 20,000 torchbearers, divided into 120 trade corporations, bearing 2,000 torches in escort of the Marquis of Ripon and honest John Morley. How much and how did he propose to pay for this country residence? As per prospectus of the Industrious Foreign Acclimatized Nationalized Friendly State-Aided Building Society, Incorporated 1874, a maximum of 60 per annum, being 1/6 of an assured income, derived from gilt-edged securities, representing at 5% simple interest on capital of 1,200 estimate of price at 20 years purchase, of which 1/3 to be paid on acquisition, and the balance in the form of annual rent, viz. 800 plus 212% interest on the same, repayable quarterly in equal annual installments, until extinction by amortization of loan advanced for purchase within a period of 20 years, amounting to an annual rental of 64, headrent included, the title deeds to remain in possession of the lender or lenders with a saving clause envisaging forced sale, foreclosure, and mutual compensation in the event of protracted failure to pay the terms assigned. Otherwise the messuage to become the absolute property of the tenant-occupier upon expiry of the period of years stipulated. What rapid but insecure means to opulence might facilitate immediate purchase. A private wireless telegraph which would transmit by dot and dash system, the result of a national equine handicap, flat or steeplechase, of 1 or more miles and furlongs won by an outsider at odds of 50 to 1 at 3 HR 8 m.p.m. At Ascot, Greenwich time, the message being received and available for betting purposes in Dublin at 2:59 p.m. Dunsink time, the unexpected discovery of an object of great monetary value, precious stone, valuable adhesive or impressed postage stamps, 7 shilling, mauve, imperforate, Hamburg, 1866, 4 pence, rose, blue paper, perforate, Great Britain, 1855, 1 franc, stone, official, rouletted, diagonal surcharge, Luxembourg, 1878, antique dynastical ring, unique relic in unusual repositories or by unusual means. From the air dropped by an eagle in flight, by fire, amid the carbonized remains of an incendiated edifice, in the sea amid flotsam, jetsam, lagoon and derelict, on earth, in the gizzard of a comestible fowl. A Spanish prisoner's donation of a distant treasure of valuables or specie, or bullion, lodged with a solvent banking corporation 100 years previously at 5% compound interest of the collective worth of 5 million STG, £5 million sterling. A contract with an inconsiderate contractee for the delivery of 32 consignments of some given commodity in consideration of cash payment on delivery per delivery at the initial rate of 14D, to be increased constantly in the geometrical progression of 2, 14D, 12D, 1D, 2D, 4D, 8D, 1's 4D, 2's 8D to 32 terms. A prepared scheme based on a study of the laws of probability to break the bank at Monte Carlo. A solution of the secular problem of the quadrature of the circle, government premium, 1 million sterling. Was vast wealth acquirable through industrial channels? The reclamation of dunums of waste arenary soil, proposed in the prospectus of Agendath Nedam, Bleibtreustrasse, Berlin, W15, by the cultivation of orange plantations and melon fields and reforestation. The utilization of waste paper, fells of sewer rodents, human excrement possessing chemical properties, in view of the vast production of the first, vast number of the second, and immense quantity of the third, every normal human being of average vitality and appetite producing annually, canceling byproducts of water, a sum total of 80 pounds. Mixed animal and vegetable diet, to be multiplied by 4,386,035, the total population of Ireland according to census returns of 1901. Were there schemes of wider scope? A scheme to be formulated and submitted for approval to the harbor commissioners for the exploitation of white coal, hydraulic power, obtained by hydroelectric plant at peak of tide at Dublin Bar, or at head of water at Poolafauca or Powerscourt or catchment basins of main streams for the economic production of 500,000 HP of electricity. A scheme to enclose the peninsular delta of the North Bull at Dolomount and erect on the space of the foreland, used for golf links and rifle ranges, an asphalted esplanade with casinos, booths, shooting galleries, hotels, boarding houses, reading rooms, establishments for mixed bathing. A scheme for the use of dog vans and goat vans for the delivery of early morning milk. A scheme for the development of Irish tourist traffic in and around Dublin by means of petrol-propelled riverboats, plying in the fluvial fairway between Island Bridge and Ringsend, Sherrabanks, narrow-gauge local railways, and pleasure steamers for coastwise navigation, 10 per person per day, guide trilingual included. A scheme for the repristination of passenger and goods traffics over Irish waterways, when freed from weed beds. A scheme to connect by tramline the Cattle Market, North Circular Road and Prussia Street, with the quays Sheriff Street, Lower and East Wall, parallel with the Link Line Railway laid, in conjunction with the Great Southern and Western Railway line, between the Cattle Park, Liffey Junction, and terminus of Midland Great Western Railway 43 to 45 North Wall, in proximity to the terminal stations or Dublin branches of Great Central Railway, Midland Railway of England. City of Dublin Steam Packet Company, Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway Company, Dublin and Glasgow Steam Packet Company, Glasgow, Dublin and Londonderry Steam Packet Company, Laird Line, British and Irish Steam Packet Company, Dublin and Morecambe Steamers, London and North Western Railway Company, Dublin Port and Docks Board landing sheds and transit sheds of Palgrave, Murphy and Company, steamship owners, agents for steamers from Mediterranean, Spain, Portugal, France, Belgium and Holland, and for Liverpool Underwriters Association, the cost of acquired rolling stock for animal transport, and of additional mileage operated by the Dublin United Tramways Company, Limited, to be covered by grazier's fees. Positing what processes would the contraction for such several schemes become a natural and necessary apodosis. Given a guarantee equal to the sum sought the support, by deed of gift and transfer vouchers during donor S lifetime or by bequest after donor S painless extinction, of eminent financiers, Blum Pasha, Rothschild, Guggenheim, Hirsch, Montefiore, Morgan, Rockefeller, possessing fortunes in 6 figures, amassed during a successful life, and joining capital with opportunity, the thing required was done. What eventuality would render him independent of such wealth? The independent discovery of a gold seam of inexhaustible ore. For what reason did he meditate on schemes so difficult of realization? It was one of his axioms that similar meditations, or the automatic relation to himself, of a narrative concerning himself or tranquil recollection of the past, when practiced habitually, before retiring for the night alleviated fatigue, and produced as a result sound repose and renovated vitality. His justifications. As a physicist, he had learned that of the 70 years of complete human life, at least 27, viz. 20 years are passed in sleep. As a philosopher, he knew that at the termination of any allotted life, only an infinitesimal part of any person's desires has been realized. As a physiologist, he believed in the artificial placation of malignant agencies chiefly operative during somnolence. What did he fear? The committal of homicide or suicide during sleep by an aberration of the light of reason, the incommensurable categorical intelligence situated in the cerebral convolutions. What were habitually his final meditations? Of some one sole unique advertisement to cause passers to stop in wonder, a poster novelty, with all extraneous accretions excluded, reduced to its simplest and most efficient terms, not exceeding the span of casual vision and congruous with the velocity of modern life. What did the first drawer unlocked contain? A Vera Foster's handwriting copybook, property of Millie Millicent Bloom, certain pages of which bore diagram drawings, marked papally, which showed a large globular head with 5 hairs erect, 2 eyes in profile, the trunk full front with 3 large buttons, 1 triangular foot, 2 fatting photographs of Queen Alexandra of England and of Maud Branscombe, actress and professional beauty. A Yuletide card bearing on it a pictorial representation of a parasitic plant, the legend Mizpah, the date Christmas 1892, the name of the senders, from Mr. plus Mrs. M. Comerford the versicle. May this Yuletide bring to thee joy and peace and welcome glee. A butt of red partly liquefied sealing wax, obtained from the stores department of Messrs. Healy S. Limited, 89, 90, and 91 Dame Street. A box containing the remainder of a gross of gilt J. Pennibs, obtained from same department of same firm. An old sand glass which rolled containing sand which rolled. A sealed prophecy, never unsealed, written by Leopold Bloom in 1886 concerning the consequences of the passing into law of William Ewart Gladstone's Home Rule Bill of 1886, never passed into law. A bizarre ticket, No. 2004, of S. Kevin S. Charity Fair, price 6D, 100 prizes. An infantile epistle, dated small m Monday, reading. Capital P Papley, capital H, how are you, note of interrogation, capital I am very well, full stop, new paragraph, signature with flourishes, capital M Millie, no stop. A cameo brooch, property of Ellen Bloom, born Higgins, deceased. A cameo scarfpin, property of Rudolph Bloom, born Verrag, deceased. 3 typewritten letters, addressee Henry Flower, C.O. P.O. Westland Row, addresser Martha Clifford, C.O.P.O. Dolphin S. Barn, the transliterated name and address of the addresser of the 3 letters in reversed alphabetic boustrophodonic punctated quadrilinear cryptogram, vowels suppressed, N-I-G-S-W-I, U-U. Ox W-O-K-S, M-H-Y. I-M, a press cutting from an English weekly periodical, Modern Society, subject corporal chastisement in girls' schools. A pink ribbon which had festooned an Easter egg in the year 1899. 2 partly uncoiled rubber preservatives with reserve pockets, purchased by post from Box 32, P.O., Charing Cross, London, W. C. 1 pack of 1 dozen cream-laid envelopes and faint-ruled notepaper, watermarked, now reduced by 3. Some assorted Austrian-Hungarian coins. 2 coupons of the Royal and Privileged Hungarian Lottery, a Lopor magnifying glass. 2 erotic photo cards showing a buccal coition between nude senorita, representation, superior position, and nude torero, 4. Presentation, inferior position. B. Anal violation by male religious, fully clothed, eyes abject of female religious, partly clothed, eyes direct. Purchased by post from Box 32, P.O. Charing Cross, London, W. C. A press cutting of recipe for renovation of old tan boots. A 1D adhesive stamp, lavender, of the reign of Queen Victoria. A chart of the measurements of Leopold Bloom compiled before, during and after 2 months consecutive use of Sanda Whiteley S. pulley exerciser. Men S15, athlete S20. Viz chest 28 in and 29.12 in, biceps 9 in and 10 in, forearm 8.12 in and 9 in, thigh 10 in and 12 in, calf 11 in and 12 in. 1 Prospectus of the Wonderworker, the world's greatest remedy for rectal complaints, direct from Wonderworker, Coventry House, South Place, London EC, addressed erroneously to Mrs. L. Bloom with brief accompanying note commencing, erroneously, Dear Madam, quote the textual terms in which the prospectus claimed advantages for this thaumaturgic remedy. It heals and soothes while you sleep, in case of trouble in breaking wind, assists nature in the most formidable way, ensuring instant relief in discharge of gases, keeping parts clean and free natural action, an initial outlay of 7.6 making a new man of you and life worth living. Ladies find Wonderworker especially useful, a pleasant surprise when they note delightful result like a cool drink of fresh spring water on a sultry summer-s day. Recommend it to your lady and gentleman friends, lasts a lifetime. Insert long round end. Wonderworker were their testimonials, numerous. From clergyman, British naval officer, well-known author, city man, hospital nurse, lady, mother of 5, absent-minded beggar. How did absent-minded beggar-s concluding testimonial conclude? What a pity the government did not supply our men with wonderworkers during the South African campaign. What a relief it would have been. What object did Bloom add to this collection of objects? A 4th typewritten letter received by Henry Flower, let H. FBLB, from Martha Clifford find M. C. What pleasant reflection accompanied this action? The reflection that, apart from the letter in question, his magnetic face, form and address had been favorably received during the course of the preceding day by a wife, Mrs. Josephine Breen, born Josie Powell, a nurse, Miss Callan, Christian name unknown, a maid, Gertrude Gertie, family name unknown. What possibility suggested itself? The possibility of exercising virile power of fascination in the not immediate future after an expensive repast in a private apartment in the company of an elegant courtesan, of corporal beauty, moderately mercenary, variously instructed, a lady by origin. What did the second drawer contain? Documents, the birth certificate of Leopold Paula Bloom, an endowment assurance policy of 500 in the Scottish Widows Assurance Society, intestated Millicent Millie Bloom, coming into force at 25 years as with profit policy of 430, 462.10 and 500 at 60 years or death, 65 years or death and death, respectively, or with profit policy, paid up, of 299.10 together with cash payment of 133.10, at option. A bank passbook issued by the Ulster Bank, College Green branch showing statement of a C for half year ending 31 December 1903, balance in depositor S favor, 1814.6 £18, 14 shillings and sixpence, sterling, net personalty. Certificate of possession of 900 Canadian 4% inscribed government stock free of stamp duty. Dockets of the Catholic cemeteries, Glasnevin Committee, relative to a grave plot purchased. A local press cutting concerning change of name by Deepen. Quote the textual terms of this notice. I, Rudolf Verag, now resident at No. 52 Clanbrassil Street, Dublin, formerly of Szombathely in the Kingdom of Hungary, hereby give notice that I have assumed and intend henceforth upon all occasions and at all times to be known by the name of Rudolf Bloom. What other objects relative to Rudolf Bloom, born Verag, were in the second drawer? An indistinct daguerreotype of Rudolf Verag and his father Leopold Verag, executed in the year 1852 in the portrait atelier of their, respectively, first and second cousin, Stefan Verag of Szesfehérvár, Hungary. An ancient Haggadah book in which a pair of horn-rimmed convex spectacles inserted marked the passage of thanksgiving in the ritual prayers for Pesach, Passover. A photo card of the Queen S Hotel, Ennie's proprietor, Rudolf Bloom. An envelope addressed, "To my dear son Leopold." What fractions of phrases did the lecture of those 5 whole words evoke? Tomorrow will be a week that I received. It is no use, Leopold, to be with your dear mother, that is not more to stand, to her. All for me is out, be kind to Athos, Leopold, my dear son. Always of me, des hers. Gott, Dane. What reminiscences of a human subject suffering from progressive melancholia did these objects evoke in Bloom? An old man, widower, unkempt of hair, in bed with head covered, sighing. An infirm dog, Athos, aconite, resorted to by increasing doses of grains and scruples as a palliative of recrudescent neuralgia. The face and death of a septuagenarian, suicide by poison. Why did Bloom experience a sentiment of remorse? Because in immature impatience he had treated with disrespect certain beliefs and practices, as the prohibition of the use of flesh meat and milk at one meal, the hebdomadary symposium of incoordinately abstract, perfervidly concrete mercantile coex-religionist excompatriots, the circumcision of male infants, the supernatural character of Judaic scripture, the ineffability of the tetragrammaton, the sanctity of the Sabbath. How did these beliefs and practices now appear to him? Not more rational than they had then appeared, not less rational than other beliefs and practices now appeared. What first reminiscence had he of Rudolf Bloom, deceased? Rudolf Bloom, deceased, narrated to his son Leopold Bloom, aged 6. A retrospective arrangement of migrations and settlements in and between Dublin, London, Florence, Milan, Vienna, Budapest. Shambhala with statements of satisfaction, his grandfather having seen Maria Theresa, Empress of Austria, Queen of Hungary, with commercial advice, having taken care of pence. The pounds having taken care of themselves. Leopold Bloom, aged 6, had accompanied these narrations by constant consultation of a geographical map of Europe, political, and by suggestions for the establishment of affiliated business premises in the various centers mentioned. Had time equally but differently obliterated the memory of these migrations in narrator and listener? In narrator by the access of years, and in consequence of the use of narcotic toxin. In listener by the access of years, and in consequence of the action of distraction upon vicarious experiences. What idiosyncrasies of the narrator were concomitant products of amnesia? Occasionally he ate without having previously removed his hat. Occasionally he drank voraciously the juice of gooseberry fool from an inclined plate. Occasionally he removed from his lips the traces of food by means of a lacerated envelope or other accessible fragment of paper. What 2 phenomena of senescence were more frequent? The myopic digital calculation of coins, eructation consequent upon repletion. What object offered partial consolation for these reminiscences? The endowment policy, the bank passbook, the certificate of the possession of scrip. Reduce Bloom by cross-multiplication of reverses of fortune, from which these supports protected him, and by elimination of all positive values to a negligible negative irrational unreal quantity. Successively in descending Helotic order, poverty, that of the outdoor hawker of imitation jewelry, the dun for the recovery of bad and doubtful debts, the poor rate and deputy cess collector. Mendicancy, that of the fraudulent bankrupt with negligible assets paying 1/4d in the sandwichman, distributor of throwaways, nocturnal vagrant, insinuating sycophant, maimed sailor, blind stripling, superannuated bailiff S-man, marfeast, lickplate, spoilsport, pickthink, eccentric public laughingstock seated on bench of public park under discarded perforated umbrella. Destitution, the inmate of Old Man S. House, Royal Hospital, Kilmainham, the inmate of Simpson S. Hospital for reduced but respectable men permanently disabled by gout or want of sight. Nadir of misery, the aged, impotent, disfranchised, rate-supported, moribund, lunatic pauper. With which attendant indignities, the unsympathetic indifference of previously amiable females, the contempt of muscular males, the acceptance of fragments of bread, the simulated ignorance of casual acquaintances, the latration of illegitimate unlicensed vagabond dogs, the infantile discharge of decomposed vegetable missiles, worth little or nothing, nothing or less than nothing. By what could such a situation be precluded? By decease, change of state; by departure, change of place. Which preferably? The latter, by the line of least resistance. What considerations rendered departure not entirely undesirable? Constant cohabitation, emptying mutual toleration of personal defects. The habit of independent purchase increasingly cultivated. The necessity to counteract by impermanent sojourn the permanence of arrest. What considerations rendered departure not irrational? The parties concerned, uniting, had increased and multiplied, which being done, offspring produced and educed to maturity. The parties, if not disunited, were obliged to reunite for increase and multiplication, which was absurd, to form by reunion the original couple of uniting parties, which was impossible. What considerations rendered departure desirable? The attractive character of certain localities in Ireland and abroad, as represented in general geographical maps of polychrome design, or in special ordnance survey charts by employment of scale numerals and hachures. In Ireland, the cliffs of Moher, the windy wilds of Connemara, Loch Neagh with submerged petrified city, the Giant S Causeway, Fort Camden and Fort Carlisle, the Golden Vale of Tipperary, the islands of Arran, the pastures of Royal Meath, Bridget S Elm in Kildare, the Queen S Island shipyard in Belfast, the Salmon Leap, the lakes of Killarney. Abroad, Ceylon with spice gardens supplying tea to Thomas Kernan, agent for Pulbrook, Robertson and Co., 2 Mincing Lane, London, E. C. 5 Dame Street, Dublin. Jerusalem, the holy city with Mosque of Omar and Gate of Damascus, goal of aspiration. The Straits of Gibraltar, the unique birthplace of Marion Tweedy. The Parthenon containing statues of nude Grecian divinities. The Wall Street money market which controlled international finance. The Plaza de Toros at La Linea, Spain, where O'Hara of the Camerons had slain the bull. Niagara, over which no human being had passed with impunity. The land of the Eskimos, eaters of soap. The forbidden country of Thibet, from which no traveler returns. The Bay of Naples, to see which was to die. The Dead Sea. Under what guidance, following what signs? At sea, septentrional, by night the pole star, located at the point of intersection of the right line from beta to alpha in Ursa, Mayer produced and divided externally at omega, and the hypotenuse of the right-angled triangle formed by the line alpha omega so produced, and the line alpha delta of Ursa Mayer. On land, meridional, a bispherical moon, revealed in imperfect varying phases of lunation through the posterior interstice of the imperfectly occluded skirt of a Carnot's negligent perambulating female, a pillar of the cloud by day. What public advertisement would divulge the occultation of the departed? 5 Reward, lost, stolen or strayed from his residence 7 Eccles Street, missing gent about 40, answering to the name of Bloom, Leopold Poldy. Height 5 ft 912 inches, full build, olive complexion, may have since grown a beard, when last seen was wearing a black suit. Above sum will be paid for information leading to his discovery. What universal binomial denominations would be his as entity and nonentity, assumed by any or known to none? Every man or nomen, what tributes his, honor and gifts of strangers, the friends of every man. A nymph immortal beauty, the bride of Naaman, would the departed never nowhere know how reappear. Ever he would wander, self-compelled, to the extreme limit of his cometary orbit, beyond the fixed stars and variable suns and telescopic planets, astronomical waifs and strays, to the extreme boundary of space, passing from land to land among peoples, amid events. Somewhere imperceptibly he would hear and somehow reluctantly, some compelled, obey the summons of recall. Whence, disappearing from the constellation of the Northern Crown, he would somehow reappear reborn above Delta in the constellation of Cassiopeia, and after incalculable eons of peregrination return an estranged avenger, a wreaker of justice on malefactors, a dark crusader, a sleeper awakened, with financial resources, by supposition, surpassing those of Rothschild or the Silver King. What would render such return irrational? An unsatisfactory equation between an exodus and return in time through reversible space, and an exodus and return in space through irreversible time. What play of forces, inducing inertia, rendered departure undesirable? The lateness of the hour rendering procrastinatory, the obscurity of the night rendering invisible, the uncertainty of thoroughfares rendering perilous, the necessity for repose obviating movement, the proximity of an occupied bed obviating research, the anticipation of warmth human tempered with coolness linen, obviating desire and rendering desirable, the statue of Narcissus, sound without echo, desired desire. What advantages were possessed by an occupied, as distinct from an unoccupied bed? The removal of nocturnal solitude, the superior quality of human mature female, to inhuman hot water jar, calefaction, the stimulation of matutinal contact, the economy of mangling done on the premises in the case of trousers accurately folded and placed lengthwise between the spring mattress striped and the woolen mattress biscuit section. What past consecutive causes, before rising pre-apprehended, of accumulated fatigue did Bloom, before rising, silently recapitulate? The preparation of breakfast, burnt offering, intestinal congestion and premeditative defecation, holy of holies, the bath rite of John, the funeral rite of Samuel, the advertisement of Alexander Keyes, Urim and Thummim, the unsubstantial lunch rite of Melchizedek, the visit to museum and National Library, holy place, the book hunt along Bedford Row, Merchant's Arch, Wellington Quay, Simcheth Torah, the music in the Ormond Hotel, Shira Shirim, the altercation with a truculent troglodyte in Bernard Kiernan's premises, Holocaust, a blank period of time including a car drive, a visit to a house of mourning, a levitating wilderness, the eroticism produced by feminine exhibitionism, rite of Onan, the prolonged delivery of Mrs. Mina Purifoy, heave offering, the visit to the disorderly house of Mrs. Bella Cohen, 82 Tyrone Street, Lower, and subsequent brawl and chance medley in Beaver Street, Armageddon. Nocturnal perambulation to and from the cabman's shelter, Butt Bridge, atonement. What self-imposed enigma did Bloom about to rise in order to go so as to conclude, lest he should not conclude, involuntarily apprehend? The cause of a brief sharp unforeseen heard loud lone crack, emitted by the insentient material of a straining timber table. What self-involved enigma did Bloom risen, going, gathering multicolored, multiform, multitudinous garments, voluntarily apprehending, not comprehend? Who was M. Intosh? What self-evident enigma pondered with desultory constancy during 30 years did Bloom now, having affected natural obscurity by the extinction of artificial light, silently, suddenly comprehend? Where was Moses when the candle went out? What imperfections in a perfect day did Bloom, walking, charged with collected articles of recently divested male-wearing apparel, silently, successively, enumerate? A provisional failure to obtain renewal of an advertisement, to obtain a certain quantity of tea from Thomas Kernan, agent for Pulbrook, Robertson & Co., 5 Dame Street, Dublin and 2 Mincing Lane, London E. C. To certify the presence or absence of posterior rectal orifice in the case of Hellenic female divinities. To obtain admission, gratuitous or paid, to the performance of Lee by Mrs. Banman Palmer at the Gaiety Theatre, 46, 47, 48, 49 South King Street. What impression of an absent face did Bloom, arrested, silently recall? The face of her father, the late Major Brian Cooper Tweedy, Royal Dublin Fusiliers of Gibraltar and Rehoboth, Dolphin S. Barn. What recurrent impressions of the same were possible by hypothesis? Retreating at the terminus of the Great Northern Railway, Amiens Street, with constant uniform acceleration, along parallel lines meeting at infinity, if produced. Along parallel lines, reproduced from infinity, with constant uniform retardation, at the terminus of the Great Northern Railway, Amiens Street, returning. What miscellaneous effects of female personal wearing apparel were perceived by him? A pair of new inodorous half-silk black ladies' hose, a pair of new violet garters, a pair of outsized ladies' drawers of India mull, cut on generous lines, redolent of Apopanax, Jessamine, and Murati S. Turkish cigarettes, and containing a long bright steel safety pin, folded curvilinear, a camisole of batiste with thin lace border, an accordion underskirt of blue silk moire, all these objects being disposed irregularly on the top of a rectangular trunk, quadruple batten, having capped corners with multicolored labels, initialed on its fore side in white lettering B. C.T. Brian Cooper Tweedy. What impersonal objects were perceived? A commode, one leg fractured, totally covered by square cretonne cutting, apple design, on which rested a Lady S. black straw hat. Orangekied ware, bought of Henry Price, basket, fancy goods, chinaware and ironmongery manufacturer, 21, 22, 23 Moore Street, disposed irregularly on the washstand and floor and consisting of basin, soap dish and brush tray on the washstand together, pitcher and night article on the floor separate. Bloom's acts. He deposited the articles of clothing on a chair, removed his remaining articles of clothing, took from beneath the bolster at the head of the bed a folded long white nightshirt, inserted his head and arms into the proper apertures of the nightshirt, removed a pillow from the head to the foot of the bed, prepared the bed linen accordingly, and entered the bed. How? With circumspection, as invariably when entering an abode his own or not his own. With solicitude, the snake's pearl springs of the mattress being old, the brass quoits and pendant viper radii loose and tremulous under stress and strain. Prudently, as entering a lair or ambush of lust or adders. Lightly, the less to disturb. Reverently, the bed of conception and of birth, of consummation of marriage and of breach of marriage, of sleep and of death. What did his limbs, when gradually extended, encounter? New clean bed linen, additional odors, the presence of a human form, female, hers, the imprint of a human form, male, not his, some crumbs, some flakes of potted meat, recooked, which he removed. If he had smiled, why would he have smiled? To reflect that each one who enters imagines himself to be the first to enter, whereas he is always the last term of a preceding series, even if the first term of a succeeding one, each imagining himself to be first, last, only and alone, whereas he is neither first nor last, nor only nor alone in a series originating in, and repeated to infinity. What preceding series? Assuming Mulvey to be the first term of his series, Penrose, Bartle Arcey, Professor Goodwin, Julius Mastiansky, John Henry Minton, Father Bernard Corrigan, a farmer at the Royal Dublin Society S. Horse Show, Maggot O'Reilly, Matthew Dillon, Valentine Blake Dillon, Lord Mayor of Dublin, Christopher Collinan Lenehan, an Italian organ grinder, an unknown gentleman in the Gaiety Theatre, Benjamin Dollard, Simon Dedellis, Andrew Pisser Burke, Joseph Cuff, Wisdom Healy. Alderman John Hooper, Dr. Francis Brady, Father Sebastian of Mount Argus, a bootblack at the General Post Office, Hugh E. Blazes, Boylan, and so each and so on to no last term. What were his reflections concerning the last member of this series and late occupant of the bed? Reflections on his vigor, a bounder, corporal proportion, a bill sticker, commercial ability, a bestir, impressionability, a boaster. Why for the observer impressionability in addition to vigor, corporal proportion, and commercial ability? Because he had observed with augmenting frequency in the preceding members of the same series the same concupiscence, inflammably transmitted, first with alarm, then with understanding, then with desire, finally with fatigue, with alternating symptoms of epicene comprehension and apprehension. With what antagonistic sentiments were his subsequent reflections affected? Envy, jealousy, abnegation, equanimity. Envy of a bodily and mental male organism specially adapted for the superincumbent posture of energetic human copulation, an energetic piston and cylinder movement necessary for the complete satisfaction of a constant, but not acute concupiscence resident in a bodily and mental female organism, passive but not obtuse. Jealousy, because a nature full and volatile in its free state, was alternately the agent and reagent of attraction, because attraction between agent S and reagent S at all instants varied, with inverse proportion of increase and decrease, with incessant circular extension and radial reentrance. Because the controlled contemplation of the fluctuation of attraction produced, if desired, a fluctuation of pleasure, abnegation. In virtue of an acquaintance initiated in September 1903 in the establishment of George Meja's, merchant tailor and outfitter, 5 Eden Quay, B. Hospitality extended and received in kind, reciprocated and reappropriated in person. C. Comparative youth subject to impulses of ambition and magnanimity, colleagual altruism and amorous egoism. D. Extraracial attraction, intraracial inhibition, supraracial prerogative. E. An imminent provincial musical tour. Common current expenses, net proceeds divided. Equanimity, as natural as any and every natural act of a nature expressed or understood executed in natured nature by natural creatures in accordance with his, her and their natured natures, of dissimilar similarity. As not so calamitous as a cataclysmic annihilation of the planet, in consequence of a collision with a dark sun. As less reprehensible than theft, highway robbery, cruelty to children and animals, obtaining money under false pretenses, forgery, embezzlement, misappropriation of public money, betrayal of public trust, malingering, mayhem, corruption of minors, criminal libel, blackmail, contempt of court, arson, treason, felony, mutiny on the high seas, trespass, burglary, jailbreaking, practice of unnatural vice, desertion from armed forces in the field, perjury, poaching, usury. Intelligence with the king's enemies, impersonation, criminal assault, manslaughter, willful and premeditated murder. As not more abnormal than all other parallel processes of adaptation to altered conditions of existence, resulting in a reciprocal equilibrium between the bodily organism and its attendant circumstances, foods, beverages, acquired habits, indulged inclinations, significant disease. As more than inevitable, irreparable. Why more abnegation than jealousy, less envy than equanimity? From outrage, matrimony, to outrage, adultery, there arose naught but outrage, copulation. Yet the matrimonial violator of the matrimonially violated had not been outraged by the adulterous violator of the adulterously violated. What retribution, if any? Assassination never, as two wrongs did not make one right. Duel by combat, no divorce, not now. Exposure by mechanical artifice, automatic bed, or individual testimony, concealed ocular witnesses, not yet. Suit for damages by legal influence or simulation of assault with evidence of injuries sustained, self-inflicted, not impossibly. Hush money by moral influence, possibly. If any, positively, connivance, introduction of emulation material, a prosperous rival agency of publicity, moral, a successful rival agent of intimacy, depreciation, alienation, humiliation, separation protecting the one separated from the other, protecting the separator from both. By what reflections did he, a conscious reactor against the void of incertitude, justify to himself his sentiments? The preordained frangibility of the hymen, the presupposed intangibility of the thing in itself, the incongruity and disproportion between the self-prolonging tension of the thing proposed to be done and the self-abbreviating relaxation of the thing done, the fallaciously inferred debility of the female, the muscularity of the male, the variations of ethical codes, the natural grammatical transition by inversion involving no alteration of sense of an aorist preterite proposition, parsed as masculine subject, monosyllabic onomatopoeic transitive verb with direct feminine object, from the active voice into its correlative aorist preterite proposition, parsed as feminine subject, auxiliary verb and quasi-monosyllabic onomatopoeic past participle with complementary masculine agent, in the passive voice. The continued product of seminators by generation, the continual production of semen by distillation, the futility of triumph or protest or vindication, the inanity of extolled virtue, the lethargy of nescient matter, the apathy of the stars. In what final satisfaction did these antagonistic sentiments and reflections, reduced to their simplest forms, converge? Satisfaction at the ubiquity in eastern and western terrestrial hemispheres, in all habitable lands and islands explored or unexplored, the land of the midnight sun, the islands of the blessed, the isles of Greece, the land of promise, of adipose anterior and posterior female hemispheres, redolent of milk and honey and of excretory sanguine and seminal warmth, reminiscent of secular families of curves of amplitude, insusceptible of moods of impression or of contrarieties of expression, expressive of mute, immutable mature animality. The visible signs of antisatisfaction, an approximate erection, a solicitous adversion, a gradual elevation, a tentative revelation, a silent contemplation. Then he kissed the plump mellow yellow smellow melons of her rump, on each plump melanous hemisphere, in their mellow yellow furrow, with obscure prolonged provocative melon-smellinous osculation. The visible signs of post-satisfaction. A silent contemplation, a tentative velation, a gradual abasement, a solicitous aversion, a proximate erection. What followed this silent action? Somnolent invocation, less somnolent recognition, incipient excitation, catechetical interrogation. With what modifications did the narrator reply to this interrogation? Negative. He omitted to mention the clandestine correspondence between Martha Clifford and Henry Flower, the public altercation at, in, and in the vicinity of the licensed premises of Bernard Kiernan and Co., Limited, 8, 9, and 10 Little Britain Street. The erotic provocation and response thereto caused by the exhibitionism of Gertrude, Gertie, surname unknown. Positive. He included mention of a performance by Mrs. Bandman Palmer of Lee at the Gaiety Theater, 46, 47, 48, 49 South King Street, an invitation to supper at Wynne S. Murphy S. Hotel, 35, 36, and 37 Lower Abbey Street, a volume of peccaminous pornographical tendency entitled Sweets of Sin, anonymous author a gentleman of fashion. A temporary concussion caused by a falsely calculated movement in the course of a post-scenal gymnastic display. The victim, since completely recovered, being Stephen Dedalus, professor and author, eldest surviving son of Simon Dedalus, of no fixed occupation, an aeronautical feat executed by him, narrator, in the presence of a witness, the professor and author aforesaid, with promptitude of decision and gymnastic flexibility. Was the narration otherwise unaltered by modifications? Absolutely. Which event or person emerged as the salient point of his narration? Stephen Dedalus, professor and author. What limitations of activity and inhibitions of conjugal rights were perceived by listener and narrator concerning themselves during the course of this intermittent and increasingly more laconic narration? By the listener, a limitation of fertility inasmuch as marriage had been celebrated one calendar month after the 18th anniversary of her birth, 8 September 1870, viz. 8 October, and consummated on the same date with female issue born 15 June 1889, having been anticipatorily consummated on the 10 September of the same year, and complete carnal intercourse, with ejaculation of semen within the natural female organ, having last taken place 5 weeks previous, viz. 27 November 1893, to the birth on 29 December 1893 of second, and only male, issue, deceased 9 January 1894, aged 11 days, there remained a period of 10 years, 5 months and 18 days during which carnal intercourse had been incomplete, without ejaculation of semen within the natural female organ. By the narrator, a limitation of activity, mental and corporal, inasmuch as complete mental intercourse between himself and the listener had not taken place since the consummation of puberty, indicated by catamenic hemorrhage, of the female issue of narrator and listener, 15 September 1903, there remained a period of 9 months and 1 day during which, in consequence of a pre-established natural comprehension, in incomprehension between the consummated females, listener and issue, complete corporal liberty of action had been circumscribed. How? By various reiterated feminine interrogation concerning the masculine destination whither, the place where, the time at which, the duration for which, the object with which in the case of temporary absences, projected or affected, what moved visibly above the listener-s and the narrator-s invisible thoughts, the upcast reflection of a lamp and shade, an inconstant series of concentric circles of varying gradations of light and shadow. In what directions did listener and narrator lie? Listener S.E. by E, narrator N. W by W, on the 53rd parallel of latitude N and 6th meridian of longitude W, at an angle of 45 to the terrestrial equator. In what state of rest or motion? At rest relatively to themselves and to each other. In motion being each and both carried westward, forward and rearward respectively, by the proper perpetual motion of the earth through ever-changing tracts of never-changing space. In what posture? Listener, reclined semilaterally, left hand under head, right leg extended in a straight line and resting on left leg, flexed, in the attitude of G. Tellus fulfilled, recumbent, big with seed. Narrator, reclined laterally, left with right and left legs flexed, the index finger and thumb of the right hand resting on the bridge of the nose, in the attitude depicted in a snapshot photograph made by Perseop John, the childman weary, the manchild in the womb. Womb, weary. He rests, he has traveled, with Sinbad the sailor and Tinbad the tailor, and Jinbad the jailer, and Winbad the whaler, and Ninbad the nailer, and Finbad the failer, and Binbad the bailer, and Pinbad the paler, and Minbad the mailer, and Hinbad the hailer, and Rinbad the railer, and Dinbad the kyler, and Vinbad the quailer, and Linbad the yailer, and Zinbad the failer. When, going to dark bed, there was a square round Sinbad the sailor rock s egg, in the night of the bed of all the auks of the rocks of Darkinbad, the bright dealer. Where, yes, because he never did a thing like that before, as asked to get his breakfast in bed with a couple of eggs since the City Arms Hotel, when he used to be pretending to be laid up with a sick voice doing his highness, to make himself interesting for that old faggot Mrs. Riordan, that he thought he had a great leg up, and she never left us a farthing all for masses for herself, and her sole greatest miser ever was actually afraid to lay out 4D for her methylated spirit, telling me all her ailments. She had too much old chat in her about politics and earthquakes, and the end of the world. Let us have a bit of fun first. God help the world if all the women were her sort, down on bathing suits and Lonix, of course. Nobody wanted her to wear them. I suppose she was pious, because no man would look at her twice. I hope ill never be like her. A wonder she didn't want us to cover our faces, but she was a well-educated woman certainly, and her gabby talk about Mr. Riordan here and Mr. Riordan there, I suppose he was glad to get shut of her and her dog smelling my fur, and always edging to get up under my petticoats especially. Then still I like that in him, polite to old women like that. And waiters and beggars too, he's not proud out of nothing. But not always if ever he got anything really serious the matter with him. It's much better for them to go into a hospital where everything is clean, but I suppose it'd have to doctoring it into him for a month, yes. And then wet him. Hospital nurse next thing on the carpet, have him staying there till they throw him out, or a nun maybe like the smutty photo. She's as much a nun as I am not, yes, because they're so weak and puling when they're sick. They want a woman to get well if his nose bleeds, you'd think it was tragic. And that ding-looking one off the South Circular when he sprained his foot at the choir party at the Sugarloaf Mountain. The day I wore that dress, Miss Stack bringing him flowers, the worst old one she could find. Bottom of the basket, anything at all to get into a man's bedroom with her old maid's voice, trying to imagine he was dying on account of her to never see thy face again, though he looked more like a man with his beard. A bit grown in the bed, father was the same. Besides, I hate bandaging and doozing when he cut his toe with the razor, paring his corns, afraid he'd get blood poisoning. But if it was a thing I was sick then, we'd see what attention, only of course the woman hides it not to give all the trouble they do, yes. He came somewhere, I'm sure, by his appetite anyway, love it's not, or he'd be off his feed, thinking of her so. Either it was one of those night women if it was down there. He was really, and the hotel story, he made up a pack of lies to hide it, planning it. Hines kept me. Who did I meet? Ah yes, I met, do you remember, Minton? And who else? Who let me see that big babaface? I saw him. And he not long married, flirting with a young girl at Pool's Myrirama, and turned my back on him when he slinked out looking quite conscious what harm, but he had the impudence to make up to me one time. Well done to him, mouth almighty, and his boiled eyes of all the big stupos I ever met. And that's called a solicitor, only for I hate having a long wrangle in bed, or else, if it's not that, it's some little bitch or other he got in with somewhere, or picked up on the sly. If they only knew him as well as I do, yes, because the day before yesterday, he was scribbling something, a letter, when I came into the front room to show him Dignam's death in the paper, as if something told me, and he covered it up with the blotting paper, pretending to be thinking about business. So very probably that was it to somebody who thinks she has a softy in him, because all men get a bit like that at his age, especially getting on to 40. He is now, so as to wheedle any money she can out of him, no fool like an old fool. And then the usual kissing my bottom was to hide it, not that I care two straws now who he does it with, or knew before that way, though it like to find out, so long as I don't have the two of them under my nose all the time, like that slut, that Mary we had in Ontario Terrace, patting out her false bottom to excite him bad enough to get the smell of those painted women off him once or twice. I had a suspicion by getting him to come near me, when I found the long hair on his coat without that one, when I went into the kitchen pretending he was drinking water. One woman is not enough for them. It was all his fault, of course, ruining servants. Then proposing that she could eat at our table on Christmas Day, if you please. Oh no, thank you, not in my house. Stealing my potatoes and the oysters, 2.6 per daz. Going out to see her aunt, if you please. Common robbery. So it was, but I was sure he had something on with that one. It takes me to find out a thing like that. He said you have no proof. It was her proof. Oh yes, her aunt was very fond of oysters. But I told her what I thought of her suggesting me to go out to be alone with her. I wouldn't lower myself to spy on them. The garters I found in her room the Friday she was out, that was enough for me, a little bit too much. Her face swelled up on her with temper. When I gave her week's notice, I saw to that. Better do without them altogether. Do out the rooms myself quicker, only for the damn cooking and throwing out the dirt. I gave it to him anyhow, either she or me leaves the house. I couldn't even touch him if I thought he was with a dirty, bare-faced liar, and sloven like that one, denying it up to my face, singing about the place in the WC too, because she knew she was too well off, yes, because he couldn't possibly do without it that long, so he must do it somewhere. And the last time he came on my bottom, when was it? The night Boylan gave my hand a great squeeze, going along by the talca in my hand there steals another. I just pressed the back of his like that with my thumb to squeeze back, singing the young May moon, she's beaming love, because he has an idea about him, and me he's not such a fool. He said I'm dining out and going to the Gaiety, though I am not going to give him the satisfaction in any case. God knows he's a change in a way not to be always, and ever wearing the same old hat. Unless I paid some nice-looking boy to do it, since I can't do it myself, a young boy would like me, I'd confuse him a little alone with him. If we were, I'd let him see my garters, the new ones, and make him turn red looking at him, seduce him. I know what boys feel with that down on their cheek, doing that frigging drawing out the thing by the our question and answer, would you do this, that? And the other with the Coleman, yes, with a bishop, yes. I would, because I told him about some dean or bishop was sitting beside me in the Jews' temple's gardens, when I was knitting that woolen thing, a stranger to Dublin, what place was it? And so on about the monuments. And he tired me out with statues, encouraging him, making him worse than he is. Who is in your mind now, tell me? Who are you thinking of? Who is it? Tell me his name. Who? Tell me who the German emperor is. Yes, imagine I am him. Think of him. Can you feel him trying to make a whore of me? What he never will. He ought to give it up now at this age of his life. Simply ruination for any woman, and no satisfaction in it, pretending to like it till he comes, and then finish it off myself anyway. And it makes your lips pale anyhow. It's done now once. And for all, with all the talk of the world about it, people make it's only the first time. After that it's just the ordinary do it, and think no more about it. Why? Can't you kiss a man without going and marrying him first? You sometimes love to wildly when you feel that way, so nice all over you, you can't help yourself. I wish some man or other would take me sometime when he's there and kiss me in his arms. There's nothing like a kiss, long and hot down to your soul, almost paralyses you. Then I hate that confession, when I used to go to Father Corrigan, touch me, Father. And what harm if he did? Where? And I said, on the canal bank, like a fool. But whereabouts? On your person, my child, on the leg behind. High up, was it? Yes, rather high up, was it? Or you sit down? Yes. Oh Lord, couldn't he say bottom right out? And have done with it? What has that got to do with it? And did you, whatever way he put it, I forget, no Father. And I always think of the real Father. What did he want to know? For when I already confessed it to God, he had a nice fat hand, the palm moist always. I wouldn't mind feeling it, neither would he. I'd say, by the bullneck in his horse collar. I wonder, did he know me in the box? I could see his face, he couldn't see mine, of course. He'd never turn or let on. Still his eyes were red. When his father died, they're a lost for a woman, of course. Must be terrible when a man cries, let alone them. I'd like to be embraced by one in his vestments, and the smell of incense off him, like the Pope. Besides, there's no danger with a priest. If you're a married, he's too careful about himself. Then give something to the Pope for a penance. I wonder, was he satisfied with me? One thing I didn't like his slapping me behind, going away so familiarly in the hall. Though I laughed, I am not a horse, or an ass, am I suppose. He was thinking of his father's. I wonder, is he awake thinking of me, or dreaming? Am I in it? Who gave him that flower he said he bought? He smelt of some kind of drink, not whiskey or stout, or perhaps the sweety kind of paste they stick their bills up with, some liqueur. I'd like to sip those rich-looking green and yellow expensive drinks those stageador Johnnies drink with the opera hats. I tasted once with my finger dipped out of that American that had the squirrel talking stamps with Father. He had all he could do to keep himself from falling asleep after the last time, after we took the port and potted meat. It had a fine salty taste, yes, because I felt lovely and tired myself, and fell asleep as sound as a top the moment I popped straight into bed, till that thunder woke me up. God be merciful to us. I thought the heavens were coming down about us to punish us, when I blessed myself and said a Hail Mary, like those awful thunderbolts in Gibraltar, as if the world was coming to an end. And then they come and tell you there's no God. What could you do if it was running and rushing about nothing? Only make an act of contrition. The candle I lit that evening in Whitefriars Street Chapel for the month of May, see, it brought its luck, though he'd scoff if he heard, because he never goes to church, mass, or meeting. He says your soul, you have no soul inside, only gray matter, because he doesn't know what it is to have one. Yes, when I lit the lamp, because he must have come 3 or 4 times with that tremendous big red brute of a thing he has. I thought the vein, or whatever the dickens they call, was going to burst, though his nose is not so big. After I took off all my things with the blinds down, after my hours dressing and perfuming, and combing it like iron or some kind of a thick crowbar, standing all the time, he must have eaten oysters. I think a few dozen. He was in great singing voice. No, I never in all my life Felt anyone had won the size of that to make you feel full up. He must have eaten a whole sheep, after what's the idea making us like that with a big hole in the middle of us, or like a stallion driving it up into you. Because that's all they want out of you with that determined, vicious look in his eye. I had to half shut my eyes. Still, he has such a tremendous amount of spunk in him when I made him pull out. And do it on me considering how big it is, so much the better in case any of it wasn't washed out properly the last time I let him finish it in me nice invention. They made for women for him to get all the pleasure. But if someone gave them a touch of it themselves, they'd know what I went through with Millie. Nobody would believe cutting her teeth too, and Mina Purifoy's husband give us a swing out of your whiskers, filling her up with a child or twins. Once a year, as regular as the clock, always with a smell of children off her, the one they called budgers, or something like a nigger with a shock of hair on it. Jessus Jack the child is a black. The last time I was there, a squad of them falling over one another and bawling. You couldn't hear your ears, supposed to be healthy, not satisfied, till they have a swollen out like elephants. Or I don't know what. Supposing I risked having another knot off him, though still, if he was married, I am sure he'd have a fine strong child. But I don't know, Poldy has more spunk in him. Yes, that'd be awfully jolly. I suppose it was meeting Josie Powell, and the funeral, and thinking about me and Boylan. Set him off well. He can think what he likes now, if that'll do him any good. I know they were spooning a bit. When I came on the scene he was dancing and sitting out with her the night of Georgina Simpson's housewarming. And then he wanted to ram it down my neck. It was on account of not liking to see her a wallflower. That was why we had the stand-up row over politics. He began it, not me. When he said about our Lord being a carpenter at last, he made me cry. Of course, a woman is so sensitive about everything. I was fuming with myself after forgiving in, only for I knew he was gone on me. And the first socialist, he said he annoyed me so much I couldn't put him into a temper. Still, he knows a lot of mixed-up things, especially about the body and the inside. I often wanted to study up that myself, what we have inside us in that family physician. I could always hear his voice talking when the room was crowded, and watch him. After that I pretended I had a coolness on with her over him, because he used to be a bit on the jealous side. Whenever he asked, "Who are you going to?" and I said, "Over to Floey," and he made me the present of Byron's poems and the 3 pairs of gloves, so that finished that I could quite easily get him to make it up any time. I know how id, even supposing he got in with her again and was going out to see her somewhere, id know. If he refused to eat the onions, I know plenty of ways. Ask him to tuck down the collar of my blouse, or touch him with my veil and gloves on going out. One kiss then would send them all spinning. However, all right, well, see, then let him go to her. She, of course, would only be too delighted to pretend she's mad in love with him, that I wouldn't so much mind. Id just go to her and ask her, "Do you love him?" and look her square in the eyes. She couldn't fool me, but he might imagine he was, and make a declaration to her with his plabbery kind of a manner, like he did to me, though I had the devil's own job to get it out of him, though I liked him for that. It showed he could hold, and was to be got for the asking. He was on the pop of asking me to the night in the kitchen. I was rolling the potato cake. "There's something I want to say to you," only for I put him off, letting on I was in a temper with my hands and arms full of pasty flour. In any case, I let out too much the night before, talking of dreams, so I didn't want to let him know more than was good for him. She used to be always embracing me, Josie, whenever he was there, meaning him, of course, glomming me over, and when I said I washed up and down as far as possible, asking me, "And did you wash possible?" The women are always egging on to that, putting it on thick when he's there. They know by his sly eye, blinking a bit, putting on the indifferent when they come out with something the kind. He is what spoils him. I don't wonder in the least, because he was very handsome at that time, trying to look like Lord Byron. I said I liked, though he was too beautiful for a man, and he was a little before we got engaged afterwards, though she didn't like it's so much. The day I was in fits of laughing with the giggles. I couldn't stop about all my hairpins falling out one after another. With the mass of hair I had, Ure always in great humor. She said yes, because it grigged her, because she knew what it meant, because I used to tell her a good bit of what went on between us, not all, but just enough to make her mouth water. But that wasn't my fault. She didn't darken the door much after we were married. I wonder what she's got like now, after living with that dotty husband of hers. She had her face beginning to look drawn and run down. The last time I saw her, she must have been just after a row with him. because I saw on the moment she was edging to draw down a conversation about husbands, and talk about him to run him down. What was it? She told me, oh yes, that sometimes he used to go to bed with his muddy boots on. When the maggot takes him, just imagine having to get into bed with a thing like that that might murder you any moment. What a man, well, it's not the one way everyone goes mad. Poldy anyhow, whatever he does, always wipes his feet on the mat when he comes in wet or shine, and always blacks his own boots too, and he always takes off his hat when he comes up in the street like then. And now, he's going about in his slippers to look for 10,000 for a postcard you pee up. Oh sweetheart, may wouldn't a thing like that simply bore you stiff to extinction? Actually too stupid even to take his boots off now. What could you make of a man like that? I'd rather die 20 times over than marry another of their sex. Of course, he'd never find another woman like me to put up with him the way I do. Know me, come sleep with me, yes. And he knows that too at the bottom of his heart. Take that Mrs. Maybrick that poisoned her husband for what I wonder in love with some other man. Yes, it was found out on her. Wasn't she the downright villain to go and do a thing like that? Of course, some men can be dreadfully aggravating, drive you mad, and always the worst word in the world. What do they ask us to marry them for if we're so bad as all that comes to? Yes, because they can't get on without us. White arsenic she put in his tea, off flypaper, wasn't it? I wonder why they call it that. If I asked him, he'd say it's from the Greek. Leave us as wise as we were before. She must have been madly in love with the other fellow to run the chance of being hanged. Oh, she didn't care if that was her nature. What could she do besides? There ain't not brutes enough to go and hang a woman, surely. Are they? There ain't also different Boylan talking about the shape of my foot. He noticed at once, even before he was introduced, when I was in the DBC with Poldy laughing and trying to listen. I was waggling my foot. We both ordered 2 teas and plain bread and butter. I saw him looking with his 2 old maids of sisters when I stood up and asked the girl where it was. What do I care, with it dropping out of me? And that black closed breeches he made me buy takes you half an hour to let them down, wetting all myself, always with some brand new fad every other week. Such a long one I did. I forgot my suede gloves on the seat behind that I never got after some robber of a woman. And he wanted me to put it in the Irish Times. Lost in the ladies' lavatory. DBC. Dame Street Finder returned to Mrs. Marion Bloom. And I saw his eyes on my feet going out through the turning door. He was looking when I looked back. And I went there for tea 2 days after in the hope. But he wasn't now. How did that excite him? Because I was crossing them when we were in the other room first. He meant the shoes that are too tight to walk in my hand is nice like that. If I only had a ring with the stone for my month. A nice aquamarine, ill stick him for one, and a gold bracelet. I don't like my foot so much still. I made him spend once with my foot the night after Goodwin's botch-up of a concert, so cold and windy. It was well we had that rum in the house to mull, and the fire wasn't black out when he asked to take off my stockings lying on the hearthrug in Lombard Street West. And another time, it was my muddy boots he'd like me to walk in, all the horse's dung I could find. But of course he's not natural like the rest of the world. That I, what did he say? I could give 9 points in 10 to Caddy Lanner and beat her. What does that mean? I asked him. I forget what he said because the Stuppress edition just passed. And the man with the curly hair and the Lucan dairy, that's so polite, I think I saw his face before somewhere. I noticed him when I was tasting the butter, so I took my time. Bartle d'Arcy too, that he used to make fun of when he commenced kissing me on the choir stairs after I sang Gounod's Ave Maria. What are we waiting for? Oh, my heart, kiss me straight on the brow and part, which is my brown part. He was pretty hot for all his tinny voice too, my low notes. He was always raving about, if you can believe him. I liked the way he used his mouth singing. Then he said, wasn't it terrible to do that there in a place like that? I don't see anything so terrible about it. I'll tell him about that some day, not now, and surprise him. And I'll take him there and show him the very place too. We did it so. Now there you are, like it or lump it. He thinks nothing can happen without him knowing. He hadn't an idea about my mother till we were engaged, otherwise he'd never have got me so cheap as he did. He was 10 times worse himself anyhow, begging me to give him a tiny bit cut off my drawers. That was the evening coming along Kenilworth Square. He kissed me in the eye of my glove, and I had to take it off, asking me questions. Is it permitted to inquire the shape of my bedroom? So I let him keep it as if I forgot it to think of me when I saw him slip it into his pocket. Of course, He's mad on the subject of drawers that's plain to be seen always skeezing at those brazen-faced things on the bicycles, with their skirts blowing up to their navels. Even when Millie and I were out with him at the open-air fete, that one in the cream muslin standing right against the sun so he could see. Every atom she had on when he saw me from behind following in the rain. I saw him, before he saw me however, standing at the corner of the Harold's Cross Road, with a new raincoat on him, with the muffler in the Zingari colors to show off his complexion, and the brown hat looking slyboots as usual. What was he doing there? Where he'd no business. They can go and get whatever they like from anything at all with a skirt on it. And we're not to ask any questions, but they want to know where are you going? I could feel him coming along skulking after me, his eyes on my neck. He had been keeping away from the house. He felt it was getting too warm for him. So I half-turned and stopped. Then he pestered me to say yes, till I took off my gloves, slowly watching him. He said my openwork sleeves were too cold for the rain, anything for an excuse to put his hand in army drawers the whole blessed time, till I promised to give him the pair off my doll to carry about in his waistcoat pocket. O Maria Santissima, he did look a big fool, dreeping in the rain. Splendid set of teeth. He had made me hungry to look at them, and beseeched of me to lift the orange petticoat I had on with the sunray pleats, that there was nobody, he said, he'd kneel down in the wet if I didn't, so persevering he would too, and ruin his new raincoat. You never know what freak they'd take alone with you. They're so savage for it if anyone was passing. So I lifted them a bit, and touched his trousers outside the way. I used to gardener after with my ring hand to keep him from doing worse where it was too public. I was dying to find out. Was he circumcised? He was shaking like a jelly all over. They want to do everything too quick, take all the pleasure out of it. And father waiting all the time for his dinner. He told me to say I left my purse in the butcher's, and had to go back for it. What a deceiver. Then he wrote me that letter with all those words in it. How could he have the face to any woman, after his company manners, making it so awkward, after when we met? Asking me have I offended you with my eyelids down, of course. He saw I wast he had a few brains, not like that other fool Henny Doyle. He was always breaking or tearing something in the charades. I hate an unlucky man. And if I knew what it meant, of course, I had to say no for form's sake. Don't understand you, I said. And wasn't it natural? So it is, of course. It used to be written up with a picture of a woman's on that wall in Gibraltar with that word. I couldn't find anywhere, only for children seeing it too young. Then writing every morning a letter, sometimes twice a day. I liked the way he made love. Then he knew the way to take a woman when he sent me the 8 big poppies. Because mine was the 8th. Then I wrote the night he kissed my heart at Dolphin's barn. I couldn't describe it simply. It makes you feel like nothing on earth. But he never knew how to embrace well, like Gardner. I hope he'll come on Monday. As he said at the same time, for I hate people who come at all hours, answer the door. You think it's the vegetables, then it's somebody, and you all undressed, or the door of the filthy sloppy kitchen blows open the day old Frostiface Goodwin called about the concert in Lombard Street, and I just after dinner all flushed and tossed with boiling old stew. Don't look at me, Professor. I had to say I'm a fright, yes. But he was a real old gent in his way. It was impossible to be more respectful. Nobody to say you're out, you have to peep out through the blind like the messenger boy today. I thought it was a Pudoff first, him sending the port and the peaches first, and I was just beginning to yawn with nerves, thinking he was trying to make a fool of me, when I knew his tattarat at the door. He must have been a bit late, because it was 1/4 after 3, when I saw the 2 Daedalus girls coming from school. I never know the time. Even that watch he gave me never seems to go properly. I'd want to get it looked after. When I threw the penny to that lame sailor for England, Home and Beauty, when I was whistling, there is a charming girl I love, and I hadn't even put on my clean shift or powdered myself or a thing. Then this day week we're to go to Belfast. Just as well he has to go to Ennie's, his father's anniversary. The 27th. It wouldn't be pleasant if he did. Suppose our rooms at the hotel were beside each other, and any fooling went on in the new bed. I couldn't tell him to stop and not bother me with him in the next room. Or perhaps some Protestant clergyman with a cough knocking on the wall. Then he'd never believe the next day we didn't do something. It's all very well, a husband, but you can't fool a lover after me telling him we never did anything. Of course he didn't believe me. No, it's better he's going where he is. Besides, something always happens with him. The time going to the Mallow concert at Maryborough, ordering boiling soup for the 2 of us. Then the bell rang out. He walks down the platform, with the soup splashing about taking spoonfuls of it. Hadn't he the nerve, and the waiter after him making a holy show of us screeching and confusion for the engine to start, but he wouldn't pay till he finished it. The two gentlemen in the third-class carriage said he was quite right, so he was too. He's so pig-headed sometimes. When he gets a thing into his head, a good job. He was able to open the carriage door with his knife, or they'd have taken us on to Cork, I suppose. That was done out of revenge on him. Oh, I love jaunting in a train or a car with lovely soft cushions. I wonder, will he take a first class for me? He might want to do it in the train by tipping the guard well. Oh, I suppose there'll be the usual idiots of men, gaping at us with their eyes, as stupid as ever they can possibly be. That was an exceptional man, that common workman that left us alone in the carriage that day going to Howth. I'd like to find out something about him, 1 or 2 tunnels perhaps. Then you have to look out of the window all the nicer. Then coming back, suppose I never came back, what would they say? Eloped with him. That gets you on the stage. The last concert I sang at, where it's over a year ago. When was it? St. Teresa's Hall, Clarendon. St. Little Chits of Mrs. They have now singing Kathleen Carney and her like, on account of father being in the army, and my singing the absent-minded beggar, and wearing a brooch for Lord Roberts when I had the map of it all, and Poldy not Irish enough. Was it him managed it this time? I wouldn't put it past him. Like, he got me on to sing in the stab at Mater, by going around saying he was putting lead kindly light to music. I put him up to that till the Jesuits found out he was a Freemason, thumping the piano. Lead thou me on copid from some old opera, yes. And he was going about with some of them Sinner Fein lately, or whatever they call themselves, talking his usual trash and nonsense. He says that little man he showed me without the neck is very intelligent, the coming man Griffiths. Is he? Well, he doesn't look it, that's all I can say. Still, it must have been him. He knew there was a boycott. I hate the mention of their politics after the war, that Pretoria and Ladysmith and Bloemfontein, where Gardner Lute Stanley G. 8th BN 2nd East Lanks RGT of enteric fever. He was a lovely fellow in khaki, and just the right height over me. I am sure he was brave too. He said I was lovely the evening we kissed goodbye at the Canal Lock, my Irish beauty. He was pale with excitement about going away, or we'd be seen from the road. He couldn't stand properly. And I so hot as I never felt they could have made their peace in the beginning, or old Paul and the rest of the other old Krugers go and fight it out between them, instead of dragging on for years, killing any fine-looking men there were with their fever. If he was even decently shot, it wouldn't have been so bad. I love to see a regiment pass in review. The first time I saw the Spanish cavalry at La Roque, it was lovely after looking across the bay from Algeciras. All the lights of the rock like fireflies, or those sham battles on the 15 acres, the Black Watch with their kilts in time at the march, past the 10th, Hussars the Prince, Wales' own, or the Lancers. Oh, the Lancers, they're a grand, or the Dublins that won Tugela. His father made his money over selling the horses for the cavalry. Well, he could buy me a nice present up in Belfast, after what I gave him. They've lovely linen up there, or one of those nice kimono things. I must buy a mothball like I had before to keep in the drawer with them. It would be exciting going round with him, shopping, buying those things in a new city. Better leave this ring behind. Want to keep turning and turning to get it over the knuckle there, or they might bell it round the town in their papers, or tell the police on me. But they'd think we're married. Oh, let them all go and smother themselves for the fat lot. I care. He has plenty of money, and he's not a marrying man, so somebody better get it out of him if I could find out whether he likes me. I looked a bit washy, of course, when I looked close in the handless, powdering a mirror. Never gives you the expression, besides scrooching down on me like that all the time with his big hip bones. He's heavy too with his hairy chest for this heat, always having to lie down for them. Better for him put it into me from behind the way. Mrs. Mastiansky told me her husband made her like the dogs do it, and stick out her tongue as far as ever she could. And he's so quiet and mild with his tingating sither. Can you ever be up to men the way it takes them? Lovely stuff in that blue suit he had on, and stylish tie, and socks with the sky blue silk things on them. He's certainly well off, I know by the cut his clothes have and his heavy watch. But he was like a perfect devil for a few minutes after he came back with the Stpress, tearing up the tickets and swearing blazes because he lost 20 quid. He said he lost over that outsider, that 1.5 he put on for me on account of Lenihan's tip. cursing him to the lowest pits that sponger. He was making free with me after the Glencree dinner, coming back that long jolt over the featherbed, looking at me with his dirty eyes. Val Dillon, that big heathen I first noticed. Him at dessert when I was cracking the nuts with my teeth. I wished I could have picked every morsel of that chicken out of my fingers. It was so tasty and browned, and as tender as anything, only for I didn't want to eat everything on my plate. Those forks and fish slissers were hallmarked silver too. I wish I had some. I could easily have slipped a couple into my muff when I was playing with them. Then always hanging out of them for money in a restaurant for the bit you put down your throat. We have to be thankful for our mangy cup of tea itself, as a great compliment to be noticed the way the world is divided. In any case, if it's going to go on, I want at least 2 other good chemises for one thing. But I don't know what kind of drawers he likes. None at all, I think. Didn't he say yes? And half the girls in Gibraltar never wore them, either naked as God made them. That Andalusian singing her Manola, she didn't make much secret of what she hadn't. Yes. And the second pair of silkette stockings is ladder. After one days where I could have brought them back to Lures this morning and kicked up a row and made that one change them, only not to upset myself and run the risk of walking into him and ruining the whole thing. And one of those kid-fitting corsets I'd want advertised cheap in the Gentlewoman with elastic gores on the hips. He saved the one I have, but that's no good. What did they say? They give a delightful figure line 11/6, obviating that unsightly broad appearance across the lower back to reduce flesh. My belly is a bit too big. I'll have to knock off the stout at dinner. Or am I getting too fond of it? The last they sent from O'Rourke's was as flat as a pancake. He makes his money easy, Larry. They call him the old mangy parcel. He sent at Christmas a cottage cake and a bottle of hogwash he tried to palm off as claret that he couldn't get anyone to drink. God spare his spit, for fear he'd die of the drouth. Or I must do a few breathing exercises. I wonder, is that antifat any good? Might overdo it. The thin ones are not so much the fashion now. Garters, that much. I have the violet pair I wore today. That's all he bought me out of the check he got on the first. Oh no. There was the face lotion I finished the last of yesterday that made my skin like new. I told him over and over again, get that made up in the same place. And don't forget it. God only knows whether he did. After all I said to him, I'll know by the bottle anyway. If not, I suppose I'll only have to wash in my piss like beefsteak or chicken soup with some of that opoponax and violet. I thought it was beginning to look coarse or old a bit. The skin underneath is much finer where it peeled off there on my finger after the burn. It's a pity it isn't all like that. And the 4 paltry handkerchiefs, about 6 in all. Sure, you can't get on in this world without style. All going in food and rent. When I get it, I'll lash it around, I tell you, in fine style. I always want to throw a handful of tea into the pot, measuring and mincing if I buy a pair of old brogues. Itself, do you like those new shoes? Yes. Were they? I've no clothes at all. The brown costume and the skirt and jacket and the one at the cleaners. 3. What's that for any woman cutting up this old hat and patching up the other? The men want look at you, and women try to walk on you because they know you've no man. Then, with all the things getting dearer every day for the 4 years more I have of life up to 35. No, I am. What am I at all? I'll be 33 in September. Will I? What? Oh well, look at that Mrs. Galbraith. She's much older than me. I saw her when I was out last week. Her beauty's on the wane. She was a lovely woman, magnificent head of hair on her down to her waist, tossing it back like that, like Kitty O'Shea in Grantham Street. First thing I did every morning to look across, see her combing it as if she loved it and was full of it. Pity I only got to know her the day before we left. And that Mrs. Langtry, the Jersey lily, the Prince of Wales, was in love with. I suppose he's like the first man going the roads, only for the name of a king. They're all made the one way. Only a black man's I'd like to tray a beauty up to. What was she? 45. There was some funny story about the jealous old husband. What was it at all? And an oyster knife. He went, no, he made her wear a kind of a tin thing round her. And the Prince of Wales, yes, he had the oyster knife. Can't be true, a thing like that, like some of those books. He brings me the works of Master Francois, somebody supposed to be a priest, about a child born out of her ear because her bumgut fell out. A nice word for any priest to write, and her a e. As if any fool wouldn't know what that meant. I hate that pretending of all things with that old blackguard's face on him. Anybody can see it's not true. And that ruby and fair tyrants he brought me that twice, I remember, when I came to page 50, the part about where she hangs him up out of a hook, with a cord flagellates sure. There's nothing for a woman in that all invention made up about he drinking the champagne out of her slipper after the ball was over, like the infant Jesus in the crib at Inchicore in the Blessed Virgin's arms. Sure, no woman could have a child that big taken out of her. And I thought first it came out of her side, because how could she go to the chamber when she wanted to? And she a rich lady, of course she felt honored. HRH, he was in Gibraltar the year I was born. I bet he found lilies there too, where he planted the tree. He planted more than that in his time. He might have planted me too. If he'd come a bit sooner, then I wouldn't be here as I am. He ought to chuck that Freeman, with the paltry few shillings he knocks out of it, and go into an office, or something where he'd get regular pay, or a bank where they could put him up on a throne to count the money. All the day, of course. He prefers plottering about the house, so you can't stir with him any side. What's your program today? I wish he'd even smoke a pipe like father to get the smell of a man, or pretending to be mooching about for advertisements when he could have been in Mr. Cuff's still only for what he did, then sending me to try and patch it up. I could have got him promoted there to be the manager. He gave me a great murata once or twice. First, he was as stiff as the mischief, really, and truly Mrs. Bloom, only I felt rotten simply with the old rubbishy dress, that I lost the leads out of the tails with no cut in it. But they're coming into fashion again. I bought it simply to please him. I knew it was no good by the finish. Pity. I changed my mind of going to Todd and Burns, as I said, and not Lee's. It was just like the shop itself. Rummage sale. A lot of trash. I hate those rich shops. Get on your nerves. Nothing kills me altogether. Only he thinks he knows a great lot about a woman's dress and cooking, mathering everything he can scour off the shelves into it. If I went by his advices, every blessed hat I put on, does that suit me? Yes, take that. That's all right. The one like a wedding cake standing up miles off my head, he said, suited me. Or the dish cover one coming down on my backside on pins and needles about the shop girl in that place in Grafton Street I had the misfortune to bring him into, and she as insolent as ever she could be, with her smirk, saying, I'm afraid we're giving you too much trouble. What she's there for? But I stared it out of her. Yes, he was awfully stiff, and no wonder, but he changed the second time. He looked poldy, pig-headed as usual, like the soup, but I could see him looking very hard at my chest when he stood up to open the door for me. It was nice of him to show me out. In any case, I am extremely sorry. Mrs. Bloom, believe me, without making it too marked, the first time after him being insulted, and me being supposed to be his wife. I just half smiled. I know my chest was out that way at the door when he said, I'm extremely sorry. And I'm sure you were. Yes, I think he made them a bit firmer, sucking them like that so long he made me thirsty. Titties, he calls them. I had to laugh. Yes, this one anyhow stiff. The nipple gets for the least thing. It'll get him to keep that up, and he'll take those eggs beaten up with marsala, fatten them out for him. What are all those veins and things? Curious the way it's made too. The same in case of twins. They're supposed to represent beauty, placed up there like those statues in the museum. One of them pretending to hide it with her hand. Are they so beautiful? Of course, compared with what a man looks like with his 2 bags full, and his other thing hanging down out of him, or sticking up at you like a hat rack. No wonder they hide it with a cabbage leaf. That disgusting Cameron Highlander behind the meat market, or that other wretch with the red head behind the tree, where the statue of the fish used to be, when I was passing, pretending he was pissing, standing out for me to see it with his baby clothes up to one side. The Queen's Own. They were a nice lot. It's well, the Surreys relieved them. They're always trying to show it to you, every time nearly. I passed outside the men's greenhouse near the Harcourt Street station, just to try some fellow or other trying to catch my eye, as if it was one of the 7 wonders of the world. Oh, and the stink of those rotten places. The night coming home with Poldy after the Comerfords' party. Oranges and lemonade to make you feel nice and watery. I went into one of them. It was so biting cold I couldn't keep it. When was that? 93. The canal was frozen. Yes, it was a few months after. A pity a couple of the Camerons weren't there to see me squatting in the men's place. Midero. I tried to draw a picture of it before I tore it up like a sausage or something. I wonder they're not afraid going about of getting a kick or a bang of something there. The woman is beauty, of course. That's admitted. When he said I could pose for a picture naked to some rich fellow in Hall Street, when he lost the job in Healy's, and I was selling the clothes and strumming in the Coffee Palace, Would I be like that Bath of the Nymph with my hair down? Yes, only she's younger, or I am. A little like that dirty bitch in that Spanish photo. He has nymphs used, they go about like that. I asked him about her, and that word meant something with hoses in it. And he came out with some jawbreakers about the incarnation. He never can explain a thing, simply. The way a body can understand, then he goes and burns the bottom out of the pan, all for his kidney. This one not so much, there's the mark of his teeth still. Where he tried to bite the nipple, I had to scream out, "Aren't they fearful, trying to hurt you?" I had a great breast of milk with milly enough for two. What was the reason of that? He said I could have got £1 a week as a wet nurse. All swelled out the morning. That delicate-looking student that stopped in No. 28 with the Citron's Penrose nearly caught me washing through the window, only for I snapped up the towel to my face. That was his studenting hurt me. They used to weaning her, till he got Dr. Brady to give me the belladonna prescription. I had to get him to suck them. They were so hard, he said it was sweeter and thicker than cows. Then he wanted to milk me into the tea. Well, he's beyond everything. I declare somebody ought to put him in the budget if I only could remember the one half of the things, and write a book out of it, the works of Master Poldy, yes. And it's so much smoother, the skin, much an hour he was at them. I'm sure by the clock, like some kind of a big infant I had at me. They want everything in their mouth, all the pleasure those men get out of a woman. I can feel his mouth. Oh Lord, I must stretch myself. I wished he was here, or somebody to let myself go with, and come again like that. I feel all fire inside me. If I could dream it, when he made me spend the second time tickling me behind with his finger, I was coming for about 5 minutes with my legs round him. I had to hug him after. Oh Lord. I wanted to shout out all sorts of things, fuck or shit, or anything at all, only not to look ugly. Or those lines from The Strain, who knows the way he'd take it. You want to feel your way with a man, they're not all like him. Thank God some of them want you to be so nice about it. I noticed the contrast. He does it, and doesn't talk. I gave my eyes that look with my hair bit loose from the tumbling and my tongue between my lips up to him. The savage brute. Thursday, Friday, 1, Saturday 2, Sunday 3. Oh Lord, I can't wait till Monday. FRC ye frong trains somewhere whistling the strength those engines have in them, like big giants, and the water rolling all over and out of them, all sides, like the end of Love's old sweet song. The poor men that have to be out all the night from their wives and families in those roasting engines. Stifling it was today. I am glad I burned the half of those old Freemans and photo bits, leaving things like that lying about. He's getting very careless, and threw the rest of them up in the WC. I'll get him to cut them tomorrow for me, instead of having them there for the next year, to get a few pence for them. Have him asking where's last January's paper. And all those old overcoats I bundled out of the hall, making the place hotter than it is. That rain was lovely and refreshing just after my beauty sleep. I thought it was going to get like Gibraltar. My goodness, the heat there, before the Levanter came on, black as night, and the glare of the rock standing up in it, like a big giant compared with their 3-rock mountain they think is so great, with the red sentries here and there, the poplars, and they all white hot, and the smell of the rainwater in those tanks, watching the sun all the time weltering down on you. Faded. All that lovely frock father's friend Mrs. Stanhope sent me from the B. Marquet, Paris. What a shame, my dearest Doggerina, she wrote on it. She was very nice. What's this? Her other name was just a PC to tell you I sent the little present. Have just had a jolly warm bath and feel a very clean dog now. Enjoyed it. Wogger. She called him Wogger. W'd give anything to be back in Jib and hear you sing Waiting. And in Old Madrid Concone is the name of those exercises. He bought me one of those, knew some word I couldn't make out. Shawls, amusing things, but tear for the least thing. Still, they're lovely, I think, don't you? We'll always think of the lovely teas we had together, scrumptious currant scones and raspberry wafers. I adore. Well now, dearest Doggerina, be sure and write soon, kind. She left out regards to your father, also Captain Grove, with love. Ers Affley Hester XXXXX. She didn't look a bit married, just like a girl. He was years older than her. Wogger. He was awfully fond of me when he held down the wire with his foot for me to step over at the bullfight at La Linea, when that matador Gomez was given the bull's ear. These clothes we have to wear, whoever invented them, expecting you to walk up Killenny Hill. Then, for example, at that picnic, all stazed up. You can't do a blessed thing in them in a crowd run or jump out of the way. That's why I was afraid when that other ferocious old bull began to charge the banderilleros with the sashes, and the two things in their hats, and the brutes of men shouting bravo toro. Sure, the women were as bad in their nice white mantillas, ripping all the whole insides out of those poor horses. I never heard of such a thing in all my life. Yes, he used to break his heart at me taking off the dog barking in Bell Lane, poor brute. And it's sick what became of them ever. I suppose they're a dead long ago, the two of them. It's like all through a mist. Makes you feel so old. I made the scones, of course. I had everything all to myself. Then a girl, Hester, we used to compare our hair. Mine was thicker than hers. She showed me how to settle it at the back when I put it up. And what's this else? How to make a knot on a thread with the one hand. We were like cousins. What age was I then? The night of the storm I slept in her bed. She had her arms round me. Then we were fighting in the morning with the pillow. What fun! He was watching me whenever he got an opportunity at the band on the Alameda Esplanade. When I was with father and Captain Grove, I looked up at the church first, and then at the windows, then down, and our eyes met. I felt something go through me like all needles. My eyes were dancing. I remember after, when I looked at myself in the glass, hardly recognized myself. The change. He was attractive to a girl, in spite of his being a little bald, intelligent looking, disappointed and gay at the same time. He was like Thomas in the shadow of Ashlydyat. I had a splendid skin from the sun, and the excitement like a rose. I didn't get a wink of sleep. It wouldn't have been nice on account of her, but I could have stopped it in time. She gave me the Moonstone to read. That was the first I read of Wilkie Collins. East Lynne I read, and The Shadow of Ashlydyat, Mrs. Henry Wood, Henry Dunbar, by that other woman. I lent him afterwards with Mulvey's photo in it, so as he see I wasn't without. And Lord Lytton, Eugene Aram, Molly Bawn. She gave me by Mrs. Hungerford on account of the name. I don't like books with a Molly in them like that one he brought me about. The one from Flanders, a whore, always shoplifting, anything she could, cloth and stuff and yards of it. Oh, this blanket is too heavy on me. That's better. I haven't even one decent nightdress. This thing gets all rolled under me besides him and his fooling. That's better. I used to be weltering then in the heat, my shift drenched with the sweat stuck in the cheeks of my bottom on the chair. When I stood up, they were so fattish and firm. When I got up on the sofa cushions to see with my clothes up, and the bugs, tons of them at night, and the mosquito nets, I couldn't read a line. Lord, how long ago it seems, centuries. Of course they never came back, and she didn't put her address right on it either. She may have noticed her Wagger people were always going away, and we never. I remember that day with the waves and the boats with their high heads rocking, and the smell of ship. Those officers' uniforms on shore leave made me seasick. He didn't say anything. He was very serious. I had the high button boots on, and my skirt was blowing. She kissed me 6 or 7 times. Didn't I cry? Yes, I believe I did, or near it. My lips were teetering. When I said goodbye, she had a gorgeous wrap of some special kind of blue color on her for the voyage, made very peculiarly to one side like, and it was extremely pretty. It got as dull as the devil after they went. I was almost planning to run away mad out of it somewhere. We're never easy where we are. Father or aunt or marriage waiting, always waiting to gee at him to me waiting, nor speed his flying feet. Their damn guns bursting and booming all over the shop, especially the Queen's birthday, and throwing everything down in all directions. If you didn't open the windows when General Ulysses Grant, whoever he was or did suppose to be, some great fellow, landed off the ship in Old Sprague, the consul that was there from before the flood, dressed up, poor man, and he in mourning for the son. Then the same old bugles for reveille in the morning, and drums rolling, and the unfortunate poor devils of soldiers walking about with mestins, smelling the place more than the old long-bearded Jews in their jellabis, and Levites assembly, and sound clear, and gunfire for the men to cross the lines, and the warden marching with his keys to lock the gates, and the bagpipes, and only Captain Groves and father talking about Rorke's Drift and Plevna, and Sir Garnet Walseley and Gordon at Khartoum lighting their pipes for them every time they went out. Drunken old devil with his grog on the windowsill, catch him leaving any of it, picking his nose, trying to think of some other dirty story to tell up in a corner. But he never forgot himself when I was there, sending me out of the room on some blind excuse, paying his compliments, the Bushmills whiskey, talking of course, but he'd do the same to the next woman that came along. I suppose he died of galloping drink ages ago, the days like years, not a letter from a living soul. Except the odd few I posted to myself with bits of paper in them, so bored sometimes. I could fight with my nails listening to that old Arab with the one eye, and his hiss of an instrument singing his he-he-ahi, all my compriment on your hotchpotch of your hiss. As bad as now with the hands hanging off me looking out of the window. If there was a nice fellow even in the opposite house, that medical in Hall Street, the nurse was after when I put on my gloves and had at the window to show I was going out, not a notion. What I meant errant, they thick never understand what you say, even you'd want to print it up on a big poster for them. Not even if you shake hands twice with the left. He didn't recognize me either when I half frowned at him, outside Westland Row Chapel. Where does their great intelligence come in? I'd like to know gray matter they have it all in their tail, if you ask me, those country gougers up in the City Arms Intelligence. They had a damn sight less than the bulls and cows they were selling the meat. And the Coleman's bell, that noisy bugger trying to swindle me with the wrong bill he took out of his hat. What a pair of paws and pots and pans and kettles to mend any broken bottles for a poor man today. And no visitors or post ever, except his checks, or some advertisement like that wonderworker they sent him, addressed Dear Madam, only his letter and the card from Millie this morning. See, she wrote a letter to him. Who did I get the last letter from? Oh, Mrs. Dwen now. What possessed her to write from Canada, after so many years, to know the recipe I had for Pisto Madrano Floey Dillon, since she wrote to say she was married to a very rich architect, if I'm to believe all I hear, with a villa and 8 rooms. Her father was an awfully nice man. He was near 70, always good-humored. Well now, Miss Tweedy or Miss Gillespie, there's the Pioneer that was solid silver coffee service. He had 2 on the mahogany sideboard. Then, dying so far away, I hate people that have always their poor story to tell. Everybody has their own troubles. That poor Nancy Blake died a month ago of acute pneumonia. Well, I didn't know her so well as all that she was Flowey's friend more than mine. Poor Nancy. It's a bother having to answer. He always tells me the wrong things, and no stops to say, like making a speech, your sad bereavement, Symph Athy. I always make that mistake, and knew few with 2 W's, and I hope he'll write me a longer letter the next time if it's a thing he really likes me. Oh, thanks be to the great God, I got somebody to give me what I badly wanted, to put some heart up into me. You've no chances at all in this place like you used long ago. I wish somebody would write me a love letter, his wasn't much. And I told him he could write what he liked. Yours ever, Hugh Boylan. In old Madrid stuff. Silly women believe love is sighing. I am dying still. If he wrote it, I suppose there be some truth in it. True or no, it fills up your whole day and life. Always something to think about every moment. And see it all round you like a new world. I could write the answer in bed to let him imagine me short. Just a few words, not those long crossed letters. Addie Dillon used to write to the fellow that was something in the 4 Courts that jilted her after out of the ladies' letter writer. When I told her to say a few simple words, he could twist how he liked, not acting with precipitancy, with equal candor, the greatest earthly happiness. Answer to a gentleman's proposal, affirmatively. My goodness, there's nothing else. It's all very fine for them. But as for being a woman, as soon as you're old, they might as well throw you out in the bottom of the ashpit. Mulvey's was the first when I was in bed that morning, and Mrs. Rubio brought it in with the coffee. She stood there standing when I asked her to hand me, and I pointing at them. I couldn't think of the word, a hairpin, to open it with. Ah, Horquilla, disobliging old thing. And it's staring her in the face with her switch of false hair on her, and vain about her appearance, ugly, as she was near 80, or a 100, her face a mass of wrinkles, with all her religion domineering, because she never could get over the Atlantic fleet coming in half the ships of the world, and the Union Jack flying with all her carabineros, because 4 drunken English sailors took all the rock from them, and because I didn't run into Mass often enough in Santa Maria to please her with her shawl up on her, except when there was a marriage on, with all her miracles of the saints, and her black blessed Virgin with the silver dress, and the sun dancing 3 times on Easter Sunday morning, and when the priest was going by with the bell bringing the Vatican to the dying, blessing herself for his majestat and admirer. He signed it. I near jumped out of my skin. I wanted to pick him up when I saw him following me along the cow reel in the shop window. Then he tipped me just in passing. But I never thought he'd write making an appointment. I had it inside my petticoat bodice all day, reading it up in every hole and corner, while father was up at the drill, instructing to find out by the handwriting or the language of stamps singing I remember, "Shall I wear a white rose?" And I wanted to put on the old stupid clock to near the time he was the first man kissed me under the Moorish wall, my sweetheart. When a boy it never entered my head what kissing meant, till he put his tongue in my mouth, his mouth was sweet like young. I put my knee up to him a few times to learn the way. What did I tell him? I was engaged for fun to the son of a Spanish nobleman named Don Miguel de la Flora, and he believed me that I was to be married to him in 3 years' time. There's many a true word spoken in jest. There is a flower that bloometh. A few things I told him true about myself, just for him to be imagining the Spanish girls he didn't like. I suppose one of them wouldn't have him. I got him excited. He crushed all the flowers on my bosom he brought me. He couldn't count the posadas and the paragordas till I taught him Capaquin. He came from, he said, on the black water. But it was too short then the day before he left May. Yes, it was May when the infant king of Spain was born. I am always like that in the spring, id like a new fellow every year up on the tip-top under the rock gun near O'Hara's tower. I told him it was struck by lightning. And all about the old Barbary apes they sent to Clapham without a tail, careering all over the show on each other's back. Mrs. Rubio said she was a regular old rock scorpion, robbing the chickens out of Incez farm and throw stones at you if you went anar. He was looking at me. I had that white blouse on open in the front to encourage him as much as I could without too openly. They were just beginning to be plump. I said I was tired. We lay over the fir tree cove, a wild place I suppose. It must be the highest rock in existence, the galleries and casemates, and those frightful rocks, and St. Michael's cave with the icicles, or whatever they call them, hanging down, and ladders, all the mud plotching my boots. I'm sure that's the way down the monkeys go under the sea to Africa. When they die the ships out far like chips. That was the Malta boat passing. Yes, the sea and the sky. You could do what you liked, lie there forever. He caressed them outside. They love doing that. It's the roundness there. I was leaning over him with my white rice straw hat to take the newness out of it, the left side of my face the best, my blouse open for his last day, transparent kind of shirt. Yet I could see his chest pink. He wanted to touch mine with his for a moment, but I wouldn't let him. He was awfully put out first for fear, you never know, consumption, or leave me with a child embarazada. That old servant Inez told me that one drop, even if it got into you at all, after I tried with the banana, but I was afraid it might break and get lost up in me somewhere, because they once took something down out of a woman that was up there for years, covered with lime salts. They're all mad to get in there. Where they come out of, you'd think they could never go far enough up, and then they're done with you in a way, till the next time. Yes, because there's a wonderful feeling. They're so tender all the time. How did we finish it off? Yes, oh yes, I pulled him off into my handkerchief, pretending not to be excited, but I opened my legs. I wouldn't let him touch me inside my petticoat, because I had a skirt opening up the side. I tormented the life out of him, first tickling him. I loved rousing that dog in the hotel, rrrsssst, Owakwakewak, his eyes shut, and a bird flying below us. He was shy all the same. I liked him like that, moaning. I made him blush a little when I got over him that way, when I unbuttoned him and took his out and drew back the skin. It had a kind of eye in it. There all buttons men down the middle, on the wrong side of them. Molly darling. He called me, what was his name? Jack Joe Harry Mulvey, was it? Yes. I think a lieutenant. He was rather fair. He had a laughing kind of a voice. So I went round to the whatdyoucall. Everything was whatdyoucall mustache. Had he said he'd come back, Lord, it's just like yesterday to me. And if I was married, he'd do it to me. And I promised him, yes, faithfully, id let him block me. Now flying, perhaps he's dead or killed, or a captain or admiral. It's nearly 20 years. If I said Fir Tree Cove, he would, if he came up behind me and put his hands over my eyes to guess who I might recognize him. He's young still, about 40 perhaps. He's married some girl on the black water, and is quite changed. They all do. They haven't half the character a woman has. She little knows what I did with her beloved husband before he ever dreamt of her, in broad daylight too, in the sight of the whole world. You might say they could have put an article about it in the Chronicle. I was a bit wild after, when I blew out the old bag. The biscuits were in from Benety Bros, and exploded it. Lord, what a bang! All the woodcocks and pigeons screaming, coming back the same way that we went over Middle Hill round by the old guardhouse. and the Jew's burial place pretending to read out the Hebrew on them. I wanted to fire his pistol. He said he hadn't one. He didn't know what to make of me with his peaked cap on that he always wore. Crooked as often as I settled it straight HMS Calypso, swinging my hat, that old bishop that spoke off the altar his long preach about woman's higher functions, about girls now riding the bicycle and wearing peaked caps, and the new woman bloomers God send him sense, and me more money I suppose they're a called after him. I never thought that would be my name Bloom, when I used to write it in print to see how it looked on a visiting card or practicing for the butcher, and oblige M. Bloom Ure looking blooming. Josie used to say after I married him, well, it's better than Breen or Briggs does Brig, or those awful names with bottom in them. Mrs. Ramsbottom, or some other kind of a bottom mulvey. I wouldn't go mad about either or suppose. I divorced him. Mrs. Boylan, my mother. Whoever she was might have given me a nicer name, the Lord knows, after the lovely one she had, Lunita Laredo, the fun we had running along Willis Road to Europa Point, twisting in, and out all round the other side of Jersey. They were shaking and dancing. About in my blouse like Millie's little ones now. When she runs up the stairs I loved looking down at them. I was jumping up at the pepper trees, and the white poplars pulling the leaves off and throwing them at him. He went to India. He was to write the voyages those men have to make to the ends of the world. And back. It's the least they might get a squeeze or two at Owlman, while they can going out to be drowned or blown up somewhere. I went up Windmill Hill to the flats that Sunday morning with Captain Rubio's that was. Dead spyglass like the sentry had he said he'd have one or two from on board. I wore that frock from the B. Marquet Paris, and the coral necklace, the straits shining, I could see over to Morocco, almost the Bay of Tangier white, and the Atlas mountain with snow on it, and the straits like a river so clear. Harry Molly darling, I was thinking of him on the sea all the time after at Mass, when my petticoat began to slip down at the elevation weeks, and weeks I kept the handkerchief under my pillow for the smell of him. There was no decent perfume to be got in that Gibraltar, only that cheap Peau d'Espagne that faded and left a stink on you more than anything else. I wanted to give him a memento. He gave me that clumsy Cladog ring for luck that I gave Gardner going to South Africa, where those Boers killed him with their war and fever. But they were well beaten all the same, as if it brought its bad luck with it, like an opal or pearl. Still, it must have been pure 18-karat gold, because it was very heavy. But what could you get in a place like that? The sand frogs shower from Africa, and that derelict ship that came up to the harbor, Marie. The Marie, what do you call it? No. He hadn't a mustache that was Gardner. Yes, I can see his face clean-shaven. FRCE frong that train again, weeping tone. Once in the dear deed days beyonder, call close my eyes, breath my lips forward, kiss, sad look, eyes open, piano air o'er the world. The mists began, I hate that istbeg comes love, sweet suwuwang ill. Let that out full when I get in front of the footlights again. Kathleen Carney and her lot of squealers miss this miss, that miss the other lot of sparrow farts skidding around talking about politics. They know as much about as my backside anything in the world, to make themselves some way interesting. Irish homemade beauties, soldier's daughter am I. And whose are you bootmakers and publicans? I beg your pardon, coach. I thought you were a wheelbarrow. They'd die down dead off their feet if ever they got a chance of walking down the Alameda on an officer's arm like me on the band night. My eyes flash my bust that they haven't passion. God help their poor head. I knew more about men and life when I was 15 than they'll all know at 50. They don't know how to sing a song like that. Gardner said, no man could look at my mouth and teeth smiling like that and not think of it. I was afraid he might like my accent first. He's so English. All father left me in spite of his stamps. I've my mother's eyes and figure anyhow. He always said they're so snotty about themselves, some of those cads. He wassed a bit like that. He was dead gone on my lips. Let them get a husband first that's fit to be looked at, and a daughter like mine, or see if they can excite a swell with money that can pick and choose whoever he wants, like Boylan, to do it 4 or 5 times locked in each other's arms, or the voice. Either I could have been a prima donna. Only I married him. Comes Louv's old deep down chin back. Not too much, make it double. My lady's bower is too long for an encore about the moated grange at twilight and vaunted rooms. Yes, ill sing winds that blow from the south that he gave after the choir stairs performance. Ill change that lace on my black dress to show off my bubs, and ill, yes, by God, I'll get that big fan Mendy'd make them burst with envy. My hole is itching me always when I think of him. I feel some wind in me, better go easy not wake him. Have him at it again, slobbering after washing every bit of myself back belly. And sides, if we had even a bath itself, or my own room anyway. I wish he'd sleep in some bed by himself with his cold feet on me, give us room even to let a fart God, or do the least thing better, yes, hold them like that, a bit on my side piano, quietly swee. There's that train far away pianissimo, one more song, that was a relief. Wherever you be, let your wind go free. Who knows if that pork chop I took with my cup of tea after was quite good with the heat. I couldn't smell anything off it. I am sure that queer-looking man in the pork butcher's is a great rogue, I hope. That lamp is not smoking. Fill my nose up with smuts, better than having him leaving the gas on all night. I couldn't rest easy in my bed in Gibraltar. Even getting up to see. Why am I so damned nervous about that, though I like it in the winter? It's more company. Oh Lord, it was rotten cold too, that winter when I was only about 10. Was I? Yes. I had the big doll with all the funny clothes dressing her up. And undressing that icy wind skeeting across from those mountains, the something Nevada, Sierra Nevada. Standing at the fire with the little bit of a short shift I had up to heat myself, I loved dancing about in it, then make a race back into bed. I am sure that fellow opposite used to be there the whole time watching with the lights out in the summer. And I in my skin, hopping around. I used to love myself. Then stripped at the washstand, dabbing and creaming only when it came to the chamber performance. I put out the light too, so then there were two of us. Goodbye to my sleep for this night. Anyhow, I hope he's not going to get in with those medicals, leading him astray to imagine he's young again, coming in at 4 in the morning. It must be, if not more still, he had the manners not to wake me. What do they find to gabber about all night, squandering money and getting drunker and drunker? Couldn't they drink water then? He starts giving us his orders for eggs and tea and findin' Hattie and hot buttered toast, I suppose. Well, have him sitting up like the king of the country, pumping the wrong end of the spoon up and down in his egg, wherever he learned that from. And I love to hear him falling up the stairs of a morning with the cups rattling on the tray, and then play with the cat she rubs up against you for her own sake. I wonder, as she flees, she's as bad as a woman, always licking and lecking. But I hate their claws. I wonder, do they see anything that we can't, starring like that, when she sits at the top of the stairs, so long and listening. As I wait always, what a robber too, that lovely fresh place I bought. I think I'll get a bit of fish tomorrow or today. Is it Friday? Yes. I will, with some blancmange with black currant jam like long ago. Not those 2 lb pots of mixed plum and apple from the London and Newcastle Williams and Woods. Goes twice as far, only for the bones. I hate those eels. Cod, yes. I'll get a nice piece of cod. I am always getting enough for 3, forgetting anyway. I am sick of that everlasting butcher's meat, from Buckley's loin chops and leg beef and rib steak and scrag of mutton and calf's plucked. The very name is enough. Picnic, suppose we all gave 5 each, and or let him pay it, and invite some other woman for him, who Mrs. Fleming, and drove out to the furry glen, or the strawberry beds wed. Have him examining all the horses' toenails first, like he does with the letters. No, not with Boylan there. Yes, with some cold veal and ham mixed sandwiches. There are little houses down at the bottom of the banks there on purpose. But it's as hot as blazes. He says not a bank holiday anyhow. I hate those ruck of Mary Ann coal boxes. Out for the day. Whit Monday is a cursed day too. No wonder that be bid him better the seaside. But I'd never again in this life get into a boat with him. After him at Bray telling the boatman he knew how to row. If anyone asked could he ride the steeplechase for the Gold Cup, he'd say yes. Then it came on to get rough, the old thing crooking about, and the weight all down my side telling me pull the right reins, now pull the left, and the tide all swamping in floods in through the bottom, and his oar slipping out of the stirrup. It's a mercy we weren't all drowned. He can swim, of course. Me know there's no danger whatsoever. Keep yourself calm. In his flannel trousers, id like to have tattered them down off him before all the people, and give him what that one calls flagellate till he was black and blue. Do him all the good in the world, only for that long-nosed chap. I don't know who he is, with that other Beauty Burke out of the City Arms Hotel. Was there spying around as usual on the slip, always where he wasn't wanted. If there was a row on, you'd vomit a better face. There was no love lost between us. That's one consolation. I wonder what kind is that book he brought me, Sweets of Sin, by a gentleman of fashion. some other Mr. de Kock. I suppose the people gave him that nickname going about with his tube from one woman to another. I couldn't even change my new white shoes all ruined with the salt water, and the hat I had with that feather all blowy and tossed on me. How annoying and provoking, because the smell of the sea excited me of course the sardines and the bream in Catalan Bay, round the back of the rock, they were fine, all silver in the fishermen's baskets. Old Luigi, near 100 they said, came from Genoa. And the tall old chap with the earrings, I don't like a man you have to climb up to get at. I suppose they're all dead and rotten long ago. Besides, I don't like being alone in this big barracks of a place at night. I suppose I'll have to put up with it. I never brought a bit of salt in, even when we moved in the Confusion musical academy he was going to make on the first floor drawing room with a brass plate, or Bloom's private hotel. He suggested go and ruin himself altogether, the way his father did down in Ennis, like all the things he told father he was going to do and me. But I saw through him, telling me all the lovely places we could go for the honeymoon, Venice by moonlight with the gondolas, and the Lake of Como he had a picture cut out of some paper of, and mandolins and lanterns. Oh, how nice, I said, whatever I liked he was going to do immediately, if not sooner. Will you be my man? Will you carry Mike? And he ought to get a leather medal with a putty rim for all the plans he invents. Then leaving us here all day. You'd never know what old beggar at the door for a crust with his long story might be a tramp, and put his foot in the way to prevent me shutting it, like that picture of that hardened criminal. He was called in Lloyd's Weekly News 20 years in jail. Then he comes out and murders an old woman for her money. Imagine his poor wife or mother or whoever. She's such a face you'd run miles away from. I couldn't rest easy till I bolted all the doors and windows to make sure. But it's worse again, being locked up like in a prison or a madhouse. They ought to be all shot. Or the cat of 9 tails, a big brute like that would attack a poor old woman to murder her in her bed. It'd cut them off him. So I would not that he'd be much use. Still better than nothing. The night I was sure I heard burglars in the kitchen, and he went down in his shirt with candle and a poker, as if he was looking for a mouse as white as a sheet, frightened out of his wits, making as much noise as he possibly could for the burglars' benefit. There isn't much to steal, indeed, the Lord knows. Still, it's the feeling, especially now with Millie away. Such an idea for him to send the girl down there to learn to take photographs on account of his grandfather, instead of sending her to Scary's Academy, where she'd have to learn, not like me getting all at school. Only he'd do a thing like that all the same on account of me and Boylan. That's why he did it. I am certain the way he plots and plans everything out. I couldn't turn round with her in the place lately, unless I bolted the door first. Gave me the fidgets coming in without knocking first, when I put the chair against the door just as I was washing myself there below with the glove. Get on your nerves. Then doing the log lady all day, put her in a glass case with 2 at a time to look at her. If he knew she broke off the hand off that little gimcrack statue with her roughness and carelessness before she left, that I got that little Italian boy to mend so that you can't see the join for 2 shillings, wouldn't even team the potatoes for you. Of course she's right not to ruin her hands. I noticed he was always talking to her lately at the table, explaining things in the paper, and she pretending to understand. Sly, of course, that comes from his side of the house. He can't say I pretend things, can he? I am too honest as a matter of fact, and helping her into her coat. But if there was anything wrong with her, it's me shed tell, not him. I suppose he thinks I'm finished out and laid on the shelf. Well, I am not, no, nor anything like it. Well, see now, she's well on for flirting too with Tom Devan's 2 sons, imitating me whistling with those romps of Murray girls calling for her. Can Millie come out, please? She's in great demand to pick what they can out of her round in Nelson Street, riding Harry Devan's bicycle at night. It's as well he sent her where she is. She was just getting out of bounds, wanting to go on the skating rink and smoking their cigarettes through their nose. I smelt it off her dress when I was biting off the thread of the button I sewed on to the bottom of her jacket. She couldn't hide much from me, I tell you, only I ought to have stitched it. And it on her it brings a parting, and the last plum pudding too, split in 2 halves. See, it comes out, no matter what they say. Her tongue is a bit too long for my taste. Your blouse is open too low, she says to me, the pan calling the kettle black bottom, and I had to tell her not to cock her legs up like that on show on the windowsill before all the people passing. They all look at her like me. When I was her age, of course, any old rag looks well on you. Then a great touchmanot too in her own way at the only way in the theatre royal, take your foot away out of that. I hate people touching me afraid of her life. It'd crush her skirt with the pleats. A lot of that touching must go on in theaters in the crush in the dark. They're always trying to wiggle up to you, that fellow in the pit. The gaiety for Beerbohm Tree in Trilby, the last time I'll ever go there to be squashed like that for any Trilby or her Beerbohm every 2 minutes tipping me there. And looking away, he's a bit daft. I think I saw him, after trying to get near 2 stylish dressed ladies outside Switzer's window at the same little game. I recognized him on the moment, the face and everything, but he didn't remember me, yes. And she didn't even want me to kiss her at the Broadstone going away. Well, I hope she'll get someone to dance attendance on her the way I did when she was down with the mumps, and her glands swollen. Where's this? And where's that? Of course she can't feel anything deep. Yet I never came properly, till I was 22 or so. It went into the wrong place, always only the usual girl's nonsense. And giggling that Connie Connolly writing to her in white ink on black paper, sealed with sealing wax, though she clapped when the curtain came down, because he looked so handsome then. We had Martin Harvey for breakfast, dinner, and supper. I thought to myself afterwards, it must be real love if a man gives up his life for her that way for nothing. I suppose there are few men like that left. It's hard to believe in it, though, unless it really happened to me, the majority of them with not a particle of love in their natures. To find 2 people like that nowadays, full up of each other, that would feel the same way as you do, they're usually a bit foolish in the head. His father must have been a bit queer to go and poison himself after her still. Poor old man, I suppose. He felt lost. She's always making love to my things too, the few old rags I have, wanting to put her hair up at 15, my powder too. Only ruin her skin on her. She's time enough for that all her life after. Of course she's restless knowing. She's pretty with her lips, so red, a pity they want stay that way. I was too. But there's no use going to the fair with the thing answering me like a fishwoman. When I asked to go for a half a stone of potatoes the day we met Mrs. Joe Gallagher at the trotting matches, and she pretended not to see us in her trap with Friary, the solicitor, we weren't grand enough, till I gave her 2 damn fine cracks across the ear for herself. Take that now for answering me like that. And that for your impudence. She had me that exasperated, of course contradicting. I was bad-tempered too, because how was it there was a weed in the tea? Or I didn't sleep the night before cheese I ate, was it? And I told her over and over again not to leave knives crossed like that, because she has nobody to command her, as she said herself. Well, if he doesn't correct her faith, I will. That was the last time she turned on the tear tap. I was just like that myself. They daren't order me about the place. It's his fault, of course, having the 2 of us slaving here instead of getting in a woman long ago. Am I ever going to have a proper servant again? Of course. Then she'd see him coming, I'd have to let her know, or she'd revenge it. Aren't they a nuisance, that old Mrs. Fleming? You have to be walking round after her, putting the things into her hands, sneezing and farting into the pots. Well, of course she's old. She can't help it. A good job I found that rotten old smelly dishcloth that got lost behind the dresser. I knew there was something, and opened the area window to let out the smell, bringing in his friends to entertain them, like the night he walked home with a dog, if you please, that might have been mad, especially Simon Dedalla's son, his father, such a criticizer, with his glasses up, with his tall hat on him at the cricket match, and a great big hole in his sock, one thing, laughing at the other, and his son that got all those prizes for whatever he won them in the intermediate. Imagine climbing over the railings. If anybody saw him that knew us, I wonder he didn't tear a big hole in his grand funeral trousers, as if the one nature gave wasn't enough for anybody hawking him down into the dirty old kitchen. Now, is he right in his head? I ask. Pity it wasn't washing day. My old pair of drawers might have been hanging up too on the line on exhibition for all he'd ever care, with the iron mold mark the stupid old bundle burned on them. He might think was something else, and she never even rendered down the fat, I told her. And now she's going such as she was on account of her paralyzed husband getting worse. There's always something wrong with them, disease, or they have to go under an operation. Or if it's not that, it's drink and he beats her. I'll have to hunt around again for someone every day. I get up, there's some new thing on. Sweet God, sweet God. Well, when I'm stretched out dead in my grave, I suppose I'll have some peace. I want to get up a minute if I'm let. Wait, oh Jesus, wait. Yes, that thing has come on me. Yes. Now wouldn't that afflict you? Of course. all the poking and rooting and plowing he had up in me now. What am I to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Wouldn't that pester the soul out of a body? Unless he likes it, some men do, God knows. There's always something wrong with us 5 days, every 3 or 4 weeks usual monthly auction, isn't it simply? Sickening that night, it came on me like that the one and only time we were in a box that Michael Gunn gave him to see Mrs. Kendall and her husband at the Gaiety, something he did about insurance for him in Drimmes. I was fit to be tied, though I wouldn't give in with that gentleman of fashion staring down at me with his glasses, and him the other side of me talking about Spinoza, and his soul that's dead I suppose millions of years ago. I smiled the best I could all in a swamp, leaning forward as if I was interested, having to sit it out. Then to the last tag I won't forget that wife of Scarley, in a hurry. Supposed to be a fast play about adultery, that idiot in the gallery hissing the woman adulteress. He shouted, I suppose he went, and had a woman in the next lane running round all the back ways after to make up for it. I wish he had what I had then, he'd boo. I bet the cat itself is better off than us, have we too much blood up in us? Or what, oh patience above, it's pouring out of me like the sea anyhow. He didn't make me pregnant as big as he is. I don't want to ruin the clean sheets. I just put on, I suppose, the clean linen I wore, brought it on too, damn it. And they always want to see a stain on the bed. To know you're a virgin for them all, that's troubling them. They're such fools too. You could be a widow, or divorced 40 times over a daub of red ink would do, or blackberry juice. No, that's too purpley. Oh, Jamesy, let me up out of this poo sweets of sin. Whoever suggested that business for women, what? Between clothes and cooking and children. This damned old bed too, jingling like the dickens, I suppose. They could hear us away over the other side of the park. Till I suggested to put the quilt on the floor with the pillow under my bottom. I wonder, is it nicer in the day? I think it is easy. I think he'll cut all this hair off me. They're scalding me. I might look like a young girl, wouldn't he get the great suckin' the next time he turned up my clothes on me. I'd give anything to see his face. Where's the chamber gone? Easy. I've a holy horror of its breaking under me after that old commode. I wonder, was I too heavy sitting on his knee? I made him sit on the easy-chair purposely. When I took off only my blouse and skirt first in the other room, he was so busy, where he ought to be. He never felt me. I hope my breath was sweet after those kissing comfits. Easy God, I remember one time I could scout it out straight, whistling like a man, almost easy. Oh Lord, how noisy. I hope there are bubbles on it for a wad of money from some fellow. I'll have to perfume it in the morning, don't forget. I bet he never saw a better pair of thighs than that. Look how white they are. The smoothest place is right there between this bit here. How soft, like a peach. Easy God, I wouldn't mind being a man and get up on a lovely woman. Oh Lord, what a row you're making, like the Jersey lily. Easy. Oh, how the waters come down at Lahore. Who knows, is there anything the matter with my insides? Or have I something growing in me, getting that thing like that every week? When was it? Last I wit Monday. Yes, it's only about 3 weeks. I ought to go to the doctor, only it would be like before I married him, when I had that white thing coming from me. And Floey made me go to that dry old stick, Dr. Collins, for women's diseases on Pembroke Road. Your vagina, he called it, I suppose. That's how he got all the gilt mirrors and carpets getting round those rich ones off Stephen's Green, running up to him for every little fiddle-faddle. Her vagina and her cochin china. They've money, of course, so they're all right. I wouldn't marry him, not if he was the last man in the world. Besides, there's something queer about their children, always smelling around, those filthy bitches. All sides asking me if what I did had an offensive odor. What did he want me to do? But the one thing gold. Maybe, what a question if I smothered it all over his wrinkly old face for him, with all my compliments. I suppose he'd know then. And could you pass it? Easily pass what I thought he was talking about, the Rock of Gibraltar, the way he put it. That's a very nice invention too, by the way, only I like letting myself down after in the hole as far as I can squeeze and pull the chain, then to flush it. Nice cool pins and needles. Still, there's something in it, I suppose. I always used to know by Millie's when she was a child whether she had worms or not. Still, all the same, paying him for that. How much is that, doctor? 1 guinea, please. And asking me had I frequent omissions. Where do those old fellows get all the words they have? Omissions, with his short-sighted eyes on me cocked sideways. I wouldn't trust him too far to give me chloroform or God knows what else. Still, I liked him when he sat down to write the thing out, frowning so severe, his nose intelligent like. That you be damned, you lying strappo, anything no matter who, except an idiot Hugh was clever enough to spot that of course that was all thinking of him. And his mad crazy letters, my precious one, everything connected with your glorious body, everything underlined that comes from it is a thing of beauty and of joy forever. Something he got out of some nonsensical book that he had me always at myself 4 and 5 times a day sometimes. And I said I hadn't. Are you sure? Oh yes. I said I am quite sure, in a way that shut him up. I knew what was coming next, only natural weakness. It was, he excited me. I don't know how, the first night ever we met when I was living in Rehoboth Terrace. We stood staring at one another for about 10 minutes, as if we met somewhere, I suppose on account of my being Jewish, looking after my mother. He used to amuse me, the things he said, with the half-sleuthering smile on him. And all the Doyles said. He was going to stand for a member of Parliament. Oh, wasn't I the born fool to believe all his blather about Home Rule? And the Land League sending me that long strule of a song out of the Huguenots to sing in French, to be more classy au beau pays de la Touraine, that I never even sang once, explaining and rigmaroling about religion and persecution. He won't let you enjoy anything naturally then. Might he, as a great favor, the very first opportunity he got a chance in Brighton Square, running into my bedroom, pretending the ink got on his hands, to wash it off with the Albion milk and sulphur soap I used to use, and the gelatine still round it. Oh, I laughed myself sick at him that day. I better not make an all night sitting on this affair. They ought to make chambers a natural size, so that a woman could sit on it properly. He kneels down to do it. I suppose there isn't in all creation another man, with the habits he has. Look at the way he's sleeping at the foot of the bed. How can he without a hard bolster? It's well he doesn't kick, or he might knock out all my teeth, breathing with his hand on his nose like that Indian god. He took me to show one wet Sunday in the museum in Kildare Street, all yellow, in a pinafore, lying on his side on his hand, with his 10 toes sticking out, that he said was a bigger religion than the Jews, and our lords both put together, all over Asia, imitating him, as he's always imitating everybody. I suppose he used to sleep at the foot of the bed too, with his big square feet up in his wife's mouth. Damn this stinking thing anyway. Where's this? Those napkins are, ah yes, I know. I hope the old press doesn't creak. Ah, I knew it would. He's sleeping hard, had a good time somewhere still. She must have given him great value for his money. Of course he has to pay for it from her. Oh, this nuisance of a thing. I hope they'll have something better for us in the other world, tying ourselves up. God help us, that's all right. For tonight now, the lumpy old jingly bed always reminds me of old Cohen. I suppose he scratched himself in it often enough. And he thinks father bought it from Lord Napier, that I used to admire when I was a little girl, because I told him easy piano. Oh, I like my bed. God, here we are as bad as ever after 16 years. How many houses were we in at all? Raymond Terrace, and Ontario Terrace, and Lombard Street, and Hall Street. And he goes about whistling every time we're on the run again. His Huguenots or the Frogs March, pretending to help the men with our 4 sticks of furniture. And then the City Arms Hotel, worse and worse, says Warden Dolly, that charming place on the landing, always somebody inside praying, then leaving all their stinks after them. Always know who was in there last every time, or just getting on right. Something happens, or he puts his big foot in it. Toms and Heelys and Mr. Cuffs and Drimmies. Either he's going to be run into prison over his old lottery tickets that was to be all our salvations, or he goes and gives impudence. Well, have him coming home with the sack soon out of the Freeman too, like the rest, on account of those Sinner Fane, or the Freemasons. Then well, see if the little man he showed me dribbling along in the wet all by himself round by Cody's Lane will give him much consolation, that he says is so capable and sincerely Irish. He is indeed, judging by the sincerity of the trousers I saw on him. Wait, there's George's church bells. Wait, 3/4 the hour. Wait, 2:00. Well, that's a nice hour of the night for him to be coming home at, to anybody climbing down into the area. If anybody saw him, ill knock him off that little habit tomorrow. First ill look at his shirt to see, or ill see if he has that French letter still in his pocketbook. I suppose he thinks I don't know deceitful men. All their 20 pockets aren't enough for their lies then. Why should we tell them, even if it's the truth? They don't believe you then, tucked up in bed like those bobbies in the Aristocrats. Masterpiece. He brought me another time, as if we hadn't enough of that in real life without some old aristocrat, or whatever his name is disgusting you more with those rotten pictures children with 2 heads and no legs. That's the kind of villainy they're always dreaming about with not another thing in their empty heads. They ought to get slow poison the half of them, then tea and toast for him buttered on both sides and new-laid eggs. I suppose I am nothing any more when I wouldn't let him lick me in Hall Street one night. Man, tyrant as ever for the one thing he slept on the floor half the night naked the way the Jews used when somebody dies belonged to them, and wouldn't eat any breakfast or speak a word wanting to be petted. So I thought I stood out enough for one time, and let him. He does it all wrong too, thinking only of his own pleasure. His tongue is too flat, or I don't know what he forgets that, whether I don't ill make him do it again, if he doesn't mind himself, and lock him down to sleep in the coal cellar with the blackbeetles. I wonder was it her Josie off her head with my cast-offs. He's such a born liar too. No, he'd never have the courage with a married woman. That's why he wants me and Boylan though. As for her Denny's, as she calls him, that forlorn-looking spectacle, you couldn't call him a husband. Yes, it's some little bitch he's got in with. Even when I was with him with Millie at the college races, that hornblower with the child's bonnet on the top of his knob let us into by the back way, he was throwing his sheep's eyes at those two doing skirt duty up and down. I tried to wink at him first, no use of course. And that's the way his money goes. This is the fruits of Mr. Paddy Dignam. Yes, they were all in great style at the grand funeral. In the paper Boylan brought in, if they saw a real officer's funeral, that it'd be something reversed arms, muffled drums, the poor horse walking behind in black L. Boom and Tom Kernan, that drunken little barrelly man that bit his tongue off falling down the men's WC drunk in some place or other. Martin Cunningham, and the 2 Daedaluses and Fanny Emcoy's husband, white head of cabbage, skinny thing with a turn in her eye, trying to sing my song Shed Want to Be Born all over again, and her old green dress with the low neck, as she can't attract them any other way, like dabbling on a rainy day. I see it all now plainly, and they call that friendship killing, and then burying one another, and they all with their wives and families at home, more especially Jack Power keeping that barmaid he does. Of course his wife is always sick or going to be sick, or just getting better of it, and he's a good-looking man still, though he's getting a bit gray over the ears. They're a nice lot, all of them. Well, they're not going to get my husband again into their clutches, if I can help it, making fun of him. Then behind his back I know well when he goes on with his idiotics, because he has sense enough not to squander every penny piece he earns down their gullets, and looks after his wife and family, good for nothings, poor Paddy Dignam all the same. I am sorry in a way for him. What are his wife and 5 children going to do? Unless he was insured, comical little T-Dot'em always stuck up in some pub corner. And her, or her son waiting, Bill Bailey, want you please come home. Her widow's weeds want improve her appearance. They're awfully becoming though, if you're good-looking. What men wasn't he? Yes, he was at the Glencree dinner. And Ben Dollard bass barrel tone, the night he borrowed the Swallowtail to sing out of in Hall Street, squeezed and squashed into them and grinning all over his big dolly face like a well-whipped child's body. Didn't he look a balmy ballock? Sure enough, that must have been a spectacle on the stage. Imagine paying 5 in the preserved seats for that, to see him trotting off in his trollers. And Simon Daedalus too. He was always turning up half-screwed, singing the second verse first. The old love is the new was one of his, so sweetly sang the maiden on the hawthorn bough. He was always on for flirtifying too, when I sang Maritana with him at Freddie Mayer's private opera. He had a delicious, glorious voice. Phoebe, dearest, goodbye, sweetheart, sweetheart. He always sang it, not like Bartol d'Arcy, sweet tart, goodbye. Of course, he had the gift of the voice, so there was no art in it, all over you like a warm shower bath. O Maritana, wildwood flower. We sang splendidly, though it was a bit too high for my register, even transposed. And he was married at the time to May Gooding. But then he'd say or do something to knock the good out of it. He's a widower now. I wonder what sort is his son. He says he's an author and going to be a university professor of Italian, and I am to take lessons. What is he driving at now? Showing him my photo. It's not good of me. I ought to have got it taken in drapery that never looks out of fashion. Still, I look young in it. I wonder he didn't make him a present of it altogether. And me too. After all, why not? I saw him driving down to the Kingsbridge station with his father and mother. I was in mourning. That's 11 years ago now. Yes, he'd be 11, though what was the good in going into mourning for what was neither one thing nor the other the first cry was enough for me. I heard the death watch 2 ticking in the wall, of course. He insisted he'd go into mourning for the cat. I suppose he's a man now by this time. He was an innocent boy then, and a darling little fellow in his Lord Fauntleroy suit, and curly hair like a prince on the stage when I saw him at Matt Dillon's. He liked me too, I remember. They all do. Wait, by God, yes, wait, yes, hold on, he was on the cards this morning when I laid out the deck union with a young stranger, neither dark nor fair, you met before I thought it meant him. But he's no chicken, nor a stranger either. Besides, my face was turned the other way. What was the 7th card after that? The 10 of spades for a journey by land. Then there was a letter on its way, and scandals too, the 3 queens, and the 8 of diamonds for a rise in society. Yes, wait, it all came out, and 2 red 8s for new garments. Look at that. And didn't I dream? Something too, yes, there was something about poetry in it, I hope. He hasn't long, greasy hair hanging into his eyes, or standing up like a red Indian. What do they go about like that? For only getting themselves and their poetry laughed at. I always liked poetry. When I was a girl first, I thought he was a poet like Lord Byron, and not an ounce of it in his composition. I thought he was quite different. I wonder, is he too young? He's about, wait, 88. I was married 88. Millie is 15 yesterday, 89. What age was he then at Dillon's? 5 or 6, about 88. I suppose he's 20 or more. I'm not too old for him. If he's 23 or 24, I hope he's not that stuck-up university student sort. No, otherwise he wouldn't go sitting down in the old kitchen with him taking Epps cocoa and talking. Of course he pretended to understand it all. Probably he told him he was out of Trinity College. He's very young to be a professor. I hope he's not a professor like Goodwin was. He was a potent professor of John Jameson. They all write about some woman in their poetry. Well, I suppose he won't find many like me, where softly sighs of love the light guitar, where poetry is in the air, the blue sea, and the moon shining so beautifully coming back on the night boat from Tarifa, the lighthouse at Europa Point. The guitar that fellow played was so expressive. Will I ever go back there again? All new faces, 2 glancing eyes, a lattice hid ill sing, that for him there are my eyes. If he's anything of a poet, 2 eyes as darkly bright as love's own star errant. Those beautiful words, as love's young star. It'll be a change, the Lord knows, to have an intelligent person to talk to about yourself, not always listening to him, and Billy Prescott's ad, and Kia's ad, and Tom the Devil's ad. Then, if anything goes wrong in their business, we have to suffer. I am sure he's very distinguished. I'd like to meet a man like that. God, not those other ruck. Besides, he's young. Those fine young men I could see down in Margate Strand bathing place from the side of the rock, standing up in the sun naked like a god or something, and then plunging into the sea with them. Why, aren't all men like that? There'd be some consolation for a woman like that lovely little statue he bought. I could look at him all day long, curly head, and his shoulders, his finger up for you to listen. There's real beauty and poetry for you. I often felt I wanted to kiss him all over. Also his lovely young cock there, so simple. I wouldn't mind taking him in my mouth if nobody was looking, as if it was asking you to suck it. So clean and white he looks with his boyish face. I would too, and 1 2 a minute, even if some of it went down. What, it's only like gruel or the dew. There's no danger. Besides, he'd be so clean compared with those pigs of men. I suppose never dream of washing it from one year's end to the other. The most of them, only that's what gives the women the mustaches. I am sure it'll be grand if I can only get in with a handsome young poet at my age. I'll throw them the first thing in the morning, till I see if the wishguard comes out, or I'll try pairing the lady herself, and see if he comes out. I'll read and study all I can find, or learn a bit off by heart if I knew who he likes, so he won't think me stupid if he thinks all women are the same. And I can teach him the other part. I'll make him feel all over him till he half faints under me. Then he'll write about me lover and mistress publicly too, with our 2 photographs in all the papers when he becomes famous. Oh, but then what am I going to do about him? Though no, that's no way for him. Has he no manners, nor no refinement, nor no nothing in his nature, slapping us behind like that on my bottom, because I didn't call him Hugh the ignoramus that doesn't know poetry from a cabbage. That's what you get for not keeping them in their proper place, pulling off his shoes and trousers there on the chair before me, so bare-faced, without even asking permission, and standing out that vulgar way in the half of a shirt. They wear to be admired like a priest or a butcher or those old hypocrites in the time of Julius Caesar, of course. He's right enough in his way to pass the time as a joke. Sure, you might as well be in bed with a lion god, I am sure. He'd have something better to say for himself. An old lion would, oh well, I suppose it's because they were so plump and tempting in my short petticoat. He couldn't resist, they excite myself. Sometimes it's well for men. All the amount of pleasure they get off a woman's body were so round and white for them. Always I wished I was one myself for a change, just to try with that thing they have swelling up on you so hard, and at the same time so soft when you touch it. My Uncle John has a thing long, I heard those corner boys saying, passing the comer of Marrowbone Lane. My Aunt Mary has a thing hairy because it was dark, and they knew a girl was passing. It didn't make me blush, why should it either, it's only nature. And he puts his thing long into my Aunt Mary's hairy etc. And turns out to be, you put the handle in a sweeping brush, men again all over they can pick and choose what they please, a married woman or a fast widow or a girl for their different tastes, like those houses round behind Irish Street. No, but we're to be always chained up there, not going to be chaining me up, no damn fear. Once I start, I tell you, for their stupid husband's jealousy. Why can't we all remain friends over it instead of quarreling? Her husband found it out what they did together, well, naturally. And if he did, can he undo it? He's Coronado anyway, whatever he does. And then he going to the other mad extreme about the wife in Fair Tyrants, of course. The man never even casts a second thought on the husband or wife, either. It's the woman he wants. And he gets her. What else were we given all those desires for? I'd like to know. I can't help it if I'm young still. Can I? It's a wonder I am not an old shriveled hag before my time, living with him. So cold, never embracing me, except sometimes when he's asleep the wrong end of me, not knowing, I suppose, who he has. Any man that'd kiss a woman's bottom, I'd throw my hat at him. After that he'd kiss anything unnatural, where we haven't one atom of any kind of expression in us, all of us, the same 2 lumps of lard before ever I'd do that to man. Foo, the dirty brutes, the mere thought is enough. I kiss the feet of you, senorita. There's some sense in that. Didn't he kiss our hall door? Yes, he did. What a madman, nobody understands his cracked ideas. But me still, of course. A woman wants to be embraced 20 times a day, almost to make her look young, no matter who, so long as to be in love or loved by somebody. If the fellow you want isn't there sometimes, by the Lord God, I was thinking, would I go around by the quays there some dark evening where nobody'd know me, and pick up a sailor off the sea that'd be hot on for it, and not care a pin whose I was only do it off up in a gate somewhere, or one of those wild-looking gypsies in Rathfarnham had their camp pitched near the Bloomfield laundry to try and steal our things. If they could, I only sent mine there a few times for the name model laundry, sending me back over and over some old ones, odd stockings. That blackguard-looking fellow with the fine eyes peeling a switch attack me in the dark and ride me up against the wall without a word, or a murderer anybody. What they do themselves, the fine gentlemen in their silk hats. That KC lives up somewhere this way, coming out of Hardwick Lane. The night he gave us the fish supper, on account of winning over the boxing match, of course it was for me. He gave it. I knew him by his gaiters and the walk, and when I turned round a minute after just to see, there was a woman after coming out of it too, some filthy prostitute. Then he goes home to his wife. After that, only I suppose the half of those sailors are rotten again with disease. Oh, move over your big carcass out of that, for the love of Mike. Listen to him. The winds that waft my sighs to thee so well he may sleep. And sigh the great suggester Don Poldo de la Flora. If he knew how he came out on the cards this morning, he'd have something to sigh for. A dark man in some perplexity between 2 sevens, 2 in prison for Lord knows what he does that I don't know, and I am to be slouching around down in the kitchen to get his lordship his breakfast, while he's rolled up like a mummy. Will I indeed? Did you ever see me running? I'd just like to see myself at it. Show them attention, and they treat you like dirt. I don't care what anybody says. It'd be much better for the world to be governed by the women in it. You wouldn't see women going and killing one another and slaughtering. When do you ever see women rolling around drunk like they do, or gambling every penny they have and losing it on horses? Yes, because a woman, whatever she does, she knows where to stop. Sure, they wouldn't be in the world at all only for us. They don't know what it is to be a woman and a mother. How could they? Where would they all of them be if they hadn't all a mother to look after them? What I never had, that's why I suppose he's running wild now out at night away from his books and studies, and not living at home on of the usual rowy house. I suppose, well, it's a poor case that those that have a fine son like that there ain't not satisfied. And I none was he not able to make one, it wasn't my fault. We came together. When I was watching the two dogs up in her behind in the middle of the naked street, that disheartened me altogether. I suppose I ought to have buried him in that little woolly jacket I knitted, crying as I was, but give it to some poor child. But I knew well it'd never have another. Our first death too it was. We were never the same since. Oh, I'm not going to think myself into the glooms about that any more. I wonder why he wouldn't stay the night. I felt all the time it was somebody strange he brought in, instead of roving around the city meeting God knows who nightwalkers and pickpockets his poor mother wouldn't like. That if she was alive, ruining himself for life. Perhaps still. It's a lovely hour. So silent. I used to love coming home. After dances, the air of the night, they have friends. They can talk to. We've none either. He wants what he want, get, or it's some woman ready to stick her knife in you. I hate that in women. No wonder they treat us the way they do. We are a dreadful lot of bitches. I suppose it's all the troubles we have makes us so snappy. I am not like that. He could easy have slept in there on the sofa in the other room. I suppose he was as shy as a boy, he being so young, hardly 20, of me in the next room. He'd have heard me on the chamber around what harm dead Alice. I wonder it's like those names in Gibraltar, de La Paz, de la Gracia. They had the devil's queer names there. Father Villaplana of Santa Maria, that gave me the Rosary Rosals, Y. O'Reilly in the Cow, Las Sayat Revueltas in Pasimbo, and Mrs. Apiso in Governor Street. Oh, what a name! I'd go and drown myself in the first river if I had a name like her. Oh my! And all the bits of streets: Paradise Ramp and Bedlam Ramp, and Rogers Ramp and Crutchett's Ramp, and the Devil's Gap steps. Well, small blame to me if I am a harum scarum. I know I am a bit, I declare to God, I don't feel a day older than then. I wonder could I get my tongue round any of the Spanish como esta, usted my bien gracias, y usted si. I haven't forgotten it. All I thought I had only for the grammar a noun is the name of any person, place, or thing. Pity I never tried to read that novel Cantankerous Mrs. Rubio lent me by Valera, with the questions in it all upside down the two ways. I always knew we'd go away in the end. I can tell him the Spanish, and he tell me the Italian. Then hell. See, I am not so ignorant. What a pity he didn't stay. I am sure the poor fellow was dead tired, and wanted a good sleep badly. I could have brought him in his breakfast in bed with a bit of toast, so long as I didn't do it on the knife for bad luck. Or if the woman was going her rounds with the watercress and something nice and tasty. There are a few olives in the kitchen he might like. I never could bear the look of them in a Breen's. I could do the criada. The room looks all right since I changed it the other way. You see, something was telling me all the time I'd have to introduce myself, not knowing me from Adam. Very funny, wouldn't it? I am his wife. Or pretend we were in Spain with him half awake, without a God's notion, or he is dos huevos estrelados center. Lord, the cracked things come into my head. Sometimes it'd be great fun, supposing he stayed with us. Why not? There's the room upstairs empty, and Millie's bed in the back room. He could do his writing and studies at the table in there for all the scribbling he does at it. And if he wants to read in bed in the morning like me, as he's making the breakfast for one, he can make it for two, I am sure. I'm not going to take in lodgers off the street for him. If he takes a jasabo of a house like this, I'd love to have a long talk with an intelligent, well-educated person. I'd have to get a nice pair of red slippers like those Turks with the fez used to sell, or yellow, and a nice semi-transparent morning gown that I badly want, or a peach blossom dressing jacket like the one long ago in Walpole's. Only 8-6 or 18-6 ill. Just give him one more chance. I'll get up early in the morning. I am sick of Cohen's old bed in any case. I might go over to the markets to see all the vegetables and cabbages and tomatoes and carrots, and all kinds of splendid fruits, all coming in lovely and fresh. Who knows who'd be the first man I'd meet there out looking for it in the morning? Mamie Dillon used to say they are. And the night too, that was her mask going. I'd love a big juicy pear, now to melt in your mouth like when I used to be in the longing way. Then I'll throw him up his eggs and tea in the mouse to check up. She gave him to make his mouth bigger. I suppose he'd like my nice cream too. I know what I'll do. I'll go about rather gay, not too much singing, a bit now and then. Mi fa pieta mazzetto. Then I'll start dressing myself to go out presto non son più forte. I'll put on my best shift and drawers, let him have a good eyeful out of that. To make his Mickey stand for him, I'll let him know if that's what he wanted that. His wife is fucked, yes. And damn well fucked too, up to my neck, nearly not by him, 5 or 6 times hand running. There's the mark of his spunk on the clean sheet. I wouldn't bother to even iron it out, that ought to satisfy him. If you don't believe me, feel my belly. Unless I made him stand there and put him into me, I've a mind to tell him every scrap and make him do it out in front of me. Serve him right, it's all his own fault. If I am an adulteress, as the thing in the gallery said, oh much about it if. That's all the harm ever we did in this vale of tears, God knows. It's not much, doesn't everybody, only they hide it. I suppose that's what a woman is supposed to be there for. Or he wouldn't have made us the way he did, so attractive to men. Then, if he wants to kiss my bottom, I'll drag open my drawers and bulge it right out in his face, as large as life. He can stick his tongue 7 miles up my hole, as he's there my brown part. Then I'll tell him I want 1 or perhaps 30. I'll tell him I want to buy underclothes. Then, if he gives me that, well, he won't be too bad. I don't want to soak it all out of him like other women do. I could often have written out a fine check for myself and write his name on it for a couple of pounds. A few times he forgot to lock it up. Besides, he won't spend it. I'll let him do it off on me behind, provided he doesn't smear all my good drawers. Oh, I suppose that can't be helped. I'll do the indifferent 1 or 2 questions. I'll know by the answers when he's like that he can't keep a thing back. I know every turn in him. I'll tighten my bottom well and let out a few smutty words, smell rump or lick my shit, or the first mad thing comes into my head. Then I'll suggest about, yes, oh wait now sonny, my turn is coming. I'll be quite gay and friendly over it. Oh, but I was forgetting this bloody pest of a thing, foo, you wouldn't know which to laugh or cry, or such a mixture of plum and apple. No, I'll have to wear the old thing, so much the better. It'll be more pointed. Hell, never know whether he did it or not. There, that's good enough for you. Any old thing at all. Then I'll wipe him off me just like a business, his omission. Then I'll go out. I'll have him eyeing up at the ceiling. Where is she gone now? Make him want me. That's the only way. A quarter after, what an unearthly hour, I suppose. They're just getting up in China now, combing out their pigtails for the day. Well, soon have the nuns ringing the Angelus. They've nobody coming in to spoil their sleep, except an odd priest or 2 for his night office, or the alarm clock next door at cockshout, clattering the brains out of itself. Let me see if I can doze off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What kind of flowers are those they invented, like the stars? The wallpaper in Lombard Street was much nicer. The apron he gave me was like that something, only I only wore it twice. Better lower this lamp and try again, so as I can get up early. I'll go to Lamb's there beside Findlater's and get them to send us some flowers to put about the place in case he brings him home tomorrow. Today me no Friday's an unlucky day. First I want to do the place up some way. The dust grows in it, I think, while I'm asleep. Then we can have music and cigarettes. I can accompany him. First I must clean the keys of the piano with milk. What'll I wear? Shall I wear a white rose or those fairy cakes in Lipton's? I love the smell of a rich big shop at 712D LB, or the other ones with the cherries in them and the pinky sugar 11D. A couple of pounds of those, a nice plant for the middle of the table. I'd get that cheaper in weight. Where's this? I saw them not long ago. I love flowers. I'd love to have the whole place swimming in roses. God of heaven, there's nothing like nature. The wild mountains, then the sea and the waves rushing, then the beautiful country with the fields of oats and wheat and all kinds of things, and all the fine cattle going about. That would do your heart good to see rivers and lakes and flowers, all sorts of shapes and smells and colors springing up even out of the ditches. Primroses and violets. Nature it is as for them saying there's no God. I wouldn't give a snap of my 2 fingers for all their learning. Why don't they go and create something? I often asked him. Atheists, or whatever they call themselves, go and wash the cobbles off themselves first. Then they go howling for the priest and they dying. And why? Because they're afraid of hell on account of their bad conscience. Ah yes, I know them well. Who was the first person in the universe before there was anybody that made it all? Who? Ah, that they don't know. Neither do I. So there you are. They might as well try to stop the sun from rising tomorrow. The sun shines for you, he said the day we were lying among the rhododendrons on Howth Head in the gray tweed suit and his straw hat. The day I got him to propose to me. Yes, first I gave him the bit of seed cake out of my mouth And it was leap year like now, yes, 16 years ago, my God. After that long kiss, I near lost my breath, yes. He said I was a flower of the mountain, yes. So we are flowers, all a woman's body, yes, that was one true thing he said in his life. And the sun shines for you today, yes, that was why I liked him, because I saw he understood or felt what a woman is. And I knew I could always get round him. And I gave him all the pleasure I could leading him on till he asked me to say yes. And I wouldn't answer first, only looked out over the sea. And the sky, I was thinking of so many things he didn't know of, Mulvey and Mr. Stanhope and Hester and father and old Captain Groves, and the sailors playing all birds. Fly and I say stoop, and washing up dishes, they called it on the pier, and the sentry in front of the governor's house, with the thing round his white helmet, poor devil, half roasted, and the Spanish girls laughing in their shawls and their tall combs, and the auctions in the morning, the Greeks and the Jews and the Arabs, and the devil knows who else from all the ends of Europe and Duke Street, and the foul market all clucking outside Larby Sharon's, and the poor donkeys slipping half asleep, and the vague fellows in the cloaks asleep, the shade on the steps and the big wheels of the carts of the bulls, and the old castle, thousands of years old, yes, and those handsome Moors all in white and turbans like kings asking you to sit down in their little bit of a shop, and Rhonda with the old windows of the posadas too glancing, eyes a lattice hid for her lover, to kiss the iron and the wine shops half open at night, and the castanets, and the night we missed the boat at Algeciras, the watchman going about serene with his lamp, and oh, that awful deep down torrent, oh, and the sea crimson sometimes like fire, and the glorious sunsets, and the fig trees in the Alameda gardens, yes, and all the queer little streets, and the pink and blue and yellow houses, and the rose gardens, and the jessamine and geraniums and cactuses and Gibraltar as a girl, where I was a flower of the mountain, yes, when I put the rose in my hair like the Andalusian girls used, or shall I wear a red, yes, and how he kissed me under the Moorish wall, and I thought well as well him as another, and then I asked him with my eyes to ask again, yes, and then he asked me would I yes to say yes, my mountain flower, and first I put my arms around him, yes, and drew him down to me so he could feel my breasts all perfume, yes, and his heart was going like mad, and yes, I said yes, I will, yes.
Thank you for navigating the winding paths of Ulysses. To our devoted listeners, your curiosity breathes life into these literary odysseys. Smash like if you hunger for the full audiobooks plunge into Joyce's kaleidoscopic world, and comment which modernist masterpiece we should explore next. The Great Gatsby, Mrs. Dalloway. The full Ulysses audiobook unfurls its tapestry of thought and soul next month. Stay tuned. Until then, lose yourself in quiet reflection. Let the echoes of Dublin's streets guide your steps, and ponder. What truths about identity and connection does a single day reveal? Farewell for now.